Alright, how's everybody doing? Good to see all you. Hope you're having a wonderful day thus far. A happy Silksong Day. Oh, is that today? I don't keep up with that, but I'm glad to see that it's finally real, so that the memes can come to an end. How we doing, Control? Hey, Super. Hey, Scott. I have extra morning voice today. Ugh. I don't like hearing the sound of my own voice, and it's like echoing a little bit, so I can't. Hi, Jake. Cat. Cat. The clown makeup is finally washed off. I do enjoy memes like that in gaming when it's like, yeah, it's definitely coming out, bro. For a long time, Silksong was like that. For a while, Elden Ring DLC was like that. Um, Another long-running one is, yeah, they're totally gonna remaster Bloodborne. Yeah, definitely. Okay, the microwave. Air fryer. We're level 10. We're like 10k off of level 11. Still have a few things to do. Still have your gear. Um, Viper was doing some interesting science with how the Voss camp event trigger works, and they were able to get it to happen in maps other than the mountain pass, which I think is pretty cool. I don't quite know how that's useful yet, other than maybe giving you a little more control over the bless buff from the prism without having to fridge Lae'zel. But it's interesting. Hey, Lilac one. Yeah, I'm guessing a lot of people are gonna be watching Silksong today, huh? Or streaming Silksong today. I know absolutely nothing about it other than that it exists and it's been anticipated for a long time, so safe space.
Mol can be cranky and mean, but she looks after us. So stock up, all right? Because you need all the help you can get to bring her home.
Well, let's get into this pots. I should buy that Cloud Giant. I guess I can kind of afford it. Barely. I need that smoke powder arrow, though. No, I don't. I have 3. Shit was blocking it. We're good. Still got a Yerg. How do I want to do it? I want Cloud Giant right now. It's not good enough. Need Vigilance. Jake, don't jump on my desk, man. You know you don't need to be doing that, sir. Sir. I guess I'll, Hordebreaker, targeting Shovel, getting Hordebreaker tag follow-up on your gear. Then I'll hit him with that. Then I'll... I use Luck of the Far Realms. I have. Jake, stop. We're not doing this every stream, man. I need to go get the Killer Sweetheart. Hey, Exile. Let's go get Killer Sweetheart first. Did I buy a risky ring? I did not.
So that's progress. Good idea, I think.
Another bowl bearing.
Let's move. This calls for careful footwork. Time to press ahead.
One on perception, because of course I did. Classes do I have? Major Druid, Sorcerer, so I can expect Hold Person. I got the ring on. I don't even know what the Sorcerer version does. I think Magic Missile. Why wouldn't that miss? You don't want to be styled on. Not this time.
Another step forward.
Don't have a short rest. Do I have a short rest potion? No, gotta go buy one.
Gotta find somewhere to camp soon. Very well.
The Absolute's war drums beat loud in your chest. How may I serve?
Red by 2. That Bean Slang? I do. Need to sell like actual things of value to him to be able to afford that. Fine. Should bring companions to a rush. Elven elegance and stuff. That would also take care of my money issues.
Loud in your chest. How may I serve?
Oh. Need Blood Wolf Hander for a while. kind of tempting to go get the protection from missiles gloves from Tally, because I have meta magic, so extended spell on that's pretty good, especially if I combine it with Blade Ward. Means the American's ranged attacks that just won't be able to hurt me. It's like 2 DR. I think they can do up to 12 damage. So 6, 3, 1. They can do 1 damage to me if they max roll. Not really worried about the ranged attacks though, am I? If I put on Defender Flail, then yeah, I'm just fully good. Not worried about that though. So the reason why I needed a short rest potion here is I'm going to use Shovel against the Urgler. And I also may as well have Psionic Overload back. We'll go with Killer Sweetheart. Go with Amulet of Branding, which means I need Connor.
That's a friendly looking shadow. This medicatrix.
Hey, Atrix.
Moving ahead. All's well that ends. Not as bad as it could have.
Buffing up Shovel doesn't have much purpose here, but I'll do it anyway. Up the mats for sharpness. Whatever. Do accuracy. Both my weapons then.
Light on my feet.
Hey Jester. Adulting paid off. Found a job as a teaching assistant in my uni. Very nice. Love to hear that. Congrats.
I don't need any attention right now. Light on my feet. There's something out there. I can feel it. Keeping my head down.
What's the plan? Go in melee Hordebreaker. Hordebreaker follow-up, then Amulet of Branding, then Executioner, Arrow, Fiend Sling. What am I going to be concentrating on? Enlarge would be ideal here. I don't have that. Tumbler is acceptable, but not ideal. Less resistance. Light potions.
Just out of view.
Doing a horde breaking hunter in my run with Roxy. Do you think 11 with the Hexblade's worth it to spread the curse of the Rat Bat or just 12 Ranger? I mean, if you're focusing on Horde Breaker Rat Bat, then you don't even really need to go 11. Like, you have a lot of levels you could play around with and do different things. You're just looking at 5 Ranger, 1 Warlock being the core of the build. So you have options. There's no real wrong answers after that point. I missed. Any haste, anything? What? Would have missed that too. Well, the accuracy proved to be an issue. Issue.
Get back here, Shocker! Shocker!
He's there-ish.
You can't escape me! I'll chase you to the ends of the earth!
Now the big threat's the Hoarding American. I'm not, like, super equipped to deal with right now. Not thrilled about the Displacer Beast either, don't get me wrong. Going for the guaranteed damage and the prone made the most sense there. Hey RJ. Hey Kasuga. Just got back to my patch 8 run on Hexblade after break. I ended up doing like 180 damage to Merkel in one turn without even knowing what I was doing, so that was cool. Hell yeah. Hexblade's a lot of fun. Yeah, once the Hoarding Merrigan goes down, I can start gear swapping while kiting. From downtown. Have more, so. Part of me wants the Psionic Overload. It's just not really realistic right now. I don't want to accidentally drop these guys from combat. Hang out right there. Currently doing a Swarmkeeper Ranger throwing build. Super cool. The jellyfish, you can make them wet. Yeah, I think throwing Swarmkeeper is pretty interesting. Because, like, you can apply the swarm when you're throwing people, too. And that's neat. It also allows you to throw someone, kill them with the swarm in midair. And then when they hit the target, you'll get Call to Weak explosions. Hey, you two, you were just being super nice, and now you're fighting. Hey.
Do you hear something? I believe there's a Kevin near you.
They're over there. Evan was cleaning Jake, and then I think he started picking a fight, and he cannot scrap. Jake is better. So, of course, it required my intervention. And Kevin is also a sore loser. I could maybe do some Hordebreaker range stuff here. Surely an angle. Oh, fine. %80 is a shot I'm not at all confident in. You'll see me click 80% when I don't truly care about the outcome. But not otherwise. Kinda didn't leave myself enough movement speed here. It's a bit of a problem. Go somewhere they can't shove me. Oh, here it is. I'm gonna be taking some damage this turn. Unless I don't have any grease. Unless I don't think they'll care about this. Where's you stop there? Maybe you got body blocked? The cats get along in general. They get along well. I got them both on the same day, and Jake was a kitten, so there was a third cat at the time too, where I was living, and Kevin didn't get along with that cat, but did get along with Jake, so they bonded. They get along. Maragon whipped it into the terrain. All right, they did care about the caustic brine. That's funny. Wasn't planning on doing spike growth here, but why not? Just a little spike growth as a treat. I like creating situations where they're damned if they do and damned if they don't. Like, go through the caustic brine or go through the spike growth. They take a lot less damage from the brine than they do the growth, but it also puts them in a less favorable position. The double miss is not ideal, though. I got smoke powder. I ain't worried. I don't know where you're gonna teleport me. No more agathos, so no reason to take these hits. Just right there. Okay. Planned on gear swapping, but turns out the rat bat is good against beasts because of its listed effect. It's crazy. You imagine using items for what they say they do.
Hope this ends well.
Still did 1 damage on the crit miss. Imagine shooting the Guardian Angel, same energy.
I wonder what a place like this. We'll never find out now.
Cool. That went well.
Anything of use?
Rat bat has a non-hidden effect.
At the ready. So much blood. What the hell has been happening here?
Bro's inventory was cracked. Holy shit. I didn't even have a quip there. Alright, calm down, buddy.
What's inside?
Yeah, bro was ready. Switch to... yeah. Switch to Peerless Focus so the rats can't put us to sleep. Plans to stand in Mountain Spike Grove.
No time for mercy.
These rats can't keep it up forever. Just have to outlast them.
Good idea, I think.
Ranger spell is just so good. Yeah, I mean, I am a ranger and a druid right now, but you're still not wrong.
You!
I've gotten Rave Lurthendor in a minute. How'd you fail the saving throw, man? It's... Easy 10. Everybody succeeds. You guys blink and can't get it to stop. He stopped. What'd you do? Throwing your Sharon. This guy's been broken since patch 8. I doubt they'll ever fix him. How did he stop? Okay, never mind. Oh, am I stuck here now? Waiting for an opportunity attack that's never gonna happen? Probably. Might have to crash my game. His turn should end in 20 or 30 seconds, but I still might not be able to act. One way to soft lock a run. I've gotten soft locked by opportunity attacks before. Not here, but it's happened. Alright. Hopefully I saved after your gear. But it's a good thing they are prioritizing things like vendor exploits. That's a real good thing. Also, I can't stress enough, there is no version of combat with that guy that works. Is 100% of the time he's broken. Let's see how much progress I lost. Hopefully I don't have to redo your gear. I genuinely don't remember if I saved. Does Broken Hag do the same thing? No. Oh, good. I do have to do your gear again. Good. It's great. I'm so excited. Love that for me.
Don't waste a step. Just step a few. Best be on my way. There's
See
something
what
out
happens
there.
when you don't miss your Hordebreaker follow-up,
feel it.
surely. Surely.
Out of sight, out of mind.
Actively. Intact.
All right, time to skulk about.
Probably not gonna get as good loot from the boarding Marigan this time. Hey, Tamir. Hey, Beyblade. Okay. They're immune to that. And I knew that. Looking thing. Of course it low rolled on the one person I wanted it to not low roll on. Well, you get to see me handle your fight 2 different ways, I guess. This is your PSA, do not provoke opportunity attacks from Lurthendor. Gear, you fuck. I cannot overstate how not good that is for me. One of the Americans left combat? Oh no, that was the Displacer's copy. Hit trade. Where are you going? Please go this way. Okay. Don't like whatever you're trying to do. Are you going under? Okay. The Yussie. Go on. Can I do my gear swaps yet? Gonna give me a hard time. Give me a hard time. I have to use all of my smoke powder arrows this time. Alright, who died? I was like, why is there a Call of Week explosion there? What? Game's insane. I'm officially past 500 hours. Don't feel like I scratched the surface. Yeah, the depth to this game is something else. Displacer Beast is making interesting decisions.
You picked the wrong fight, friend.
Hold on. Any universe, I can do that. I mean, I could do that, but I'm switching to Peerless Focus soon anyway. Which direction does that even move you in? Not at all. Thanks me for testing. A toxic place to put me. Ajax, thank you for the 5 months. Much appreciated. You mind?
Can't slow down.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quag.
If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine.
Why would that have hit, you know? Why would either of those have hit? It'd be crazy to expect those to hit. You were crazy for expecting that shot. You're crazy to expect that one to hit, too.
Wonder if the gods are watching.
Stop being crazy. big this time. Hey, Black Dragon, now. How are you? 89 HP without tough is wild. Without tough, without being a barbarian, too. Gold Dwarf, baby. That's also only 14 Constitution.
Let's have a look.
Well, this stuff was so much better last time. Last time it was a 4th level spell slot elixir, a cloud kill, and a globe. Gold Dwarf Barbarian with tough, though? Yeah. Even better, a Gold Dwarf Barbarian with tough that has
Been happening here?
an allied cleric to max up cast aid and also cast Hero's Feast.
Bet that will fit in my pack. Not as bad as it could have.
At that point, you laugh at enemies who are hitting you. Yep. At that point, there's no individual hit in the game, like individual ability, outside of maybe an extreme high roll on 2 of Raphael's, like Ascended Raphael's things. There's nothing that can one-shot you. Brain can't do it, Dragons can't do it, Ascended Cazador can't do it, Your Gear can't do it. Very funny. Needs defenses and you just be chonky. That's true. But like being chonky is a form of defenses, right? I pitch it Monday.
Breathe quiet. Move with care. That's a friendly looking shadow. Try me.
These rats can't keep it up forever. Just have to outlast them.
Better be cautious.
You! You!
Almost got stuck in the dialogue loop. Yes, that's another thing that can happen with this piece of shit. Oh, good. Him popping in and out of existence is stopping me from selecting what I want to in the action menu. That's so cool. So tilted. I would make a spell slot so I can do heat metal, but I fucking can't right now. I don't want to use my 4th level elixir. Now, I would have had a second one, but that was before the crash. So we'll make one of these. Right. Don't succeed, you piece of shit. There. So you can get stuck in a dialogue loop here? Yep. Was he working before patch 8? Yes. He always bugged? Yes. Can you kill him as a rat to avoid this? I was not using a strat that allowed me to be far enough away. But that's not avoiding the bug, that's avoiding the combat.
Swift as my feet can carry me.
Lerthendor is always bugged. Okay, back to where we were before the crash.
I'm exhausted.
Better find somewhere to camp soon.
Hold on.
Here we go.
There's a pretty stylish dolly morph trick you can do here. But I haven't practiced it. You can have Dolly turn you into a frog and then jump from here to the end. And it works as long as you have a summon with you.
Another bowl bearing this.
What am I supposed to do? Invenium Via! Invenium Via! It's Alice!
Just abused Eyebite for the first time today. That shit isn't fair. What do you mean abuse it? You, like, cast the spell for its intended function? Yes. Yeah, strong spell. It's one of those that I wrote off for a long time, having gone off the description, not giving you much information, and I hadn't used it. And then I started using it and was like, oh, actually, this is fucked up. Don't think I've ever clicked iBite for that reason. Yeah, the description is not very forthcoming. Like, it even kind of defies the advice I give to inspect everything, because you can just expand iBite, and then you're like, okay, what does iBite do? Oh, this is what iBite does. What does iBite do? And it's the same thing. It doesn't tell you.
That disc is moving. Might be useful to navigate this place.
But basically, iBite's version of sleep is not sleep, and iBite's fearful persists even if your concentration on the spell does not. It's all compatible with metamagic, so you can, with iBite, apply 20 turns of fearful to enemies for 20 turns. Meaning, in theory, you could make someone fearful for 40 turns. I guess 39 turns, technically, with one use of iBite. Rather, one spell slot. Jake? Can you twin spell iBite? Yes. One spell works, extended spell works. I suppose heightened spell works, but who cares? Hey Zapper. Tired Twitch followings, people playing Silk Song, thank you for holding the line, you're our only hope. You're actually the third person to say that in chat today. I expect we'll have a few more of those. Happy to keep doing my thing.
No time to rest. Cutting to the chase.
Beat on everyone by abusing the attack. Actually so nice, I don't want to be spoiled, but Steam's still down, so I can't buy it yet. Yeah, I'm happy to be a spoiler-free space for that. That tends to be what happens when new games come out. Like, I'm just still doing whatever I want to do. So, people are like, oh cool, I can watch. Ends up working out well. Like, from a streamer viewership perspective, like, it can be true that you get both an increase and decrease on new game day releases, depending on what you're streaming.
You murdered someone in view of a guard.
I didn't.
Perhaps unsurprisingly, you're under arrest.
I look like a killer to you. I was raised better than that. And just roll the dirty 20. Nothing to see here. ACT.
Never believe this.
Or the murderer is underwater. You should go check. That's a good line.
Hope this ends well.
Bluetooth throwing. It's a useful tech. Care to walk forward? I don't need to toss all of these Harpers. Like, what do I still have left? Aylin's living this run, so Act Finale will have that extra 2000 XP in the prison fight. Oh, whittling down Balthazar's, guys. Yeah, I can do that now. Weapon. That is. Go here. The shoes from Mattis would be nice. Don't care that much though. Because I'm not on any impactful elixirs right now, we're gonna pop poison res. Now, yes, dwarves do already have poison res, but elixir of poison resistance also gives you immunity to being poisoned. So that means I'm immune to cloud kill, because cloud kill functionally works as it's poisoning you.
Softer than a whisper. On my way. How much further can I go?
Embalming fluid and now. And I don't want to see any bite marks on it.
I just long rested auto select all alcohol, like for the achievement entirely happenstance. All my characters woke up hungover. It does that. You'd remember that for Balthi since last time I nearly wiped me. Yep. If you have 28 AC, necrotic resistance, and a poison res elixir, the most he can do is be annoying Like, he can't hurt you anymore. You don't need to worry about the 28 AC, though, if you have necrotic resistance and then the poison res elixir on, because the most he can do is hit you with Bone Chill or Ray of Sickness, and the damage is resisted, so...
If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine.
I don't normally attack Balthazar like that, but lowering his initiative is something I wanted to try out. I also want to try raising Balthazar's initiative, and I don't know how I'd go about doing that. I don't think he has Vigilance AI. Also don't think I bought his speed pod. I didn't. Get out of there. Max he can roll is 28, 27. But he hit me for 10 damage. Bro is just rolling 20s. Hey.
You shall live to regret this.
Do something risky enough that Balthazar here, set Flash on fire, run away really fast because Flash goes nuts. It's the opposite of risky. And that's also not what fire does to him. Fire just gives him disadvantage on attack rolls and ability checks. Flesh will go hostile to everyone when he's below half HP. Reading is good. Altheus goes lines for it too, something about you broke my brother. He says that every time Flesh dies. He will even say that if he is the one to kill Flesh. Your font of knowledge? I wouldn't say so. But thank you for the compliment. Hey, calm down. Need to turn off my dual wield toggle next turn.
I'll strike you down.
Doesn't drop that. I just find it interesting. Out of knowledge? Yeah, I think so. Hey, Jude Talk, thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. How was your stream? What'd you get up to? Cat says hi. You want this cat? so active this week. They are. You gonna calm down now? That is a resounding no.
Do you hear something? I believe there's a Kevin near you.
Hey, how's the run going? I'm tilted today because we went through your gear and then had to crash while fighting Lurthendor because he's still broken and I got stuck in a loop of waiting for an opportunity attack forever. So then I had to fight your gear again. So like, ugh. But other than that, we're doing okay. How are you? Oh, hi. There. Stop it. No desk. Desk. Yeah, 99 damage to that ghoul. Flesh crit on that one. Don't kill Balthazar. Or do. I actually don't care. Better if you don't, but... Fucking crit him. See, this is why I worry about Flesh fighting Balthazar, because it's just so one-sided. Unless I do all the work, Balthazar gets absolutely shat on. But I not want him dead, XP. If he dies here, he doesn't show up in the Shadowfell. If he doesn't show up in the Shadowfell, that's less XP.
Very well.
Stop it. Next time's the spray bottle, man. I know it's not been scaring you today, but like, I know you don't love it. Is he heal in between? Yes. Sometimes. Usually. Sometimes not.
Something's on my mind.
Not just any rubbish, but you're here now. While you, an
Hadn't had this conversation yet.
fulfill my command. I will put you to work as a scout. I will remain here until you have no rest for you. And I don't want to see any white marks on it. Never last.
Oh, my noble. Forgot to get Flesh's Spell and get that inspo. Oh well. It's fine.
Here goes nothing.
Where's that bloody embalming fluid?
The sparring session, 6.5k. I could feasibly get that before Act Finale, I guess. Rarely get the bell to summon Flesh. If Flesh dies, helping the player fight his mouth target matter or anything. Nope.
Jahira wants to know about supplies. Will we make it home? Burning through our oil, but
It's not something that I normally bother to do, but summoning Flesh via the bell is a noble inspo. So what I'll do on noble runs is I'll find somewhere and I'll just start a fight in the gauntlet so I can summon Flesh there, and then I'll aggro him so I can kill him myself. So I get the inspo and the XP. This is short people problems. Finding a good throw angle. I should disguise into something tall. There we go.
I sold a pair of boots to that traitor. Can't believe it.
You mean me? I didn't buy boots from you, Tally. She does have bombs, which I should grab because I am low. Do I remove curse? I do. For once, I'm okay on that. Do need more invis. Ice Storm and Blight. I have Blight. I don't have Ice Storm.
Tick.
What's the idea with the bag? Anything that I put in the bag doesn't get reset by the vendor's inventory resetting. $360 XP in this room. 400, 490, 550. 640, 730. Um, 820. It's not worth doing. Nah. Doesn't move the needle. Won't bother. Is shoving still a hostile action for their ally? Yes.
Out of sight, out of mind. Time to press ahead.
Black Siraj. I don't know how you saw that. Watching Toss Harper's is peak YXP shaped, if not XP.
Well met. That.
For the
Nathaniel rests well. Good.
Guess I could have knocked out Halson for
Good time for a chat.
115 now, but meh.
While I'm adept at most forms of weird,
Was the time.
It's risky to enter Moonrise with an unwelcome.
I'm gonna try and mobile on my
companion.
next martial character, try
You
sort of
can
hit and run
pass as a
playstyle for
true
Act 1. Do you
soul,
think
but
this
they
merits kind of
cannot.
fluff feat?
Be
It's a
sure
good
to keep
feat.
them close, so you can speak on their
Not
behalf.
only do you get the hit and run ability, but you get movement speed, and movement speed is very, very good. A good feat. Now, the big thing you have to consider when selecting and valuing feats is every feat you take means you didn't take every other feat. So it's still something you have to weigh against,
welcome back, true soul.
like,
You've come with
alert,
the spirit of trade, I hope.
etc. But it is very good. I don't end up taking it super often myself, but it is a good pick for like a second or third feat in a lot of builds, in my opinion.
Come back.
defender of the people.
Should you be interested, with one drop.
What comes now?
Should you be in with one step?
Direct me.
Should you be in with one step?
Hull, are you sure? Oakfather preserve you. Wherever, you know.
Need to find a way forward.
Legal? Feels wrong? What do you mean? Being party members on the stream is so cursed. I'm just, selling their blood. I'm donating to the Red Flag Cross.
Let's see what this does. This night song sounds like the source of Kethric's immortality. Maybe I can
Why
use
again,
it against
associated blood bags, exactly.
First, we have to find the
Can't be a red flag, she's hot.
He
Oh,
keeps
oh
it
yeah, that's
very,
true.
Very well hidden.
The necromancer was experimenting, carved into the.
A ritual circle. Though, Mistress.
I gotta use the shadow lantern more, as the shadow is quite useful. I want to do stuff with it. It's just by the time I remember to get it,
Still alive?
usually past the expiration date,
Hello here. I
and
don't think
also
she'd be best pleased with me for doing that.
competitive item
She
slot.
was always rather fond of pixies.
Oh my
Still,
trash.
sensing no signs of any divine retribution incoming. Not quite sure what to make of that. So, may not be the most savory. How can I help?
I got your savory right here, Gale. Shadow printer. I'm carrying a lot of stuff. I want to do Scorching Reprisal stuff, it's just the time never feels right.
I don't need any attention right now. These boots have seen everything.
Okay. Let's do 4 bombs. One good hot thing about Ascended Astarion is the ability to kick him in the balls. Yeah. Edge panning speed can be set in the options menu of the loading screen said. Larian said it here first, chat. You gotta edge your local pan, okay? Hey, Mega Hedra. If I edge an international pan, well, don't make them late for their flight, okay? Shit's expensive.
kidding me. Let's get going.
Edge Lord.
Better not be cursed.
Good thing I'm the one driving them there then. Oh, where? To the edge or to the airport? I guess it could be both. Well, after that, it's not funny. I found it funny. Maybe I'm not funny then. You ever think about that? Don't answer that. It was wasteful to use an invis pot there. I should have used the ring. Either one of the invis rings. Y'all not like cats? Yeah, they don't give a shit about cats. I know something was wrong with them. Thank you.
No time for mercy.
I remember when I used to think Hunter isn't good. To be clear, that was before I'd played Hunter. I didn't know shit about fuck.
Anything of use?
If we can fully stealth escorting Myers and Phantom Liberty.
Exhausted. Better find somewhere
Yeah,
to camp
you
soon.
can. It's kind of hard. You gotta take a specific route through the building. But yeah, you can. Short answer. D4, thank you. D4, thank you.
An enchanted mirror.
If you are his ally, what think you? Tell me. What if you could see any you?
A well-guarded laboratory. What were they hiding down here?
New character name. Labora Tree. What do you think? We make them a dirge, because dirge is a serial killer, like Dexter. So then we got Dexter's lab. Up? No.
This calls for careful footwork.
The book you try beneath the allure, you feel the faintest echo. The book's glyphs shift gently before your eyes. Words slip into your mind, onto your lips. Form the
Waffle
glyphs.
Weevil Paladin.
Patiently.
Labora the Dungeon
It's
Explorer.
To turn page to delve deeper. It's hungry. The world you feel claws moving in the shadows. They pull at you, dragging you closer. The cliff use the books.
Shouldn't have wished to live in more interesting times.
I could destroy the book for another 225. To do that.
Light on my feet.
Is that just free XP? Why have I never seen this? It's because you need to knock the book, which requires having knock and the book not being bound to anyone. Morning, Dave. I haven't killed Balin yet. I gotta do that too. Lacking. Still gotta do the oil bear. I don't think I've done oil bear yet.
Shouldn't have made me your enemy. Can't risk being in open. If not over, then through.
Go do oil bears. Did I get all the exploration in the Mount Pass already? I did not get the one in the prison. Haven't been in there yet.
At least things have stayed interesting.
Number of the odd, that was actually a big chunk. Whoopsie.
Seems simple enough.
If this is a microwave build, there's a waste chance to name your tab just
Never a dull moment.
Or to have her cast light and then just sit there staring at her.
Owlbear prey, no doubt. Should mind my step.
Bye, I guess.
Should get started.
You okay? Yeah. Life's been too busy with sudden adulting. I'll tune in again for some more soon. Take care. Thanks for stopping by, man.
Cub looks from a single strike will you watch.
Perhaps it will live.
I don't really understand what you wanted to use the boss manipulation post in Discord for. Can you explain? Exactly what I said there? What don't you understand? So, like, what I said is that the ability to have the boss camp scene without going into the prism allows you to save the bless you get from going into the prism for more things. You can save it more easily. You aren't forced to get it to get boss to appear in your camp.
Keeping this chest sealed. I can feel it.
Whereas the previous ways we had around that involved Lae'zel being permanently dead. The prison bless, you get a bless when you go into the astral prison.
That might be worth a look. A prayer sheet with the same symbol as the one on the top. Unlocked. My prayers are answered.
Allergies are annoying the shit out of me today.
Despite everything. I'll take that. An owlbear egg. These are supposed to be
An
worth
oil
a
bear
fortune.
egg, actually. Make sure you do your Moctes and your Virtutes, chat. Mocte right here. So, like, hear me out. Let me cook on this one. What if we all collectively decided, instead of saying Your Honor to, like, judges and stuff, what if we just started saying Your Mocte?
I'll give it a shot.
In memory of Mirna.
Did I not? Guess I didn't. Objection, your virtueness. Your Mocte, I did not dolore that guy until he morayed.
In memory of Mirna, a shining light in this dark world.
On
May
Perure.
you forever gaze upon the lake you love to the wind.
We still have Aaron. Still that chunk of XP in Last Light. Still Lantar, Roa. The famous insult woke, also known as not being an asshole. See why they're insulted by the concept.
How's...
Quite the cozy setup you have here. I'll just make myself comfortable. Thank you so much.
I was hoping he had a sea invis, but no such luck.
The druid Halson had... As a matter of fact, that's quite impossible. As there's not a tent, isn't it? Oh.
Is a sleep the opposite of woke? Yes. Man, I hate these new woke video games. So which games are unwoke again, like Fallout, Deus Ex, and the early Witchers? Uh-huh. like, BioShock is my favorite example of a non-woke game. Right up there with the Metal Gear games.
Had some rest. Maybe you'll go back for the unsustain an entire village if seeded properly.
What about Duke Nukem? I'm sorry, the only thing I know about... It's not true, it's not the only thing I know, but the only thing I retain about Duke Nukem is a turd in the hand is worth two in the... They let you pick up literal shit from a toilet. And they wrote and recorded voice lines for it. It's interactable shit. There's a reason that IP is dead as fuck.
Welcome back.
I greet you, son child.
Have a lot on my mind.
Fuck, good game. Maybe that's what inspired BD3 to let you smear it on your face. Could be.
Same as us, I expect.
Will be no point in lingering now I've got the noble stock.
No point in lingering now that she's got the noble stock. Should I note that down, everyone? Because that means she's lingering because I got a shot. Haha.
Have I got everything?
There's a couple weapons that get additional properties that get wiped when you long rest with them in your possession, but if they're not technically in your possession, they don't get wiped. Cruel Sting is one of those. It keeps Karnas's bonus psychic damage as long as you don't long rest with it in your possession. So, see, it's in my camp chest and it still has it. The Sickle of Boal is another one of those. There may be more, but those are the two I know of.
Will be no point in lingering now I've got the noble stock.
They don't call Quag the noble stock for nothing. I not sure what that means, but it sounds suggestive. So yeah.
This'll do wonders for the shop. Well, no point in lingering now I've got the noble stock. Have I got everything?
Yeah, Machete, with a lot of the trashing of the most recent Dragon Age, which I'll maintain, I don't think it's necessarily an objectively good game. I get my enjoyment out of it. I think it's very flawed. I think it is worse than the other Dragon Age games. I don't think it's necessarily a worse game than Inquisition, but I could go on a whole tangent about that. But it did experience, the cycle of that game did experience a lot of the culture war tourists who are not familiar with the previous material, just kind of bandwagoning on and being like, yeah, it must be bad because woke. It must be bad because they have an NB character, not because the writing is bad. Like, but no, the writing is worse, but that's not what you're criticizing. It's like, ugh.
Will be no point in lingering now I've got the noble stock.
Enjoyed Veilguard, perfect game, but enjoyed it. I've been playing it off stream again lately. Fun. Doesn't have to be art to be entertainment, you know? But a lot of the issues with that game are, it feels like it was developed by an AI that was assigned to do that after a committee wrote the game via spreadsheet. That's the best way I can explain my issues with that game. A game that scratches the build and story variety itch that BG3 gives. To the same extent, no, but I do recommend checking out Dragon Age if you haven't. Particularly the first game, Dragon Age Origins, was conceived as a spiritual successor to Baldur's Gate 1 and 2. There's a lot of overlap in terms of the dev team, BioWare. Came out in the same decade as BG2. And it's, you can play it as turn-based, you can play it as pause and play, you can play it as real-time, you got flexibility there. It's very tactical, very strategy-oriented, there's build crafting, there's a lot of branching decisions, there's multiple romanceable companions. That game in particular. Very, a lot of overlap with what people like about this game. don't know if it's your type of game or not. Would you ever consider trying the new Hollow Knight? I'm not the kind of person that just plays new things because they're new and they're out. I haven't played Hollow Knight before. I've heard good things, but like, it's not really on my radar beyond me knowing that it exists. Maybe eventually, but it wouldn't be soon. And I probably wouldn't stream it.
Very well. I should speak up.
See if there's anything you need. We don't know when the next blow might land.
Never got damn an attitude, did I? Restocking my arrows is gonna be annoying. So do I want the Mighty Cloth? Probably... Having a Sunbeam Scroll would also be a good idea. Oh. Can't buy that. It's too expensive.
Take.
I'm gonna delete Silksong Talk because 3 people so far today, and I'm sure there's others who haven't chatted, are specifically trying to avoid discussion of it and form their own first opinions and such. Oh, but yeah, back to Dragon Age recommendation. Also, you're welcome, Black Dragon now. My favorite in the series is the second game, which is, that's not a popular opinion. The second game had an extremely rushed development cycle. It shaved away a lot of the RPG elements in favor of action, but it did a couple things I liked with companion system. Like, you know how in a lot of these dating sim RPGs, it's do things they like until they want to fuck you, and that's just kind of it. Dragon Age 2 was like, actually, that's not how people work. So, instead of approval, we have friendship and rivalry. So you could, like, go against everything that a companion believes in, and choose to max out rivalry instead of friendship. And then there's, like, separate romance paths for rivalry. You can sort of change the worldviews of certain companions. Certain ones won't change, you'll just be in constant opposition to them. But it's like, if a companion really rubs you the wrong way, you can try to correct that behavior and be like, hey, this is really destructive, you shouldn't be doing that because this, and this. And then, like, you can eventually have an impact in some of those cases. Like, I really like that. And also the combat, it's very, like, action slop compared to the previous one, but some aspects of it are just so enjoyable. Like, two-handed warrior, even sword and board warrior, both flavors in Dragon Age 2, fucking addictive. Incredible. My beloved. But, like I said, a lot of criticism of that game in particular is short development cycle, so a lot of the maps are reused. It's not something that, like, matters much, but you'll notice with side missions and even some main missions, it's like, hey, this is the same map for the last time I was vaguely in this part of the city. It's just that path is blocked off this time. A lot of asset reuse, but I don't really care. Realistic, the Dragon Age 2 companions are the most interesting, especially with the friendship rivalry scale. That's a big part of why I don't really like Inquisition as a game. Like, between me not giving a shit about most of the companions, I just never connected with them. I don't care about them. Most of them anyway. Between that and also the Ubisoftification of every game mechanic. The game came out late 2014. So 2014, 2015, every game was trying to be like open world. You have a mount. You got real-time based missions. You're doing base upgrading, like those things. All of that's there. It's like, why? I don't. And also the combat kind of sucks compared to 1 and 2. I do think I actually prefer Veilguard's combat by a wide margin too.
Ever at your service.
Bring a Spiteful Thunder, I need to make sure I buy that. So I gotta sell stuff to afford it. So what is Roa gonna drop? I sort by value. One, two, three. Do I want 10 hold monster scrolls? Not really. I guess I can sell them.
And on.
Rude. $32 thunder damage from that. That was a max roll.
Death won't take me yet. Out of sight, out of mind. Wonder if the gods are watching me.
In an opposite way, watching Mass Effect 2 completely get rid of Mass Effect 1's inventory system was so bold, I forgot games could do that. Mass Effect 2 is my favorite of that trilogy, too.
Drums beat loud in your chest. How may I serve?
I don't plan on making use of Slicing Short Sword, but it does make sense to just buy. Same with Fistbreaker Home. Just having access to those items. If I sell you Armor of Devotion, you're probably going to drop it again. Which means I could leapfrog it to another vendor. Those aren't the Absolute War Drums, it's just my Adderall and iced coffee having a dance battle. opposite to Ubisoftification, where everyone's trying to make their game more similar with minimal changes to design to avoid risk. Yeah, I really respect risk-taking with games.
Welcome back, true soul.
There's a fine line between risk-taking and, like, discarding what people actually liked, and it's not always possible to strike a balance or know which one people will receive the game as having done in the end. But I always respect the attempt, you know? I want the arcane charge boots. Gotta get money for that. Morning, Papa Chips. How are you? Oh, think stomach settle down. I don't think it's time to kill land target. Hanging in there, but my job is so very sick. Ugh. Hope you're hanging in there too. Yeah, hanging in there.
One day I'll catch a break.
The realistic way of putting it. I like it.
Don't do it.
Heat pulsing. Your mind burns a time.
Oh, am I not gonna get the feather fall because I had jump when I came in here? Oh. Alright, what are we thinking on the scroll corpse? Place your bets. People are gonna hope you great rest of the stream. Thanks, Dave. Scroll first, featherfall.
Always room for more.
Give me a minute. I'll loot it before you leave. Color spray, globe of invul, remove curse, color spray, eye bite. Get your bets in. Magic missile. Gamba. Alright, I will say Fireball. Ice Storm. It's Ice Storm. Did anyone guess that? Nope, we all suck.
Come. I very well. It's the Lich Queen fears nothing more than the loss of her empire. But since you spared me, good luck.
That Storm's goated. Yeah, definitely a great pickup there. Let's see, I have a bless here now.
I'm glad you came to your senses. Now leave, before the others come for us.
Everyone in this map is dead. Like, literally every living thing in this map is already dead, Squid.
No, never mind.
So Lae'zel's still trying to force a rest here.
Your skull.
Had I been there, the Queen would have known. Tell me you don't trust it. Tell me you reject this abomination inside.
So,
Keep.
Your head buzzes in.
This text is. This is more than a fate.
You're
Another part of the. But when.
Anything you want to say? Don't.
Yeah, right now. So I didn't replicate the new thing correctly. I was hoping that going from indoors here would be enough. It wasn't, but that's fine. I don't care about the bless anyway. Although maybe I did dollyboard out correctly. No, I did it right. Never mind.
Moving ahead.
Is my species evolving?
Perhaps, but at such an accelerated rate. Welcome back. I do enjoy a good bargain, if anything in my private collection is to your liking.
Can't left click on people, which is weird.
Anything you want to say? Don't.
Let's see if this fixes it. No, I still can't left click on people. Let's try main menu, see if that fixes it. Messing around with triggers like this and saving and not doing backups is always a risk of breaking your game, but like, what am I gonna do? Have to start a new run? Oh. How am I gonna deal with having to play more Baldur's Gate 3? The game did not want to load that. The game does not want to load. Server shutting down. Load my save. Crash or death? Maybe save corruption. Now we're good. I just had to try 3 times to load my save, and I still can't left click on people.
Welcome back. Have you...
Oh, well. I've had that before, and I don't know how I fixed it.
What's up for discussion?
We'll be clear. No point in lingering now I've got the noble stock. That's that then.
Eat.
Still breathing, despite everything.
Like, I have to right click and talk every time. It's annoying. Hey, Gingerbearded one, how you doing? No more BG3 files or BL3? Couldn't tell you. I am not sure. Hey, Rabbit. Fucking been a while. Yeah, I hope things have been okay. How's Quag? Alive. Things could always be worse, you know? What was I here for? I don't know, I gotta pee. I'll be right back. Was gone for 30 seconds. It's a fucking cat. On the topic of games with Dragon in their name, did I ever play Dragon's Dogma 2? No. No, I have not played either of the games. Pretty fun, but had glaring issues. That's basically the consensus that I've heard, yeah. Time for comedy. Hey, why'd that hit me twice? That's not fair. I do know where they're supposed to go. It's trying to do the boss event. Right, I forgot to go from a different camp.
Dee, anything you want to say? Don't.
I changed it to daytime.
Are you hungry? Better give you extra so you don't nibble on me anymore.
This poor game doesn't know what to do with me.
Dunk, anything you want to say? Don't.
Hang on, where was my last save? I'm gonna back up. We're gonna experiment here. I don't really care about losing access to Morning Lord's Radiance here, but it was sloppy. It was sloppy of me to forget about that campsite. Hang on, let me... for science. Alright, I clicked leave camp, but it was fine. Cool.
Another step forward. No one stop me now.
Yeah, so the game was trying to load the Voss shows up to talk to Lae'zel thing, but two things. One, Voss is long dead. Two,
Mind if I do?
I have Dolly, so I can just say no to that. In theory, Polymorph should allow the same thing. I still can't left click on people.
It'll take a while, of course.
Strange bug. You have Ice Storm. Trying to walk away from this with more money, not less, but got stuff I want. Guess I can't afford Ice Storm anyway, because I forgot I want Raid Dancer. This is Create Water, it's not Create or Destroy. A little less useful, but potentially useful. And I was thinking about a meme of if you use protection from missiles from the gloves that Tally sells, and you have Blade Ward, and then someone tries to hit you with a bow attack, and you have gloves of missile snare, you can use a reaction to reduce it by 1d10 plus your dex mod on top of that. So you could quarter the damage and reduce it by, currently my dex mod's +3, so 1d10 plus 3. It's kind of a funny idea, so maybe I buy these gloves just so, I don't know, the possibility of the funny later. Excuse me again.
Mate.
Can't risk being in What path lies before me?
Where to next? Bliss Force. Which means Gek needs to die. Hey, say, thanks for the good luck. Is Brian going? It's going. I just spent some time messing around with. I have the Bless. Still from the Prism. Using Dolly to break the triggers, as per usual, but there was some interesting science on that in the Discord. This Viper was able to get the Voss event to happen in other acts. Kill count mod, counting revealed minor illusions gave me a sad. Oh, I didn't notice that.
Breathe quiet. Move with care. Here we go again. Alright, time to skulk about.
Yeah, being able to have the Voss event in other acts does, in theory, mean you could have the ogres help you with Voss. I don't think that's even the slightest bit useful. But it's like a funny theoretical matchup. If you have him show up in an Act 1 camp instead of Mountain Pass.
Just out of view. May the gods take you first. Have to keep going.
Clementine!
This escape of the blessed spot from my old saves never interrupted. Nice.
If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine.
I didn't feel like dealing with zombies after all.
These boots have seen everything.
Guess a lot with reanimated anything can join in the fight if you trigger in Underdark. Yeah, that should work too. Mm-hmm.
Thanks, boss. We'll be looking a lot.
She's cataloged.
That's when you use my Mantis Blades. Yeah, it checks which arm cyberware you have. There's an animation for Mantis Blades, there's an animation for Gorilla Arms. I don't remember if there's one for Monowire, actually. Or Projectile Launch. But I know there's different ones for Gorilla Arms and Mantis Blades with that Irish. Hope you're well today, machine.
No, never mind.
This not being able to left click on people shit is super annoying.
But at least they're peaceful. It greets you with a harrow.
Freely.
In your
Thanks, boss. We'll be looking a lot worse if not for help from a friend.
Did I get cornered or something? I wonder if the state is similar, actually. You joke, but... Hey, so Black. How you doing?
Truly still hubbub's died down.
Do the whole glut coup thing. I can't be bothered, man. Just don't care that much. Got the book. Amulet jump scare.
What's in here?
The decaying corpse lies before you. The head.
Mistaken about Shadow Sorcerer Shovel. Just remember that playthrough's Gale Origin would have been a wizard when I picked up the scroll. Hmm.
Our work is bigger than any one of us, even
Good to know, though.
Peace, as our son.
I don't know half of what they're saying.
Verifying by adamantium crafts. I did the medium armor and the shield, right? Okay. Didn't realize how scary the skeletons in the alchemy basement would be on honor mode. Those fuckers have Colossus Slayer. Not only that, 2 of them have Arrows of Vilmater, and they are all of the archers are bugged to get the archery fighting style and additional time. So they each have about as much accuracy and damage as Githyanki archers. Yeah, they're very strong. Left one of my lighting jabbers somewhere. Call it a shard, I think. Yeah, pretty sure call it a shard. Nickels? No, not Nickels. Alright, we're gonna go kill Lantarv. Then I'm gonna go get my 2 wisdom. I'm gonna go up to 18 charisma and down to 2 wisdom. I guess I'll also get 12 intelligence, not that that does anything.
The absolute war drums beat loud in your chest. How may I serve? Slaughter.
Okay.
Better be cautious.
Dwarven Splint, maybe I messed around with. $99 HP. DJ half played better, but that's so funny.
Never wanted the easy path.
Blade booms loudly in his chest, wise wool in his chest. He went down the throat. frowning at me. I don't know why machine frowning at me makes me feel like I did something wrong every time. Like, sorry, too far. But no, actually, no, it wasn't too far. It wasn't far enough.
Take care now.
Help the Emperor if I became Mind Flayer that end campaign? No. Not as long as you do it through the correct dialogue. Like, becoming a Mind Flayer unintentionally ends the game.
Was that a click I heard? The curse has no effect here. What is this place?
Do you accept Shah's test of your intellect?
Give me a minute, Char.
Do you accept Shah's test of your intellect? You feel... Are you bold of heart and sharp of tongue? Can you turn any and all to the dark?
Keep Silver Sword on here for a little bit. Let's do that. Alright, so this is the one that would give me the wisdom buff.
Little busy.
Okay, I need to fail the check, I think. Hang on. No, this is too funny. I gotta make sure I get this. Oh no, looks like my game crashed unexpectedly. It's crazy how these things happen, right? Say wisdom butt, or have I had too much ale? You had too much ale, but like the wisdom butt. You know how you have your wisdom teeth? Believe it or not, you also have a wisdom butt. Now mine fell off long ago. Have my wisdom butt surgically removed? Damn. That's rough, buddy. The butt was impacted. Apparently was none the wiser to attack it. Yeah, it turns out I have to fail the check. Got mine pierced at Clarence. You should call her. Don't know how that particular idiom works. You used it right. I think. So if someone is none the wiser, that means that they didn't know that something happened. So I think it works. If it doesn't, then I'm as bad as using it as you are. So, like, bad at using it as you are. I can speak. See, native English speakers can't speak English. Alright, so my wisdom saving throws. Bliss Spore is currently helping me, and Forbidden Knowledge.
Do you think yourself wise enough to be granted Shah's
I want to
blessing?
fail. Yes.
Yeah.
Alright, cool. I have 2 wisdom. What about in game? Oh, okay. Missed you too. It is my DC 8 heat metal. Did this. Remember roughly how many runs did before he did honor runs? Solo honor runs? So I started doing solo honor mode as soon as honor mode came out. The reapply was DC 16? So wait, the reapply goes off of your current spellcasting. And the main one goes off of... That's fine, because I applied to the armor. So the main one's the only one that matters. Because the reapply can't cause the disarm organically under most circumstances. So that's still fine for me. Also, reapply heat metals and action refresh? That's kind of hard to pull off, but reapply metal is an action refresh. And I think that's pretty neat. I should change elixirs, though. The what? No idea. Losses make sense. Bloodlust makes sense. Kind of new to this run. Why do you want them to fail your heat metal? Or save, as it were? So that they keep holding the item so that I can use the reapply. Rip. Oh hey, I didn't get Nice Finger's favor. That could have hurt. I think I get it low wisdom, so they save don't drop the weapon, reapplies working off charisma casting stat for more damage. So, reapply... Well, yeah, it's working off the charisma casting stat, but I don't currently, like, want it to.
The statue offers a mute step.
I just happen to have charisma for, like, other things that I'm doing. Like, I can put on elemental augmentation, and now I have a decent firebolt. Level 10 firebolt going off a +4 modifier, doing +4 damage. I could equip Potent Robe, scale that even harder. I should go get Potent Robe, actually. If I had Draconic Bloodline Sorcerer, then that would be more damage on Heat Metal, but... I do have Draconic Bloodline, it's just the wrong Bloodline, and... I guess technically the right one, because Armor of Agathis is the only useful thing I could get from that subclass at this level. It wouldn't be until level 6 that it does anything of value, and I probably don't take it that far. Two wisdom's just funny. And I like that I still have neutral saving throws right now on a good Bliss Force roll, and no saving throw gear equipped. I don't really feel like disguising for this.
Never a done.
It's easy. Now, having the materials for Elixirs of Bloodlust would be quite welcome.
See if there's anything you need. We don't know when the next blow might land.
I can get protection from missiles from the shield in Act 3 if I don't want to buy the gloves from Tally. Obsidian Lace Robe is something I want to mess around with, but I still haven't found, like, use cases. I guess letting Balthazar cloud kill me and standing in it would be an option. You don't have hot water, cold showers, or something? Oof. Hopefully that gets resolved for you soon. I don't actually need the Mighty Cloth. I have Blight. I would like more Ice Storm, though. Misty stuff. Bombs.
Tick.
Negative modifier subtract from spell save DC? Yeah. I have a DC of 8 right now. Now the way I would really min-max low DC is I would cap my character level at 4 so that my proficiency modifier stays at 2. So I could have a DC of 6 by doing that. And then you could, in full party, I suppose, technically get it even lower. Or not full party necessarily, but use of one additional character for devil foil masks. Go down to 1. Run around at 1 wisdom.
Mole can be cranky and mean, but she looks after us. So, stock up, alright? Because you need all the help you can get to bring her home.
You want to try to do Arse Oil stuff on Merkel? That's the vision, anyway.
I should speak up.
Yes? I'm sure you would.
Still an alarming number of flaming fists alive.
Then I'll cry.
Honestly, if I deal with them, then I could be 11 before Ketherick rather than before Merkel. I guess I should, huh?
Sleep, so I might as well hammer. Need anything? I'll be...
Yeah, fine.
You've made a grave mistake.
Hey, I didn't launch strider myself yet. I should go do that. I'm at a point right now where I do have a surplus of XP. Like, unless I went out of my way also killing the Myconids, making Last Light fall, killing Sister Lidwin, like stuff that doesn't make sense right now. I can't get to the point where I'm hitting any new thresholds. So I'm targeting being 11 for Rooftop Ketherick. Which, wiping out the remaining Flaming Fists here should get me enough. Maybe I need to also go back to Act 1 and kill Glut. Yeah, but don't let me skip the bonus fists, the Floric ones, and the next run where it's relevant, because there's been a bunch of times where 270 XP would have gotten me something. So I gotta stop being lazy on that. Oh, the Bless went away at some point. Oh, I remember what it went away. I did Whispering Promise. Yeah. Error. Oh well.
Why?
Not as if I need it. While I've been doing this, I've been thinking about the next run, and it's coalescing nicely. I think it probably will be the John of All Sins run. But I have a bunch of ideas. So that'll be pretty fun.
Tragedy. Less than that. A crime.
Going back and forth on whether the dungeon lock restriction goes on that one. Like, 70-30 leaning towards. But the outline of the idea currently is a Jack of all trades run, where I have to romance as many people as possible. Considering also adding dungeon lock. Maybe an act lock.
I'm fine.
There's 3 more. There's these 2, and then possibly Art. What are the Harpers are thinking throughout this process? I'm seeing less and less Harpers each time I go control. They got transferred. Yeah, you wouldn't know my Harpers. They go to another Saluna Cleric protected inn.
And away I go.
Got food? What you got? Large makes climbing on things fucking impossible. Also need to keep in mind wine goblets or something that I am seeking out. They're a free action consumable that applies drunk. I don't know why it's enlarged specifically that makes climbing on things really fucking hard. Like, it's not impossible, it's just awful. Rice cooked in broth with some veggies mixed in, piece of grilled salmon. Sounds great.
witnessed assaulting.
What other sins have you been cooking up?
Yeah, Art got out of bed and he fell, but he's okay. He's just sleeping again.
It's been a long day. I need to rest soon.
Pulling some myconids for haste spores would be the smart play, but I can do that. Almost time.
Thanks, boss. We'll be looking a lot worse if not for help from a friend.
Same as us, I expect.
Now I need to get spell slots together. I should get enough attitude with Omelum to be an ally. So I can Longstrider him. Oh, no, I can do it without him being an ally. Sick. Forgot that's not one of those ally buffs. Works for me.
At least they're peaceful.
Should remember to Longstrider Aelin while I'm in that room too. Just about ready, I think. May as well kill Glut. I guess I should Drake throughout the halberd.
That's a friendly looking shadow.
There may be no spirit.
So much for certain blood.
It's a shame you don't have some points in cleric, so you can go with air fryer. Oh, that's good. Shit, that's good. What beat me back here?
Creature mourn.
No time for mercy. Need to find a way forward.
When the Adventures of Airfryer are up, we do some kind of Frost Mage build about their AU air conditioner. I'm down to do that in the future. Sounds funny.
Better be cautious. The path lies before me.
What if I see your laser quest progress? Sure. I had read the note from Voss earlier in the run. It might be that. And I killed Voss back in Act 1. I was never able to use the disc on Beretha's corpse. And I never entered dialogue with him. Dwarf Halberd's animation's pretty fast. Yeah, it is. Dwarf has really fast halberd and two-handed crossbow animations, which I really, really love. Thanks. Thank you for doing the testing and stuff. Doing great work. I don't really want to risk fighting more Myconids. Hold on, haste war is enough. Not gonna do too much in the way of sorcery point bullshit right now. Because we are gonna reset our points at the pod. Who has the best idle stance? I like the elf crossbow stance because their legs are like as wide as someone's legs can possibly go. AKA me when Karlach.
I have something to ask.
Something the matter? But I trust we can all sleep a little. Lae'zel might be a reluctant ally. I know. I don't understand how exactly. It's not the sort of thing I can. The best I can do is to stay close. I don't know what you mean. It's nothing, really. Now that you have the truth, please don't. True. I didn't. Gladly. Nobody's ever. There is scarcely a greater way to. Thank you. I should have known you. You already know my biggest secret. Well, I like night. It's a deal. Rings a bell? Well, perhaps I can come up with the wound on my hand. Pain is sacred. I'll try my best. But secrecy is... I'm sure you do.
Speedrunning.
Please try to
Good
understand
relationship with Shadowheart.
assume you've heard of My Lady Shah. But we shed those cloaks. Before Shah, there's often suffering. I think I did well by joining you. Most agreeable. All right.
Let's see what her approval's at now. Where do I even see that? 49. Not bad.
Well, that ends not as bad as it could have.
Why did I just hear a roll?
This must.
Why did she roll a nature check? It put her in the Myconid colony briefly? Okay. Weird.
I'll give it a shot.
This must be the last step. All right.
Your party has it curled.
Done with harbor
This
fishing?
individual doesn't think very highly of you, but few can
Yeah,
resist a well.
there's a couple more NPCs I could have killed, but I didn't feel like it. I think it's worth to trigger you, chase Mole away to fight Marcus. Probably worth it. I mean, it's a little more XP, but it's at the expense of, you won't have... So, like, the easiest route of doing that involves Mole never showing up in the game again, so you won't have her in Act 3, which means one fewer endgame ally when there's a replacement vendor, so that's not an issue, but, it gets complicated, and ultimately, I don't think it's super worth it. Like, the crawling claws are some additional XP, but you're putting a few NPCs at risk, and it's a whole lot of stuff for potentially a lot of downsides. I never consider it really worth doing. Remember how long's my first run through? About 110 hours? And I missed a lot of content.
What am I to do?
I have a lot on my mind. And, well, in it, another step forward.
You kidnap the NPCs to safety, bring them back later. Does that have an impact on Act 3? You might be able to kidnap Mole somewhere safely. I haven't tried that. If that works, then that would be fine for lining up the crawling claws. But the problem is, you don't have access to Last Light before doing that. So you have to do it in a way where nobody ever sees you. So realistically, you can't do it for more than just Mole unless you use, like, greater invis and then roll really good. And you'd also need somewhere safe to bring everyone, where they wouldn't just walk back either. So that require getting access to, like, Gauntlet of Shar real early, which ends up being XP negative. Or you have to get Karnas's Moon Lantern, not pull Dolly out of it, put that down at Shadow Battlefield and then barricade off Shadow Battlefield so they can't get out. Wowzer 650. Like, it's a decent chunk, but you can cancel that out with Oathbreaker real easy.
I don't need any attention right now.
Ends up being not super worth.
Don't want to draw any attention.
Maybe if you're going for very high XP goals, I could see it being something in that case, yeah. Can't meta magic telekinesis, that's sad.
Good idea, I think. Can't risk being in open view. Alright then.
No hesitation.
Out of sight, out of mind.
You noticed earlier than I thought you would.
You picked the wrong fight, friend.
Awkward for me. Guess I needed to start hiding sooner than I did. Not in combat with me. Interesting.
Get back here, Shocker! Shocker!
He does have legendary resistance.
You can't escape me! I'll chase you to the ends of the earth!
Like the audio keeps in his pitter patter. Epic quality doesn't let me see the status stack the models to count up to. On kill count, 982. Hey, Nico. Ever consider doing a Shocker themed thunder damage run? I don't really do the themed damage type runs. It's not a thing that I personally find interesting enough to be like the sole thing of a run. But Mick was working on a thunder damage only run a while ago. Mark and Dade did psychic damage only. Dade is doing radiant damage only right now. You can get your fix of that. shock or be lightning. He mostly does shock waves. But that's like pretty explicitly thunder. Why did the audio go out in my left ear? Do you guys still have the left audio channel, or is it my earbuds that are fucked? For a Thunder Thighs only run? Hell yeah. My earbuds, thank you. Yeah, that crunch actually killed my left earbud. See if I can fiddle. I've been using these for a while. It still cuts in and out a little bit, but not completely nothing in one ear now. Healers or chat's choice? Yeah, chat, come up with a topic. While I loot the prostate sentinels, defenders, and destroyers, and libraries, and librarians. Excuse me. How could I forget about the prostate librarians?
Time to press ahead.
What? Got prostate sentinel, prostate defender, prostate destroyer, prostate librarian. Why can't we romance more NPCs in BG3? Because they put in a lot of effort and used things like intimacy coordinators. And had a lot of voice lines recorded, so it'd actually be a lot of work to do anything more than like one night stands with a couple NPCs. That's the real answer. How's the run going? Any new discoveries? Blurg, that you, buddy? The run's going well. We are going into the Axe finale with our very good stat spread. I don't think anyone will have any questions about this stat spread. We got 20 strength, as everyone should have. 16 dex, pretty standard. 14 con. Oh, a little tanky today, are we? 12 int. I mean, I have the Dark Lady's int, so that makes sense. 18 charisma, pretty straightforward. And then, unfortunately, we had to waste a point into wisdom because the game forces you. So we do have 2 wisdom instead of the optimal 1, but house is basically a glorified one-night stand. Yeah, but they put a lot of effort into him in the marketing side. Like, the bear sex thing was definitely some buzz generated to sell the game. I don't think she is the AI to drink that. Does Aelin use coatings? I have no idea. Let's find out. Could give her chain lightning. That'd be smart. Let's give her a mirror image. Only ability tree would work to fix that 2 wisdom. We can get a permanent -1 wisdom in Act 3, but we won't have our -5 wisdom anymore. So I could have a temporary -2 and a permanent -1, so we could be running around at 4 wisdom in Act 3 if I want to. Hey, Urban Mech. But how will I deal with the absolutely debilitating tadpole charms? By cheating, mostly. Maybe give her fly, that might be useful.
Looking ahead.
Still gotta right click to talk to people, it's annoying. Isn't one of the hag potions minus wisdom? Am I just spouting bullshit? Actually, I think you're right, Ty Loops. I think you're right. I should have gone and grabbed that.
I have felt you coming. The first in a century.
And Night Song is not blind to your conflict.
And what did Matt there? Are you?
We need to leave.
I think you're right, yeah. I don't think I remembered to pick that up, though. Yeah, my left earbud's dead. Do I have a backup? No, that's not the right kind. No, also not the right kind. How about this one? This should work, actually. Yeah, there you go. How many earbuds do I have on my desk? Including this set, 5.
A powerful ally. Well chosen, Shadowheart.
Forgive me. I felt like...
But Shadowheart looks distraught.
She took...
At the ready. Shouldn't have wished more interesting times.
As long as we hold this floor, the tower is up.
Thought about doing a run where you have as low strength as possible.
Final audience with Ketherick Thorm
No, because that sounds like... Holy... Hang on, I got something to do over there. What were we talking about? You know that Idris Elba meme? That's me right now. Why so serious, did you hear it? She's studying. Holy shit, yeah, it's beautiful. I brought a tear to the eye. Genuinely, what the fuck were we talking about? Oh yeah, low strength. That just doesn't sound like fun to me. Like, what would the challenge be? Having wasted stat points? I've done that in other ways. If you free the Night Stalk without ever talking to Isabel to just skip the Marcus fight, yep. Isabel even has dialogue where she's like, who were you? You just haven't met. The Marcus fight is entirely optional. Considering switching from halfling to dwarves after this well, you have plenty of reasons to do so. One, halflings are garbage already, so, like, from a gameplay perspective, you got that. But then also, could add more tedium than challenge, yeah.
Do what must be done.
No one stopped me yet. Very well.
There are limited equipment challenges people do without that, like attunement. Yeah, I did an attunement run and I really enjoyed that.
Ketheric will not wait on our pleasure, nor jump on his sword without our...
I don't have the mats for Bloodlust, unfortunately. Oh, I like elixir-wise here. Hi, Kevin. Guess I go viciousness because it's something that technically helps me.
These things have stayed interesting.
Let's make some more flight potions.
I've got a long road ahead.
Cat. Did I play a ranked run? I did. Yeah, there's still grease here. I forgot I put that there. A no potion run be interesting. Sure, lots of players have gone through the game without ever crafting potion, maybe just healing pots. No healing potions is a restriction that's pretty popular. It would change my valuation of certain things, but ultimately it would just... I would actually use Featherfall instead of doing some of the memey things I do. I would prioritize gear that passively heals, and I would stack the shit out of damage reduction. Or I completed a no-hit run, so no healing potions is like, oh, okay. Daring today, aren't we? Do you know what salts to use when crafting? Does it make a difference? Well, if you use up a particular kind of salt, then you don't have that anymore. And that can matter if that's an ingredient used in a different recipe. So it does matter. I encourage checking to see what you were using for your craft. It was a waste of a speed pot, but it does speed up the fight like a little bit. Athletics failed, but they must have also rolled like shit. How are you succeeding on my DC 8 Halo Sports? Oh, my most challenging run. No hit, level 1, something else. I think no hit. Yeah, like, no consumables on its own as a restriction isn't noteworthy. It's kind of in the same boat as, like, no tadpoles, where by itself it means basically nothing. It's just you have to combine it with other things for it to be meaningfully interesting. So, like, no consumables as a whole heavily favors certain classes, and you can see which other restrictions wouldn't be super impactful by, like, which ones are not disabled there. So, like, a trade's message mentioning Eldritch Knight, Arcane Trickster specifically. Eldritch Knight and Arcane Trickster aren't meaningfully affected by a no long rest rule set, right? So slap that on there too, still not really changing anything. You know, 2 people hardcore runs and Hellbound 1 who often do no consumables runs with different builds. Yeah, Hellbound 1 recently completed a Bladesinger run with no... I think that was no consumables, right? Or was the Necromancer run no consumables? It was some kind of wizard. No Boom Run 1. My Baldur's Gate 3? What are you talking about? Level 11. Flaming Fist sending their best. It's an interesting run to figure out what equipment covers for what consumables if you're not familiar with the game's toolkit yet. Emphasis on that last part, I think. Sure, hit me. Kind of letting the fists take damage because I hit the level that I care about, so I don't need them. Anti-charisma run, you have to pick the worst sounding dialogue every time except for instance words in your ID, like game over like with Blacketh. Meh. Alright, next time I hit the Death Shepherd, it's dead. Guys are still pretty healthy. Yeah, we broke 1,000 kills, by the way. I didn't really think about what I'd do with this level. Either I take Sorcerer 3 for Wiccan, Druid 4 for a feat, Ranger 6 for functionally nothing, Warlock 1 for Hexblade. That's per usual when you want damage for one level. If I take Cleric, I could put my spell save DC back on Wisdom. I don't think that really helps me, though. Let's take the Druid level. I could take Tough, because it's funny. So this shouldn't actually be off of my wisdom, right? But I'm so curious. No? Okay, it is going off my charisma. I do want to try negative damage Shillelagh and see if you can heal enemies by hitting them. Like, make your weapon do negative damage. Because we know negative healing lowers your HP without it being considered damage. Does negative damage become... like, negative damage before modifiers become healing? I know damage reduced by damage reduction doesn't go into the negatives, but I'm wondering if the weapon itself can. Science for another time. 1d4 minus 2 damage. Deals 0. Strength drained enemies. Right, we know from enemies. That's true. Is the wisdom stat the most reverse scalable stat? I think it's strength. I think it's strength. Because you have Broken Promises, you have the Shadow Lantern Shadow. Healing for -1 deals direct damage to your health, ignoring temp HP, though. Yeah, I was using that in Oath of Rage to get in Helmet of Grit range without losing temp HP. Yeah, I used that tech a lot in my previous runs there. It's good for setting up Horns of the Berserker efficiently. You can run 8 Charisma, equip the Smuggler's Ring to reduce your Charisma mod to -2. So then if you only have one Wizard level, or Warlock level for Hexblade, your Hexblade's Curse heals you for -1. And you could use that to set up the most efficient Horns of the Berserker, being 1 below your max. Just dying with your temp HP on. What does my healing word look like? -3 to 0. Should I heal someone? I'm gonna heal someone. Congratulations, you are being healed. He's still healed back? Mm-hmm. The fit do be fitting. You're being healed. Do not resist as K2SO shows with Char back. Sora, thank you for gifting a sub to Hollow. Very kind. I gotta go to my door real quick. Be right back.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quag.
Alright, I'm back. Medical malpractice run. Yeah.
Never believe this.
What have you done?
Melodia or whatever.
What have you done to me?
Happens.
If unlike it, you have...
Rise, you dog! Let go!
Nice. Nah. I have no reason to do that. Nice 3 damage. Good stuff. Remember exactly how you entered the crush in the first place? Like you never entered while a bunch of objectives corresponded to be in there. I dolly morphed in the side door. Well, I talked my way past those gifts, but I went in the side door.
Fall by my hand.
Sorry, Aelin. You're okay though, right? Am I really sorry? No. It's too late now to say sorry. Oh, hey, Longstrider? Longstrider put in the work. Come on, Aelin, just hit. Hell yeah. Longstrider mattered.
That tentacle was colossal. How can such a thing be possible?
That thing came from below. Better find somewhere to camp soon.
Did you interrupt your own dialogue to complain about wanting to rest? Come on, Airfryer. What is you doing, BB?
I need a moment for the two of us.
Go ahead. I'm listening.
Salutations.
Let's move. Private word would be nice.
How can I help? Oh.
Don't waste a step.
Question here is, do I want to bring chests? And, make it so the Necromites can't get to Merkel? Better question is, do I even have the chests to do so right now? I could make that happen. What is in here? I don't know what's in there. Hammercraft? Yeah, that's probably the Hammercraft chest. Probably, yeah. I gotta go get one more.
Might be useful.
I could go down to the prison and grab the evidence chest.
Seems simple enough.
Close enough. Smash that chest. But I don't see any chains. How can I break them if I don't see any chains? The chest consent? Of course. Consent is key. So this is far from necessary, I'm just doing it because I can. Mighty Cloth would make this easier. Meh.
The whole yawn.
Hole be yawning. Who up yawning day hole?
For how long? How deep does it go?
Clear the colony even if I already have 11? Yeah, why not?
Tread carefully. We are very close to the source of the Absolute now. That telepathic storm has become a tempest.
A little poop walk. A short duration poop walk.
Descend, assemble.
Just out of view. If everyone else minds their business,
Death won't take me yet. One day I'll catch a break.
Mind flayers and civilians, side by side. This must be where they infect and transform those they kidnap.
Where's my cold resistance coming from? Ranger feature. Wasteland Wanderer.
I don't need any attention.
Or dislike taking damage. Gold the most valuable of the three? Like, with all things, that is completely situational. Most valuable in what context? Overall is not a valid answer. Least readily available.
Light on my feet.
Kind of. The reason why I took it is because as a dwarf, I already have poison covered, and I'm wearing the Grimskull helm, so I already have fire covered. I'm doing no respects and clearing crit before grove gates, totally getting some sort of cold resist and character creation, even with respects. Yeah, like, the only other avenue towards that at that point in the game, outside of getting it from character creation or with class features, you're looking at either protection from energy, concentrating on that, or going and getting Robe of Summer as early as possible. Both of those are like super questionable. Just having cold resist in your back pocket is nice.
But empty of tadpoles. Unusual. There's a parasite
Okay,
nearby.
so how do I...
You should take a closer look.
Sure, man.
By Grazit's cock!
The controls are open to your tadpole's command. To your authority.
Good, ignorant thing. It's always the...
Okay, you need high wisdom. I was told I absolutely require high wisdom. You guys don't understand. I need the high wisdom.
Every mind, there are others in the pod. The device is open to your tadpole's.
It's a shame we never found Zevlor. Hey, Roxy. What about wisdom saving throws? Yeah, I don't know how I'm gonna deal with
Descend, assemble, prepare.
I can't even think of a funny one.
Evacuate.
Out of sight, out of mind.
What path lies before me?
Dismissed us next to Shadowheart in the pod recently. Don't know if some mod did it. I was got in a fight with her. I've seen that too. I've seen that too.
Prepare.
Need to find a way forward.
Soft metal whisper. These boots have seen everything.
Best be on my way.
Oh yeah, I meant to buy a Sunbeam Scroll. Completely forgot. Grants? What were you talking about? This build before, it didn't say for long. The classic Fire Sorlock thoughts. So it's recommended by people who tend to either A, not get a lot of XP throughout the game, so they think that level 10 is like a very end of the game thing. B, people who don't understand that Empowered Evocation and Draconic Elemental Affinity apply differently. And C, people who are in both of those categories. So, like, the classic Fire Sorelock build, what you are doing is you are absolutely murdering your spell progression, you are murdering your Warlock progression, and you are doing it to be a weaker Scorching Ray specialist than a Wizard would be. Like almost every other combination of Sorelock, it just fully isn't a good combination. And by combination of Sorelock, I mean things other than using a Warlock dip and a Sorcerer dip on another build. So, like, if you're taking, let's say on a Paladin build, a 2 Sorcerer dip, a 1 Warlock dip, you could be pedantic and call that a Sorelock, but we all know that's not what I'm referring to. Well, like, think about it. Let's say you're doing the 6-6 split that a lot of people swear by. You are stuck at 3rd level spellcasting for both of your classes. This is the most popular one, an 11-1 split. If you're going 11 levels of Draconic Bloodline Sorcerer, then your build is trash. I don't know what to tell you. But I thought the most popular variant was an 8-4. Could be outdated on that. There isn't a good one, to be particularly clear. If you are going 11-1, okay, you're playing a pure class Sorcerer and you took a Hexblade dip for gear proficiencies, Hexblade's Curse, and Hex. For that exact build concept, the problem gets even worse, because you could take 10 levels of Wizard, have even stronger support for Scorching Ray, and other evocation spells, because, like, most fire spells you see people clicking are evocation. That's Firebolt, that's Scorching Ray, it's Fireball, it's Flame Strike, it's Wall of Fire, it's all those. It's not until you get to weird things like Heat and Metal where Empowered Evocation wouldn't just do the job better. Because Empowered Evocation won't apply to this. That's the only reason. But not only would 10 Wizard, 1 Warlock achieve everything that the 11-1 would a level earlier, it does it stronger and leaves you another level of flex. What EK Wizard split would you recommend? 12 EK? Is what I would recommend. If you're multi-classing Eldritch Knight with Wizard, you're making the Eldritch Knight weaker. Because if you go up to the point where you have a subclass on Wizard, you don't have improved extra attack anymore. So you've gotten weaker. So I guess you could 11-1. But, like, what are you doing with the 1 Wizard level? If you do some respec shenanigans, you can be an 11 Eldritch Knight running around casting 6 level spells, and that's kind of funny. But even with the ability to do that, those spells are going to be less impactful than you just hitting your funny attack button. Zeros was the best split got you. It's mostly just because, like, fighters get really good stuff at level 11 and there's no real reason to give up that in a fighter-focused build. If you are instead approaching it from the perspective of you are dipping into something to gain extra attack, from a martial class while doing wizard things, then like, okay, there's a stronger case for EK there. You'd probably want to go for either 5 because it's minimum for extra attack, 6 because that's your second fighter feat, or 8 because that'll allow you to have 4 total feats, 3 from your fighter levels, and then up to 1 more from other stuff. You could go that way, but like, the more you spec EK, the closer you get to the point where it's like, hey, why didn't you peer class? The wizard version, do you recommend hasting for command CC, maybe Fiend or Cleric? I think part of the appeal of Fire Sorcerer with Fiend Dip is using Quick and Scorching Ray with extended command. So, Quick and Scorching Ray is terrible because it's using your bonus action to do less damage. You know what does more than a Quick and Scorching Ray? Hex. Huh? Hex. So, let me explain. Hex is 1d6 extra necrotic damage. It's concentration on your bonus action. Hex applies to each individual hit of any attack roll you do against a target. Could be a weapon attack roll, spell attack roll, unarmed attack roll, throw attack roll. If it's an attack roll, it happens. Even applies to retaliation effects. So if you had Armor of Agathis, Fire Shield, Flesh Melter Cloak, Bone Spike Garb, the works, and someone hit you, Hex would go on every single one of those things individually. If someone crit you, Hex would double up its damage die, just like everything else that has damage die does. So when I say Hex does more damage, I mean Hex contributes more damage to your turn than using your bonus action to do the Scorching Ray again would. Because at peak, if you are doing something like Empowered Evocation, Scorching Ray, assuming you have Hexblade's Curse on the target, assuming you have Hex going on the target, assuming you're critting, it's easy to set up forced crits on spells, especially at that point in the game. You have Crater Flesh Gloves equipped. Hex is doing more damage than the Scorching Ray did, unless you are going all the way to the point where you are applying a fire vulnerability. Unless you get to that point, Hex is better. It's also more efficient. And not only is it more efficient in terms of how you spend your turns, it's more efficient in terms of resource economy. It means you won't need to do things like sorcery point looping, which some view as too much of an exploit to do. It means you won't need to do things like buffer casting. It means you won't need to long rest spam, because Hex costs you 1 first level spell slot, as opposed to Quicken spell being 3 sorcery points, which in terms of exchange is more expensive. Quicken spell is not as valuable as people believe it to be offensively, because everyone who goes Quicken spell in a build seems to forget that you already have things you can do on your bonus action. And unless you're going Helmet of Grit, Pyro Quickness Hat, Thief Dip, Significant Investment in Open Hand Monk, unless you're going any of those routes, you only have 1 bonus action. So using that bonus action effectively is a big part of your setup. Clicking Psionic Overload does more for your damage than having Quicken Spell. Clicking Hexblade's Curse does more damage for you than having Quicken Spell. Clicking Hex does more damage for you than having Quicken Spell. If you don't already have access to Haste for whatever reason, and you have the Awakened buff, putting down a Mind Sanctuary does more damage. Take like 40 procs of Hex and make up for the single Scorching Ray. I don't think you're understanding how Hex works in this game, the Buttoness. Each individual instance on each attack roll thing you do will benefit from Hex. Let's break this down. Each Scorching Ray is 2d6 damage. Each Hex is 1d6. If you are doing, let's say, a 5th level Scorching Ray, so it's 6 rays, right? think Quick and Scorch is more so it's to build acuity in combat than to do damage. I think at that point, probably better to build acuity out of combat. Scorching Ray is getting buffed by more sources of plus damage, though. You're missing the context of everything else that I said. But I'll get to that point. So, the Scorching Ray here. This is 2d12. X is 1d6 per. Assuming you're doing a 6-ray Scorching Ray, you're doing 12d12. Acting like it's 2d6 versus 1d6. It's not. I'm not, though. Can anyone else listening to this conversation confirm that I'm not crazy? Because that's not at all what I'm saying. But while I wait on a response to that, yeah, building acuity in combat is something that could be looked at as an upside, but you can also build 10 acuity immediately, cost of 1 action point other ways. Gloves of Battle Mage's Power, for example. You can build full acuity by... they're kind of fucked up on how they work, but if you, for example, throw an Alchemist Fire, and you apply enough conditions to enough objects, you just get the acuity individually for each thing it was applied to. So if you're going to spend an action to do that, you have lots of ways of doing that. You could do that right before combat, easily. You could do that during combat if you wanted to. But going back to the complete misunderstanding of how Hex works, let me explain the entirety here. Level 6 Scorching Ray is easily doing more than 100 damage, as Hex getting lots of damage riders I haven't seen in my gameplay, so you're not doing a level 6 Scorching Ray with your bonus action. Buttoness, you're already starting from a false premise, because you don't have the spell slots to do that, unless you are using a free cast, which is not something you can do sustainably, and I made sure to mention an entire section about sustainability and practicality. And also that would be something you can do on one turn. If you're going to do it more than one turn, you're going to have to use exploits or have outside use of divine intervention. You can't do main action 6th level Scorching Ray and bonus action. Feel like there's a lot of sustain even without exploits. You don't get 2 6th level spell slots. I don't know how to explain this to you more clearly. You do not get 2 of those. Especially not in the setup where you delay your progression. Or 3 points equal spell slots, you can't make 6th level spell slots. There's a disconnect between people who have done the setup you're talking about, and you're writing fanfiction about it without being aware of the mechanics. You could only make up to 5th level spell slots, the Buttoness. It's an in-game limitation. You cannot make 6th. So again, when I say you can't do it, I mean you can't do it without either using free cast, or arcane battery, or exploits. Because you get 1 free cast, and then you have to use exploits. You get 1 arcane battery, or you have to refill it. Outside of that, you're going to have to go to things like use of exploits, or divine intervention from an outside source. Level 5 Scorching Ray does over 100 damage then pretty easily. Yeah, and Hex can provide over 100 damage. Did you not get that part of what I was saying? Hex goes on each hit individually. And there are more hits than just the Scorching Ray in min-max Scorching Ray. As I mentioned 3 separate times now, Crater Flesh Gloves exist, and they get Hex on top of them as well. If you're doing the Magic Club angle instead with Daredevil Gloves, each of the Magic Club instances is going to get its own Craterous Wounds. It's going to get its own Hex. Hex does more damage than Scorching Ray unless you're doing Fireball. min-max Scorching Ray look like? 10 Evocation Wizard. And then your choice of 2 Stars Druid, or 1 Hexblade, and then 1 whatever you want. You can either go Crater Flesh Gloves, do ranged stuff, or you go Daredevil Gloves, Magic Clubs, do melee stuff. Both are good. Magic Clubs almost always end up peaking higher, but napkin math, I think Bludgeoning Vuln Magic Clubs do beat out Force Vuln Craterous Wounds, though that's not scientific. Someone fact check me on that. For 100 damage, which is a low roll, I feel. You need like 30 procs of Hex. Think it's that easy to get that many procs? Alright. Clearly, there's a disconnect here. Scorching Ray. 6 to 36 damage. Assuming 6 rays here. That's 12 to 72 damage, assuming no crits. Let's assume you crit half of them. You are almost at 100 damage. Hex goes on every single instance, every single one, whether it crits or not. Hex also increases by critting its damage die. If you are doing 6 rays, Hex, 1d6, 2d6, 3d6, 4d6, 5d6, 6d6. Any of those that crit, you're getting 2d6 instead of 1d6. You're also getting Hex to apply to the Craterous Wounds instance as well, where it will also be 2d6. So, Hex on a crit Scorching Ray is 4d6 on that ray. Even without the Hex, Hex's single target per turn, Scorching isn't? I mean, it isn't necessarily, because if we are in the realm where we're playing Sorlock, which is bad, you can twin Hex for 1 sorcery point and it goes on 2 targets. Disconnect the fact that Hex goes on DRS. I think that's maybe something that isn't being understood. And once again, if you are looking at things over the course of more than 1 spellcast, Hex does more because you get 1 6th level spell, unless you use Arcane Battery, unless you use Free Cast, unless you use Exploits, unless you have a second person there for Divine Intervention. What's DRS? Asking for a friend. Damage Rider is damage source. Think of it as something that is an additional instance that's part of your attack that gets its own damage bonuses. Like these arrows of fire right here. This 2d4 fire down here is its own instance, so it gets your damage riders by itself. So that's why you'll see like Callous Glow lightning charges go on that. I link the wiki page on it. I mean, sure. It's gonna end up being confusing, because that's actually one of the wiki pages I have an issue with. It does a bad job of explaining which are present on honor mode and which aren't, and causes people to have some misconceptions about how that whole thing works. Also, it lists some things that aren't DRS, but are instead an additional on hit, and that's a different thing. But if you want to. My very rare hand crossbow from your gear. No, you don't have to be sorry, Paula. You're good. How dare you try to spread information while we're discussing a topic. Boo! Boo this chatter! Boo! In fact, apologize for apologizing. I'm offended that you felt the need to. Believes the popularity of Sorlock is also boosted by the fact it's recommended a team focused on applying Fire Vuln. Yeah, you could make that argument, but like remember, the Evocation Wizard is also going to benefit from the Fire Vuln being applied. they're spreading more of their damage across more damage types, rather than using their bonus action itself to do an additional Scorching Ray. But that additional Scorching Ray is going to be weaker and less damage in the long run, still. It's just, if you are talking strictly in one turn burst damage, with resources you could sustainably have, exploits and such on the table, then, like, yeah, I guess Quicken Scorching Ray eventually catches up. Eventually. Practically, though, it's never going to. Because, like, first of all, Empowered Evo Scorching Ray, while holding back, can still one-shot every boss in the game. So can Optimized Scorching Ray on Draconic Bloodline Sorcerer, excuse me. But that does less damage per cast. So. Stuff Hordebreaker being grayed out half the time, it's an easy fix, but it's weird. For whatever reason, Hordebreaker, the game is checking your position to determine whether you have access to it. It's kind of like how sometimes you can't Shadow Step. Sometimes you have to move a little bit, equip or unequip an item. Someone's still learning a lot of the math and nuances of combat in this game. Really appreciate you take the time to walk through this stuff. Yeah, of course. I should probably do like a more focused rant on Hex, because Hex downplay is extremely common, and I find that every single time there are assumptions being made about Hex, or there is some critical information on how damage dealing in this game works that is not being accounted for. Like, there's a reason the final form of so many, at least solo, damage calcs ends up at, okay, now how can I concentrate on Hex? It is that impactful.
Welcome back, Master.
I don't think there's anything else that has Hex's impact on your damage in terms of concentration.
That should do it. Time to see what's back there.
At least in solo context. Yes, I'm aware Hold Person exists. Paralyze more efficiently. You can have Hex and a paralysis effect. Most players don't understand use DRSs, which is where the major disconnect comes from. Major disconnect. And that's certainly not helped by blanket statements like, Larian got rid of DRS in Honor Mode. It's like, no, they didn't. They targeted a couple of specific ones, but, like, they're still overwhelmingly common. Like, most arrow consumables are DRSs. Most. Like, this one is, 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 that one is. It's all DRSs. It was mentioned before, but Psionic Overload is also substantially more impactful than Quicken Rays. Now, if you get into the territory of, maybe if someone is clicking Scorching Ray continuously for 4 turns, and they only have 1 bonus action, eventually, on like the 4th turn, the bonus action is freed up for a Quicken Scorching Ray to actually be more damage. Eventually. But like the first turn, Hexblade's Curse, or Psionic Overload, or Hex. And then the second turn, one of the remaining 2, and then the third turn, one of the remaining 2. And that's without even accounting for other elephants in the room, like Scarlet Saturation, being something that pokes its head in when you talk about practicality, rather than ceiling. Like, Scarlet Saturation allows you to consume your Scarlet Remittance stacks. Those are the plus damage, accuracy, spell save, DC stacks from Rhapsody that you get up to 3. Can I link Trade's video? Yeah. Scarlet Saturation lowers your damage, but then it makes all of your spells crit for the next 2 turns. So, that costs a bonus action to do, by the way. So realistically, turn 1, you're going Psionic Overload. Turn 2, you're going Hex. Turn 3, you're going Scarlet Saturation. Turn 4, if you don't have Hexblade's Curse up, you're doing that. turn 5, maybe you quicken spell. Like, you can maybe get to a theoretical point where there's enough targets in the room that you're sending one ray at everyone individually. Then you need to clear up more targets, so having more rays becomes better because you're not trying to do more damage, you're trying to distribute the damage to more places. Sure, you can make that argument. But, like, we are getting very far from the point where we need to be, and that's X is better for your damage output.
Either. Perhaps we might aid one another. Only we, Zerat, I use.
You catch the lie. As you
My succeeding insight.
Thank no.
With my 2 wisdom. Like, what do you mean? I'm not getting a penalty on that? So does negative wisdom just not affect insight and perception? No. It definitely does affect perception. Why didn't... Oh, that perception check for the tadpole I rolled a 20. So that explains that one. Why didn't it affect that insight check?
The stench! I wonder how many pilgrimages to Moonrise ended down here.
If it's so low, it becomes an overflow issue? Could. But clearing up another thing, because it popped back in my mind again. Sorcerers cannot create 6th level spell slots. Even if you have 6th level spell casting, you cannot create 6th level spell slots. The most you can use sorcerers for is to create 5th level spell slots. A good thing you can use them for is you can create 4th level spell slots without having natural 4th level spell casting. If you use an elixir, those become available at level 9 or with certain crafting mats that are very sparse throughout the game. You can't realistically find enough to craft without being level 9 until you're in Act 3. And even then, it's like, maybe you find enough? I don't know if there's enough guaranteed sources. I think there's a guaranteed one in Ethel's hideout. And that's the only one I know of, actually. Well, like, you could, for example, let's say you only had 2nd level spellcasting. You can drink an elixir to get a 4th level spell slot, and then while you have that active, you can then create 4th level spell slots. Turn buffering also doesn't work well with Quicken Spell. It should work just fine. Can't think of a reason why it wouldn't.
Have to keep going.
We're just out of Horde Breaker range. That's so annoying.
Hope your soul is in good hands.
I hear the term buffering being thrown around. What does that mean? I can show you in a moment here. Omni? How should I refer to you? Some names are difficult. So let's see. I have 1 4th level spell slot here. I still have a 4th level spell slot. This is turn buffering. If you end your turn before the resource is consumed and you are not last in the turn order, and the thing you do does not cause it to immediately switch to your turn, the spell slot or relevant charge is not consumed. So if we're talking about turn buffering for resource sustain, you could, in theory, as long as you end your turn precisely, use 1 6th level spell slot to Scorching Ray forever. But you are going to need that to be whatever you end your turn with. So maybe this is what David was getting at, where if you're doing Quicken Spell, you're still consuming resources faster, like, if you're using your 6th level slot on your main action, you still don't have it for your bonus action. Is that what you mean? Yeah, yeah. I thought you won't have a 6th level for the Quicken Ray on, like, the Hex main action, right? You're correct, you won't. Need to end your turn by clicking to spacebar work just fine. I don't have spacebar bound. You can hear me hitting my spacebar right now. Where in Trade's video can I compare a Hex Scorching Ray? I saw Scorching Ray and the Hex damage significantly lower than extra level 5 Ray would have done. Oh, do I have to keep repeating the same things? Let me see if I have a useful clip open right now. Knockback on Tempest Cleric, so fun. Glad I took your advice. Completely drop wisdom, focus on strength, just level 6. Haven't once missed that wisdom. Let's go, Benji. Yeah, Tempest Cleric is addictive.
The moment comes. The absolute knows.
Does this have a good X showing? Going off what I have available, just so you can see Hex in a combat log. This isn't an example I'm necessarily satisfied with, but this is the Raphael one-shot that I did previous run. Total damage was 1,123. If I remember correctly. On one hit. Okay, so you can see some of the numbers here. One-turned him with Sorcerer as well. I one-shot him. I didn't one-turn him. I don't think you heard me correctly. I one-shot him. One hit. So you can see the Hex damage here is up to 12. This would be Hex, how much damage it does on a crit. It's 2d6. Now, Raphael doesn't have any damage reduction, he doesn't have any necrotic resistance, so Hex is going to be a straight roll here. Interestingly, in this case, Raphael does have fire immunity, so that's neither here nor there. But in this case, you can see I have multiple instances of Hex showing up. This is one sort of section of my damage. This is one magic club here, or two magic clubs here, excuse me. So you've got this bludgeoning instance, and then you've got Hex on it. Then you've got Craterous Wounds on it. Then you've got Hex on that Craterous Wounds. Then down here, you've got the Magic Club instance. You've got Hex. And he died before the next set of Craterous Wounds could happen. So, like, there's more damage that would have happened, but, like, he died. So for every set, the Hex did 31 damage? No! That wasn't 31 damage. What? Please listen. Please attempt to listen. This was 2 instances of Magic Club. I had more than those instances in that hit. I'm trying to find somewhere in the clip where I scroll up. Hey, here we go. Here's me scrolling up. You can see 2 more instances of Magic Club here. And do I continue scrolling up? I'm scrolling up. There's 2 more instances of Magic Club, and you see more Hexes. And I'm scrolling up, and you see the 2 instances from Divine Smite, and there's 2 more Hexes. And there's Craterous Wounds, so that's 2 more Hexes. And then you see the original damage of my hit, and that got Hex. And then Craterous Wounds got another Hex on that. So it was like 50 or 60 damage? No! No, it wasn't. It was way more than that. Are you not getting that this hit in its totality was over 1,000 damage? So just by virtue of number of damage instances here. tried to add as we went. Is Hex adding to the original damage hype? Hex is going on every individual instance in this attack, and this same interaction happens with Scorching Ray. Hex is the necrotic damage. Hex is the necrotic damage. All of these necrotic numbers you're seeing are from Hex. There's no other sources of necrotic damage on this hit. It's all from Hex.
Prepare the march. My chosen gather below.
Hex going on every individual instance of damage leads it to be more than that. Because again, if it's 2d6 and my total instance count from hit, Magic Club 1, Magic Club 2, Divine Smite, Magic Club 1, Magic Club 2, Divine Smite, Magic Club 1, Magic Club 2. So that should be, hang on, hit, Magic Club 1, Magic Club 2, Divine Smite, Magic Club 1, Magic Club 2, Divine Smite 2, Magic Club 1, Magic Club 2. Alright, that's 10. Then Craterous Wounds on each of those 10 is also getting Hex. So that's 20 instances of Hex. You like that clip? Yeah. You get a level 5 Scorching Ray to hit 100 plus damage consistently. I mean, you can do that. That's not difficult. But I assume you're asking, so work can be shown.
This calls for careful footwork. Best get in and out.
Why does Craterous Wounds do that? Because Craterous Wounds is set up as an instance that's part of what you did.
Let's see what this does.
AKA a DRS. And DRSs are not accidents. It is an explicit and, like, intentional thing that Larian does for a bunch of damaged things. Forgot to ask, how am I? I'm doing okay today, bro. How are you? It's not a bug, it is a design choice. It's a weird-ass design choice, but it is a design choice. And there have been cases where Larian decided, actually, this one, you're out. You're not allowed. Giant Barbarian's Elemental Cleaver used to be an Auto Mode DRS. It no longer is. They forced it to go by Tactician and Below rules in Tactician and Below and gave it its own framework in Honor Mode. Proving they can just individually flip a switch and be like, no, you're not in the club anymore. Is it worth using Craters if you can't get consistent crits? Depends on how your damage bonuses are set up. If you are set up in a way where you are applying enough bonuses that go on individual instances, even an occasional crit is going to cause Craterous Wounds to massively amplify your damage. Like if you have Psionic Overload, Hex, Callous Glow, Lightning Charges, not only is that going to be good on your main instance, but as soon as you start hitting crits, Craterous Wounds is going to double up on the impact of those. So even occasional crits want that. Don't even need late game gear for that. Pretty sure a level 5 Ray will hit like 100 with only Spellspark or Callous Glow, assuming you roll well on a series of crits. Yes. Let's go back to this good old Scorching Ray scroll I've been using as a point of reference. 5th level Scorching Ray is 6 rays, right? So, up to 72 before bonuses. Assuming you max roll crit on everything. At that point, if you are let's say you're doing the Draconic Bloodline version, so you're worse than Evocation. Let's say you're doing Draconic Bloodline and you have a +4 Charisma modifier. That gets you to 96 Callous Glow lightning charges would put you over, assuming you max rolled every single ray and crit all of them. But 6 rays is on average 66 with Callous Glow and lightning charges. Thank you, trade. So to make up that gap, you are going to need more damage. Not on Draconic. I just calced the impact of Draconic, assuming you have a +4 Charisma modifier. You're adding 24 damage. 24 plus 66 is not 100.
You are one of the attackers.
Let's say you had 20 Charisma, so +5 modifier. That's still not 100. What's the point? Does Eldritch Strike work with Reverb Prone Save? Yes. All saving throws, Sabonis. Eldritch Strike is crazy. Another question is why Boots of Storm and Glamour, Gloves of Belligerent Skies apply only 2 stacks of Reverb instead of 4 when I hit with Booming Blade? Weapon deals extra lightning, so Gloves should work. Booming Blade also applies conditions. What gives? Gloves don't stack with Boots. The gloves, I don't know if the gloves count like bonus damage, or if they just look at damage sources that are those damage types, you know what I mean? So like Booming Blade isn't technically thunder, it's just whatever your weapon is. I don't know if the gloves will see Booming Blade as being thunder. Even if you have bonus lightning, I'm not sure if that'll work out. You're comparing Naked Scorching Ray to like completely built around hex damage? No, because the clip that I just used as an example had raw hex. Nothing boosting it at all. That was just hex. Rhapsody go on hex? No, hex is a boost rather than it being an instance itself. What are ways to boost hex? Having more hits.
Moving ahead.
I'm not wrong, you have 12 instances of damage on that smite. 3 from the smite, 3 from Craterus, 6 from Dual Magic Club. Craterus would have been happening more than 3 times.
You are on sanctified ground. Speak only if you must.
Oh, I love this dialogue. Yeah, Vuln works on hex. Vuln works on everything. Necrotic Vuln, not super easy to apply. Definitely harder to apply Necrotic Vuln than the likes of Fire, Piercing, Bludgeoning, Force, Thunder, Cold, Lightning, Psychic. Basically, the damage types that it's hard to apply Vuln for are Slashing, Necrotic, Radiant. Just those, really. Everything else is easier to scale because Vuln is easy. Yeah, Contagion is a way of applying Vuln to everything. Flesh Rod is a way of applying Vuln to everything. Something I want to mess around with is one of Balthazar's summon types is a skeleton, like the Archer kind, that has an ability called Mark of Putrefaction that reduces Necrotic Res by 1 stage. So that's a way to do Necrotic Vuln against a target that it's neutral for. But I've yet to figure out a way to consistently get value out of that in a run. Any tips for what to do with the bonus action on Eldritch Knight throw build for damage? Current thoughts are healing potion with Quag's amulet for the poison. So if you are level 12, you could use your 12th level to pick up bonus action value from other classes. You could pick up most common 12th level to go in EK builds is Hexblade, because that gets you Hexblade's Curse and Hex. Linking Hex back into this conversation. And that's really good bonus action value. You can either place a Hex or move it to another target. But you do have a lot of the same things that I mentioned before. You have Psionic Overload is a really good option. If you don't already have a source of haste, you can throw down your Mind Sanctuary on a bonus action and then use that. You could use dual hand crossbows and then take an offhand crossbow shot with your bonus action. You could have gear equipped that gives you access to Hunter's Mark, and then you could place or move your Hunter's Mark. You could be dual wielding and then do an offhand stab with a weapon. Lots of options. I'm running to the bathroom. BRB.
Descend. Prepare. Descend. Prepare.
I'm back. Ugh. Streamer pee, and then I ran. Ugh, out of breath. Booming Blade activating War Magic is crazy. Doesn't work on throw build. I mean, who cares? You can still make throwing do good enough damage. It's not a deal breaker. Yeah, you're still not understanding how Hex works here, the buttoness. It would not take 30 procs of Hex to do that damage.
Descend.
What are you doing?
Liberate.
Alright, what's my plan for a Merkle here? Oh, I don't want to forget my chest. I need my chests. My emotional support chests. Am I still going Cloud Giant? Yeah. Okay. Oh, I need to make myself immovable. Boots of Speed don't really do much for me here. I think we do this. I guess Unworthy makes sense. Bloodhell Dusk plus Iconic Elemental Weapon plus Fire Infusion. I'll be able to get through his DR. Kind of wish I had a slot to prep Destroy Water, but it's fine. Let's get my chest.
Descend. Assemble.
I had a bunch of fun with the rap ad. Help. You cannot be helped. You are beyond help. Welcome to the club. We used average scorpion ray damage, not crit damage. I mean... Alright. This is, going in circles. On to Adrix. How dare I read my chat? I apologize.
Squirming like it's excited or scared.
There. Speaking of sorcery point exploits, let's do that. So like, I think even calling this an exploit, by the way, is sort of wishful thinking. Do I think it's stupid, and do I think we shouldn't be able to do this? Yes. Let me be perfectly clear on that one. But this is more oversight than anything. Basically, you can convert sorcery points to spell slots and back at a slightly depreciating value. And if you repeat this process until you're unable to do either action, and then you drink a short rest potion, while all of these spell slots that you cycled back and forth between will be refilled, they are still there. And then you can do another cycle and get even more sorcery points. And for whatever reason, Larian chose to set it up that way. It's not a bug. Purposeful. Don't think it should be, but it's there. No worries, look at this cool sorcery point thing you can do. Me, but cantrip, so why bother? I mean, what if you wanted to click any spell that isn't a cantrip forever? It's a pretty good reason.
Can't give up now.
Or use meta magic on cantrips.
We found it. The
Getting ads feels so silly and unnecessary. Yeah, you could apply that logic to like everything. Oh, it's the Tyrant of Flavortown.
You wag.
Now, and Ketherick.
It is.
How do I do this? Keep Scratch here. He'll go up after me. Do I start with guidance? Yeah, start with guidance.
Can't risk being in open view. Should mind my step.
I'm doing this in a weird way. It's definitely wasteful resource-wise. But it kinda still gets the job done. Alright, now... I doubt I'll actually use that. We'll do that anyway.
There you are. Perhaps you hope to learn your place in history before you are erased. You, I will kill you now. And then I will raise you as my servant. Perhaps, no.
Great cutscene. I know. Quag skipping the Merkle cutscene. It's because I don't want to forget what I'm doing here. Did I resurrect that? Shout out to Steve Merkle. Goated run. It's not going to stick around for long because I still have to pull Scratch into the turn order, so that's going to advance it one turn sooner, but I needed the movement speed right now. Quack, you cucumbered? I noticed, thank you. We're being toxic. Okay. Now there's no path for the Necromites to get up. Save, it's been a minute.
Another fight. Let's go.
Now... This Mind Flayer is the biggest threat in the room. Yeah. Heat Metal also isn't viewed as hostile if they fail to save sometimes. Gotta figure that one out. Cat, can you get out of my trash, man? The Buttoness, you're continuing to do this thing that you do, where you leave out context and selectively cherry pick things that were said on the stream, and then refuse to give ground. It's debate lord shit. It's very transparent. Everyone can see you doing it. So, like, I'm gonna ask you to either approach conversations with some degree of intellectual honesty or approach conversations elsewhere. Thank you in advance. Not really in advance at this point, but saying my piece. Cat, get out of my trash. So the haste ward should be gone next turn. Didn't think that forked that way, but take it. I should clear you. What do you do? Hit me? Never get hit. I've never been hit ever. Arrow traveled to the moon and back? Yeah, that was certainly an angle. Excuse me, sir, do you have a moment to talk about our Lord and Savior, John Normal? I missed that guy. Should I call him? Hey, it didn't do the turn thing. I wonder why. That's something I have to look into more then. Sometimes introducing something to the turn order after making a turn-based cloud or surface causes that to advance, but sometimes it doesn't. So I was expecting this to be gone this turn because I brought in Scratch after I made this cloud, but it didn't do that. Learning opportunity. How do I want to do this? Really wish I had Create Water prepared, because then I could wet him with a water bottle throw, hit him with the Arsonist Oil, then for my second action, destroy water and make him Fireball. But I don't have the spell prep, so maybe I should have had a little wisdom for that.
Time for some blood.
That's the funniest Ketheric fight you've done. One-shotting him was pretty funny. I enjoyed that one. %5 to land blind. You're saying there's a chance. I guess I Booming Blade again. Extended Bone Chill was probably the correct play. This cat has rifled through my trash, grabbed a piece of plastic, and then, like, is just walking across my room with it. Just clenched between his teeth. Bro, are you good? Now Kevin came over and is like, what's this? Oh yeah, I have 119 HP. That's pretty good. Where do you fork? Nonsensically. Okay. Hit me. Bro, I have 22 AC. Why can't you hit me? I mean, I guess you have disadvantage, but, like, come on, lock in. Got to bring dead birds home. Hey, Wales. Yeah.
You don't eat that, man. Oh, there's spit all over it. If I cough off your food, will you stop trying to eat my trash?
It wasn't a yes, but he's eating from that now. Maybe. Five turns of arse oil left. So we do this. Do that. Hey, he finally hit me. Of course, when I don't have any retaliation online anymore. Asshole. Oh hey, you might get a Finger of Death off now. Yeah, he's gonna. Go too far. It's okay. I'll just backlash it for more damage. How much are you gonna heal? With my Finger of Death. Promise? You promise. Oh. I need to apply Arsonist Oil next turn, not this turn, so I can't hit you with a weapon attack right now. I can do this. I want to destroy my chest. Nice. Anger me. Not the mineral. So now...
Cutting to the chase.
So, he's neutral on fire. Next turn will be fire vuln. So 4 turns of heat metal. Lose my universal res soon, but like, it's fine. Take out those two, just because they're annoying me. Yeah, you lived that. Good for you. You just stay in range here. Solid 22. So he's fireball. 32 damage. Not bad. What if... Again. Oh, this time he actually failed. How did you fail that, sir? He rolled a 1. But Quag, you need spell save DC to make your spells land. It's so important. Crash out. So his Cold Embrace ability applies chilled. As bonus 4d6 cold damage. So like this this can do more damage than his scythe because you can't neutralize the cold damage. Or you can't resist the cold damage. He neutralizes your resistance. Like, where's Reaper's Scythe? 11 to 48, but I resist both of those damage types. I don't resist the Radiant on the Smite right now, but I could. Can't critically succeed a saving throw. Some you can. I don't want to say all, because there's some that you definitely can't. But some you can. Concentration, unsure. See how much this hits me for. 8. But he chilled me. So I'm now vulnerable to cold damage, which cancels out my cold resist from Wasteland Wanderer. Also worth noting, if I get wet now, I get frozen. Which wouldn't be super ideal. Shoving crit, got shoved today with 20 strength athletics proficiency by some absolutist crossbowmen, which I assume isn't strong at all. The way shoving works is it's their athletics versus yours, unless your acrobatics is higher, and the higher roll wins. Advantage and disadvantage don't work the way they do for other things. Instead of being like take 2, pick the worse or better outcome depending on disadvantage or advantage, it's +5 or -5. So if you have advantage, that's +5 on your side. If they have advantage, it's +5 on their side. So there's a bunch of factors that could go into that. It's possible for you to roll absurdly low, and then they roll absurdly high, and you still get shoved by people who logically shouldn't be able to succeed that. Yeah, I can't heat metal him anymore because he doesn't have the scythe equipped. Boo. Trevor needs to roll so advantage works normally for them. No? Nope. Advantage for them is +5 on their side. Works the same way for both parties. So we did get some good microwave damage off on Merkel before he fucking crit failed the saving throw on the second cast of Heat Metal. I guess Heat Metal will be fun against Orin if she's in humanoid form, but she won't be. At least not beyond the first turn. Be fun against Gortash, because he can't drop it. But then he goes fire immune when he transforms. During your EK spell progression, you tend to pick up Enhanced Sleep and Long Strider at 3, and Shield at 4, go about it differently. I tend to pick up Enhanced Sleep or Long Strider at 3 and then Shield it, and then swap to get the other one later on.
Death cannot take
However that works out.
I am its master.
Because I look at it from the perspective of getting one of these is still better mobility than I had. Usually I prioritize Long Strider if I'm doing combats, Enhanced Sleep if I'm loot looping. Because, in theory, Long Strider plus Jump Potions is better. Because you can just have the same effect without needing to use a spell on it or know a spell. So, like, that's the most efficient option, I would say. But if you're going around the overworld, just having Enhanced Sleep spam is obviously very comfortable. So often I end up doing that. But you don't need both right away. Wretch!
Do what you must.
The choke.
And now the picture comes together. A temporary reprieve. If the crown can do this, one Ketheric was a follower.
But regarding the contested advantage-disadvantage thing, there's some stuff about that I want to learn more about. Specifically, acrobatics might be weird there. Weirder than expected. But there's a lot of interesting implementation of how the game handles +5, -5, advantage, disadvantage on contested checks and such. And there's weird places outside of that where similar things happen. Like, specifically, that was the penumbral armor chest, I see. Specifically, gloves of soul catching. They say they give advantage, they don't. They give +5. Which ends up being better, but it's certainly not what it says it does. That whitewashed tiefling is cursed. The culprit for you being forced to long rest surrounding all the blessed stuff is indeed the letter to boss, which broke Lae'zel's questline. Boss can still be killed around the Gith's patrol area. The long rest sequence surrounding him must happen in some way. Okay. Lae'zel automatically defects to Orpheus if boss is already dead for the cutscene. Yeah, the default Lae'zel outcome without player like interference and stuff is she defects from Blackith either there or at the very end of the game. So it's cool to see another route to that. I'll have to kill boss early again in another run and play that out. That's cool. Thank you for testing, Spyfer. Very cool stuff. Oh, we're going to use Kethric's armor because DJ Halfplate, we will have to work harder to get access to Shield of Faith going forward. So it'll be less useful for a bit. I don't think I want spell save DC gear right now. Get the gear for the monks together. Yeah, it'll be this. Acceptable. Does applying ability drain stacks count as inflicting condition? Sometimes. With the boots that you're talking about, there's a lot of things that the players don't have access to, like seeing on buff bars, that count as conditions for that. So you'll see the boots trigger more often than they should. And I suppose conversely, you see the gloves trigger less often than you'd expect. I still can't left click on people, by the way.
Reminds me of old times. These chosen of when we reach there's beyond.
According to those boots, simply existing in a room with condition is worth reverb. Mm-hmm.
I have.
Well, the way I hear it,
Hell, you're in the door.
not done yet. You need to resupply.
I said urine. Glamour boots, enemy breathes, reverb. Yep. What am I doing on Blight? Still have 2. Remember, enemies getting reverb stack from someone nearby receiving Sanctuary? Yeah, the way Sanctuary works is it applies a condition on you, that's the Sanctuary thing, but then it also applies conditions on everybody else so that they can't target you. But you don't get to see the condition it applies on everyone else. But that's how it works under the hood, so. That's why the boots with the verb do that when everybody in the club is not allowed to look at her. What if I just sold you 4 globes? Does that cover this tally? Are we square? Okay, what if I sold you a 5th globe? Now that's where we figure out, do I want the Mighty Cloth? Do I want Obsidian Laced Robe? What even is there in terms of incoming spells that's not from Raphael? Like, I guess I could wear Obsidian Laced Robe against Cazador? That's probably worth planning around. Kind of. What I've seen in the script, they use lots of status effects and conditions to elegantly solve technical problems. Could explain the boots activating pretty much anything. Yeah, like, it's totally understandable. Game dev is hard, of course. And they're gonna have to take a lot of shortcuts to get things working. One, just like in general, but also especially getting things working in the spirit of source material is always an issue. So, like, I totally get it. And certain things being weird makes total sense. Like, Counter Charm being a creature. That's how they implemented that. And that made Counter Charm uniquely different from Tabletop Counter Charm, and it makes it, in the context of BG3, one of the most absolute batshit insanely good tanking and aggro redirection tools in the game. Counter Charm is fucked up. It's like, I hate ranking things, I hate tier lists, I hate top 10, etc, 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 but like, it's one of the most valuable abilities in the game. But you would never know that because it's because of a thing it doesn't tell you it does. And you have no reason to believe that it works that way until you click it. Then there's annoying stuff like Boots of Speed. That's just, they just fucked up. Boots of Speed impose disadvantage on you rather than people opportunity attacking you.
Lady
If I sell Tally the Armor of Devotion, she'll drop it, and I don't want it back. Downplay of defensive abilities makes discussing builds in certain spaces exhausting. Completely agree. Even the downplay of like anything that doesn't directly do damage, it goes beyond defensive. Like anything that itself does not explicitly cause a damage number with no outside assistance. People are very eager to downplay.
Go home, Marcus, he says.
Just tell me what you need.
And once again, in the interest of fairness, some of those cases are things behaving differently than their descriptions would lead you to believe. We talked about Counter Charm, but there's also Eldritch Knight's level 10 feature, Eldritch Strike, that applies the condition stricken with Eldritch Inertia. It specifically tells you the Eldritch Knight's next spell. Something to that effect, I slightly paraphrased. But what it actually means is all saving throws from everybody. And those are two very different things. The issue I have is if after that revelation someone's like, well, that's not a big deal. It's like, no, that's a very fucking big deal. What do you mean?
Perhaps the Iron Hands could return here in the future.
Like, you know how there's heightened spell meta magic? You know, sorcerers can pay sorcery points to force the first saving throw associated with a spell they're trying to stick to be rolled at disadvantage. You know how they have to like pay sorcery points for that and it lasts for one saving throw. Eldritch Knight just gets that unconditionally on everyone they attack for free. And it's not just for the spell, it's like for everything. Hey Bunny, thanks for the GGs. Just got to Act 2 wondering how to best save the Moon Priestess. The easiest way, Hannabet, never talk to her. Just don't do the Marcus fight. Like, by the time you go to the Shadowfell to talk to Dame Malin and stuff, when you go to Moonrise, Marcus will just be dead here. You still get his loot, you still get his tadpole. Isabel was never in any danger. All you miss out on is a little bit of XP and Isabel's blessing. Once I'm getting that Reverb EK to level 10, I swear to God I'll be the only one standing on my feet in the entire city. Probably. And like, Reverb also helps out. It synergizes well with other things that EK probably wants to do. Like, if you're doing poisons, well, Reverb helps reduce their saving throws. And you're applying a lot of conditions, so you'll certainly have the uptime. And it's in the boot slot, which is not really very competitive for non-melee builds. At least in terms of damage output. For melee builds, Boots of Psionic Movement. For unarmed builds, the Monk Boots that aren't good, but they're all you got for damage. For cast builds, Arcane Charge is an option, but it's often awkward to fit in. Forgot to buy the Arcane Charge boots, didn't I? I'll buy them from Mirage in Act 3. But the point I'm making is that the Reverb boots, you can justify leaving them on for a lot longer than other sort of like gimmicky gear. Like, it outlasts Radiating Orbs in terms of value. I would say it also outlasts Encrusted with Frost a lot of the time.
Just tell me what you need.
Heat is specific enough in how you have to use it to get value that, like, I could have the same sentiment there, though that'd be an incomplete take because peak heat does provide a lot more than peak reverb. Situational. Can you get her gear without killing her? No. Well, I mean, I guess you could knock her out, but does contagion persist between acts? Yes? Yes. Broodmother's Revenge, Poisoner Gloves, Derivation Cloak, the Redditor build. I mean, Broodmother's would be bad for that because it doesn't poison things, it just deals poison damage. Remember, doing poison damage and poisoning things are two different things. The one attack freeze doesn't work really well, right? Remember you trying that, having weird behavior could be wrong. It works, it's just... like, to what end? It's just doing it for the sake of doing it. Rarely is it a more efficient route than anything else. It's like, the easiest route to it is, okay, you're using a rat bat and you're using either Oil of Freezing, which is hard to sustain a supply of, or Winter's Clutches, which isn't a very competitive gear slot that you could be using to do more damage. Especially once you get the freeze, it's like, okay, you want Crater Flesh Gloves on for the force damage because they'll be vuln to it. It's just kind of a gimmick thing, which doesn't diminish its value. Just that's why you don't see me do the freeze tech more often. It's good, just impractical. So I want that. Do I care about that? No, I changed my mind. I can get that effect from the shield. $4,000. How about with this on, and I can do Voice of the Circle. What's that? What's that fucking thing even look like? This one. Last couple times I fought Orin, haven't got Mutilated Carapace. You have to do something special to drop now. Haven't played much in a year or so. It should always be there. Apparently you can DM people on Spotify now. Gross. Hey Rathana, how am I today? It's been a day. A little bit frustrating in a couple regards, but I'm always having fun with stream. I hope your day's been good. Okay, yeah, that's much better. About to slide into them Spotify DMs, like, check out my mixtape. Oof. People are gonna do that, aren't they? That's gonna be a whole thing. Like, hey girl, you got that depression playlist, I can help with that. Don't you stare at me. You know someone's gonna do it. Not saying it's gonna be me. But you know someone is gonna do it. Saw your profile picture and made this playlist for you. It's all creepy sex songs. You guys see the meme of someone who made a playlist for JD Vance? Hey girl, Spotify tells me you like CTS. How about you CDs? Hey Chris. Do you know there's songs about fucking couches? I mean, indirectly. So if you look at old Chappelle Show stuff, dude used to be funny and used to do comedy outside of just being a bigot, for clarity. Old Chappelle Show stuff. You know, Rick James, therefore, oh, he's about a couch, true story. Today I learned. Hot single gale in your area. I did a hot single Gale run.
There are many more battles ahead. I may be you, but if we are to succeed together.
I've been thinking about redoing that.
Darkness on the Iron Hands for dragging him into this.
Alright, Tally, you wanna stand still, please? Use like any of my meta magic stuff. It's funny.
I'll feel that one later.
Not sure if I'm up on the Chappelle's a bigger thing. Did you join MAGA or something? I mean, his comedy for the last 9 years has been predominantly shitting on trans people. And then also in the last 3 years, his own fans have booed him for deep-throating Elon Musk on stage. So, yeah.
Breathe quiet. Move with care. If everyone else minds their business,
How much further can I go?
Sad because Half-Baked was a classic. Yep. Nice one, Machine. Yeah, I couldn't get to the allow button fast enough. Really put in the effort. Wales is not getting, like, when you start yelling at your own audience because they're not glazing the billionaire you brought on stage that is antithetical to, like, everything that you yourself have told your audience to believe over the past 2 decades, like, you've lost the plot. You're out of touch. But, like, that outrage bait money is too good.
Never wanted the easy path.
Yeah, Chris, he used to be, like, the best in the business. But, just... Like, a fundamental part of what makes comedy funny is punching up. So, particularly for Chappelle, a huge part of what drew people to him in the early 2000s, comedy-wise, was his commentary on how Bush-era America was horrible for black people. So, if that's the cornerstone of your comedic identity, and then 2 decades later you're like, hey, I'm gonna punch down at this, not even 2 decades, 1 decade, and then, you know, we're in the 2nd decade of that. I'm gonna punch down at another marginalized group of people and expect everyone to just kind of take that. Like, okay, you're a fucking hypocrite. Black people's songs way up now. Can't punch up from the top. It's really, like, as a black man, it's really fucking nauseating to see some of the behavior of people who have a lot of impact and a lot of influence over what, in particular, young black men identify with as their culture. It's kind of disgusting seeing how some of these dudes act. You have people like Snoop people like 50 Cent, people like Ice Cube, who were just deep-throating the boot. You have Snoop hopping on the grift of the scariest thing is same-sex couples in movies now. Like, bro, you have 3 decades of music about how you used to kill people. Like, and you can't handle a kid in an animated movie having 2 moms. Like, fuck off. And then you have bigots like Chappelle, who just, instead of doing comedy, just punching down constantly. You know, people like Diddy and R. Kelly, who are, you know, Trump-level predators. Just, it's exhausting. You have cases like, I don't even remember this dude's name, that's how irrelevant he is, but I'm sure someone will remember. The dude who shot Megan Thee Stallion having, like, hardcore defenders because he's part of the culture. Anyone over the age of 25 probably remembers when Chris Brown beat the shit out of Rihanna. He still has a career, by the way. And, like, there's no level to which... Like, a lot of people will go for the mental gymnastics of, oh, the victim didn't have enough of a voice, or she was nobody, or she lied for clout. Rihanna's a fucking billionaire. She's a billionaire. And people are still just like, nah, that's my boy Chris. Louis C.K. still has a career too. Yeah, there's cancel culture isn't real. It straight up is not a real thing.
Let's get going. What to do?
Target isn't cursed. I guess I have to actual rust for that. It's fine. Also the Drake stuff? Yeah, the Drake stuff too.
What the fuck was he doing down there? Is all of this because of him?
I don't understand why people aren't more grossed out. Because it's like, it's team sports. It's not people's lives. It's not like anything resembling morality. It's like, that's their guy, and it doesn't matter what their guy does. At all. Ever.
I was his bot. He has to.
Yeah, Carla, we're gonna kill Gortash.
What's up for discussion?
What do you know about me?
When you feel Shadowheart's mind, your mind joins with
Chase entered the chat posthumously.
No, my parents.
Some things don't change.
Forewarned for what? But see the.
Also, at some point I regained the ability to left-click on people. I wonder if that was me clicking the long rest button. Could have been. Hey, is Thaniel worth XP? No, I'm not gonna do it. Unless... No, I'm not gonna do it.
Quite the cozy setup you have here. I'll just make myself comfortable. Thank you so much.
Okay, dating myself. Not anyone here doesn't know I'm a dinosaur or anything, but Rihanna's situation with Chris Brown reminds me of Tina and Ike. Yeah. Yeah. No, I can see it. I think the thing that drains me the most is the willful misconception. Like, I can only explain it to you. I cannot understand it for you. I think that's part of why I get so frustrated with certain, like, certain behaviors, certain lines of thought, lines of conversation where I can see where something's going. Just, like, some people truly are unreachable. I know it might sound defeatist, but, like, you cannot reach everybody. You can't do it. For some people, whether they will admit it to themselves or not, like, they don't care if something is wrong in terms of being factual, and they don't care if something is wrong in terms of being moral. They don't care. Like, what do you do with that, man?
You recognize the feathered creature. It's the owlbear cub. The cub's eyes lock onto the creature as he approaches.
Or happened to Chris Rock? Covering from Will Smith slapping him. Wasn't that 2 years ago? Yeah, but like, that's the thing with Chris Rock. He hasn't been funny in 20 years. See, he doesn't have material. So. Why is Isabel... Okay, wait, Isabel and Aelin are just in this, like, temporary version of the camp by themselves? Why am I in a temporary version of the camp? What is happening? That was very weird. Chris Rock's material was boosted by his knowingly writing material that appealed to white people who willfully misrepresented it and turned it into one of the most popular dog whistle statements to the point where people like Hulk Hogan, and I'm a big fan of his most recent work, like, get caught repeating it almost bite for bite on a hot mic. It's like, And to clarify the Hulk Hogan joke, I'm glad he's fucking dead. Hey, CT, you're the
The
goat.
cub holds out his leg, revealing a ragged wound. As the wound closes,
Not American, what's the Chris Rock thing to misinterpret? So Chris Rock had a pretty famous bit where it was basically the difference between black people and N-words. So if you've ever heard a racist white person who's very adamant they're not racist just because they don't want the social credit score hit, they don't know, like, who they're talking to at any given time, so they default to, I'm not racist, but they got their favorite deflections from a bit Chris Rock did in the 90s or 80s. Almost word for word. Never understand grouping up people that way. People who feel small and feel helpless and want some amount of control over something in their life and they feel nothing but anger and know on some level that they are worthless people, those people decide, hey, I'm going to take this group of people that's different than me and I'm going to view them as lesser so I'm better by default. It is the last gasp of people who know that they are pathetic and near worthless. Bullies? Bullies, yeah. Alright, so we got the owlbear cub. That's everything I need to do in this act. Let's head to Act 3. Almost. Still gotta deal with the monks. The nurses. A lot of really cool documentaries about the evolution of wrestling and the culture shift they're trying to go through. I've mentioned it from time to time, but I did a summer internship at WWE 1 year when I was a teenager. It's pretty neat.
Horrific display. There is no red deeper than a Sharon's blood.
I can hide my heritage because I look like a Nordic Viking, but I'm half Romani, and even then, I've seen how hateful people can be. Yeah. Yeah. People are disappointing.
Doctor's found oblivion. Still not feeling better. Let's see if I can help you. Now.
Just have a few.
Picks a fight.
On my
Oh.
way.
Ramp up in the weaponization of plausible deniability, or perhaps just becoming older and understanding the world more has been eye-opening to me as someone who grew up very isolated with an emotionally abusive dad. Everyone like that reminds me of him because they're all pathetic predators and need to put others down to ignore their own hate. Part of it is like getting older, Wales. Like I've had a lot of the same thoughts there. Part of it's getting older. Part of it is putting more effort in to remain aware of these things, to stay woke, as it were. But yeah, it's really concerning seeing the kinds of pipelines people fall down and how easy it is to fall down those pipelines. A lot of wrestlers who don't fall into that crowd, for sure, but Vince and his ilk have tainted things. Vince McMahon is another one of those people who should be fucking under a prison or in a ditch somewhere, yet still has fans because of team sports. Like, absolutely vile, garbage human being. Still has defenders. About The Rock? An egomaniac who lies about his drug use because it's good for his wallet. Who panders to fascists when it's good for his wallet. Who plays ball with people like Vince when it's good for his wallet. The only thing The Rock cares about is money.
The shadow codes will soon be forgotten, thanks to us.
What we need is a good zombie apocalypse. We're overdue. Roxy, we had that 5 years ago.
Kethric's reign of living death is over.
We had that 5 years ago and nobody gave a shit.
This, at least, you have triumphed.
Say loudly for people to bag. Rich people aren't your friends. Eat the rich. Every Vince McMahon glaze literally goes like, man, might have been a sex trafficker, but the man do television. Yeah, like, listen, everybody makes mistakes. In his case, his was, gang essaying women and then shitting on their heads during, literal defecation on them during the act of assaulting them. But, like, I like his show.
Sergeant.
No.
So you came...
Forgive...
Perhaps get back to your duty.
Your plan is...
Control yourself.
Oh.
Guess what? It's back. It never left, Shoop. Never left.
Beyond the
Oh, jeez. Something about blind auto-correcting, and then you correct a blonde? That's just so funny. Like, that's gotta be one of the biggest instances of one letter changing the meaning of what you were saying. Oh yeah, I forgot to have Volo ice pick me. Whatever. Too busy ranting about terrible people.
Maybe it'll bring us closer.
Yeah, and now his wife gets to ruin education for the whole country.
I'm supposed to sacrifice myself to stop. I can't fathom how some, as luck would have it, you'll.
What's hiding here?
Failed political candidate Linda McMahon, who writes at about a 5th grade level. Seriously, you can see some of the memos she's published in her official capacity right now. She is barely literate, truly. Gets to systematically dismantle the American education system. Yay. Like, not that it was ever good, but it's getting worse. We have a public education system. We used to, Irish. We really used to. It was flawed, but it was necessary. And it was fixable. All of that was past tense.
The events of the last days weigh heavily upon you. Sleep's rest is slow to come to one whose mind is so full. The Absolute is not a god.
Guess it's no wonder the world jokes about the education system in the US.
The dead three.
Like, even before the systematic dismantling of the education system at every level, higher education, public education, private even, all of it, even before that, under the current openly fascist regime, even before that, it was like a 50-50 whether an American adult could read and write beyond a 6th grade level. Now we're over the hump where majority can't. You have 18-year-old high school graduates suing their school because they graduated illiterate. And they're like, wait, what the fuck?
To its end, the Elder Brain will not answer to the Chosen. Will you liberate them from their parasites and their...
We're under attack. Fight your way to the port.
Private education's bullshit. It's an excuse for right-wing indoctrination. Yes. That's why it's the area they're hitting least hard.
And away I go.
It's a useful tool for making more right-wing voters. Hey Gigi, how are you? It's always been a propaganda machine, constantly justifying American action in history. Yes.
Help me. I'm under attack.
Last I checked, 80 to 85% of American adults are considered functionally illiterate according to international standards. The statistics ballooned since I last looked. But yeah, there you go.
Hurry. I can't hold them back alone.
Reason conservatives can grift the average person so hard as they work to destroy government services, then point to their own handiwork and say, look, it doesn't work, so they get permission to break more. And then, even if they manage to lose power for, let's say, an election cycle, you cannot fix... It's easier to break things than fix things. So any damage that they do takes generations to unfuck, if it ever gets unfucked. But then your average American voter is a fucking idiot with the attention span of a gnat. So, oh, all of my grievances, justifiable grievances at that, didn't get fixed this election cycle, I'm voting the other way to stick it to them. Or not voting to stick it to them. Like, alright, cool.
Still alive, so that's progress.
Which most of it never gets unfucked. I mean, a lot of the issues that we're still dealing with can be directly traced back to the Reagan administration, an administration that predates some of these chatters, and myself being one of them, being alive. Trump 2 is another Reagan era. Like, we are going to die before the consequences of everything that's been broken are fully realized. These guys don't have weapons, so there's no reason for me to do, Great Throat Blade here. Silver Sword's the correct play. I'll wrap that. Yeah, and I bet I didn't. There's a lot of factors behind that one. All of them disappointing.
It's not over. Come to the skull.
Why am I using Enhanced Leap up in the Astral Prison?
So the demonic figures we saw were
I don't think the government should have centralized control over an institution so fundamental as education. It's proven itself consistently ineffective at doing anything besides justify the government's existence. Well, we're getting into territory where, like, the ideal function of government is supposed to be to handle these systems that are supposed to be for the betterment of everyone in a way where people do not have to necessarily foot the bill. You know, aka socialism, which is a good thing. But because all of these systems are run by people, none of them are incorruptible, and money ruins everything. That is the grossly sanitized summary of that entire complicated web of infuriating bullshit. Oh, you learned from the French Revolution? I enjoy the headwear from that period.
I need you now.
Should have let Sherman keep working. Yeah, when you have people celebrating on their billionaire-owned social media apps about paintings of Confederate generals being put back up in federal buildings in 2025. It's like, oh, there's probably a connection there.
It's not over. The skull. Come to the skull. It's not over. Come to the skull.
What I really like here in Germany is the fact that the party known to not be of any use got elected again, this time with a literal incarnation of Mr. Burns from The Simpsons as their leader. Now it talks about using Palantir in Germany too. CDU can do two things correctly: copy US politics and invest in taxpayer funds. The global rightward shift is just that, global. Don't think just because the US is a particularly fascinating dumpster fire that it isn't happening everywhere.
Please, help me.
Destroy the gut.
Or the hate with love, easy to say, but when you have specific time periods and events devoted specifically to the explicit cause of spreading that positive sentiment, of expressing love, you have things like right-wingers attacking those months, either, you know, in the verbal sense, or attacking those events in the bringing guns and plowing cars into crowds sense. There's a reason why gay clubs get shot up and pride parades get mowed down with trucks that have truck nuts and Trump flags on them. Like, the weaponization of hate is not stopped by people loving each other. Remember to be gay? Yes. See what the governor of Florida did? Unfortunately, yeah. I hate that guy. Cautious in citing the French Revolution is a good thing. They didn't just target the rich, they target minorities and political dissidents, or even people who slightly disagreed with. Of course, there's nuance, and I'm assuming that everyone who invokes that period specifically is talking about the fashionable headwear for the wealthy, and is not referring to or is unaware of the more complicated other aspects.
What do I have to lose?
But I agree with your assessment. I was gonna chasm the prelate here. I don't want the boots. I don't think I'll use them, but I want the boots that I can see what my unarmed damage looks like with as negative as possible wisdom score. Been broken since patch 6. The key resonation for these guys just hasn't worked since patch 6. I guess I can... Sonic Overload would be correct there, but it's fine. I didn't put away the Piss Stone, so I don't really want to take the self-damage. I'm gonna be lethargic, but that's fine. Bro was in no danger, put himself in danger. Like, alright. So, like, if this ability actually worked, I'd be taking a decent chunk of damage. Hey, remember to have Chain Lightning. Good for you. You're right, Machine. It happened. Yeah, I don't think that's something that gets forgotten, Gigi. I think it's a question of, like, okay, yeah, in theory, sure. But, like, how do you do that when the problem people in question and drone strike you out of existence? Like, documents written a few centuries ago telling you what rights you have that, you know, have since been expanded to include categories of people who were specifically excluded from that original group, don't really account for things like that.
But it's like an adventurer. That longing brought me to Moonrise Towers. For years, I sustained myself. I had the good people my need. He tore me from the name was intended as a slight. I shall look forward to sharing his downfall with you. Rather than potential future allies like you.
Non-American, from what I've seen, right-wingers only remember this when you try to take their guns. So never, because that doesn't ever happen.
All I needed to do was...
It should happen, but it doesn't.
If Yankee ever find out, you carry a tadpole. As an Illithid, I have far surpassed. Would you like to do now? Hold out. It wants to evolve.
Okay, so if I were to put these boots on, my unarmed damage goes down by 2. And I just think that's funny.
More for me.
Move far enough left, you're allowed to have guns again. I can assure every single one of you that not every gun owner will support the patches. Of course. I know several people who are as far from patches as you could possibly be, who have the necessary equipment to prove that they believe in certain rights that they have. Put it that way.
What's in here?
Gods, I've got.
It's really funny to me when right-wingers have a "Don't Tread on Me" flag and Thin Blue Line flag together, like they don't know who does the treading. Well, they know, but the thing is, in particular with the Thin Blue Line thing, it's just about the violence. Like, you'll see these same dumbasses with, like, Punisher skulls on their gear. Meanwhile, like, the in-universe character of the Punisher would be killing those guys first. But also, the person who has written and illustrated, that's two separate people, but the person who's illustrated the most Punisher issues and the person who's written the most Punisher issues have both been like, wait, that's so dumb. No, like, why? He would hate you. Stop it. No, that's the opposite of the character. But, like, the reason why those people like things like the Punisher skull imagery and the Thin Blue Line flags and the "Don't Tread on Me" thing is because it is all posturing to give them insulation to be cruel to whatever marginalized group of people that they hate on that particular day. And that's all it is. It's just about hating the correct people. And they really, really, really love that American cops really love killing black people. It is no deeper than that. And that is so deep-seated that they don't even care when those same cops kill people who look like them. There was that guy, what was his name? Daniel Shaver, I believe was his name. This was like 10 years ago now. White dude, gunned down in a hallway by a cop who went there to kill him specifically. Gave him conflicting commands to justify being able to shoot him. Dude had nothing, was complying with commands. Like, there's video of this. It was a hugely popular thing when this happened. And again, I can't stress this enough. White guy. You know who brought attention to the case and was like, hey, this is a great example of why we need reform? People speaking towards the cause of Black Lives Matter movement. People who are like, hey, so this whole thing of this is a systematic issue where our lives are not valued and we are seen as cannon fodder by the masses and the ideal target by the system itself. That does not stop with us. Other people are gonna get caught in this too, including people who are the right color to not have those issues. And these same right-wingers who have the "Don't Tread on Me" flags, the Thin Blue Line flags, the Punisher patches, all that stuff, they did not give a shit that this white guy got killed. Who could have been them. They did not give a shit. If anything, they deep-throated the boot even harder. So, it really is just, at any cost, hate the same people I want to hate, and I will literally die for you. That is how they work. I remember doing a piece in high school on police gangs, was told I wasn't allowed to present it because my teacher's husband was a cop. My senior year of high school, I had I've talked about this a couple times. I had an English teacher who decided that we were going to do a unit on the American prison system. English class. He was just like, yeah, we're learning this. You need to know this. Wow, T-Rex, I have been live for long enough that I'm not literate. Welcome in, hello.
me. I can't find my mom. She's...
The herbs you know for salving sores would take...
thank...
One foot in front of the other.
Seeing that for days. My feet hurt.
What in the hells was that?
Doesn't know how many people think the AR and AR-15 stands for assault rifle. It's an abbreviation for Armalite. So, like, yes, people frequently get that wrong, but also, I don't think, and this is maybe a hot take, but I don't think that weapons of war should be so ingrained into civilian society that people should be expected to know the details of naming conventions of things designed to kill people in the greatest numbers possible in the least amount of time. I don't think your average person should be expected to know that. I think that is a cultural malfunction.
I'm not paid to debate with civilians.
No, we pay taxes for you to protect.
These wretches have nowhere to call home. Nothing to live off but what they carry.
I can use Cold Snap for arsonist oil application. Basically, I have someone miss me. They get chilled. Then the following turn, I apply arsonist oil. Then the turn after, they'll be fire vuln. Although I could chill them and then freeze them, and then they'll immediately become fire vuln. Like, chill them. Maybe this is finally the Trident of the Waves angle. Like, bait the opportunity attack. Hit them with Trident of the Waves in the main hand. Applying wet and arsonist oil, and then heat metal. But the politicians who want to ban them should. Yeah, I think people should. People who are at a level of involvement with anything to a point where they are affecting other people's lives tangibly should at least know what the fuck they're talking about. I agree with that. But I do not think your average person should have to be
Alas, you can't eat.
versed in that kind of thing. It shouldn't be relevant to their lives at all.
I need a quick word.
You did that old bone bag Ketherick had some fancy. Would I try to fool a sharpie like you? Have a look.
Wales says, dislike guns, think we shouldn't have them. Also taken general gun safety classes because I'm in America. I want to know how to use proper conduct. Something so lethal. See, for me, particularly the late adolescence, early adulthood, I accurately identified that something that I shouldn't really spend any amount of time near. Like, for my own safety, let's put it that way.
Stay away. We need a place to hide any good stuff.
There was one school shooting in the 90s in the UK, private ownership, most firearms banned. Have we cracked 400 mass shootings in the US this year yet? Did we pass 400? I stopped keeping track, like, a couple weeks ago.
Hello, and not... Oh, that's a first. Usually I'd allow you in, but in these times, I can take no chances.
Got deception expertise now because of tadpoles. Had one for years, rarely comes out of its case. Use it for trap and skeet shooting. Live in Arizona. Yeah, I don't believe that there's anything wrong with owning one. Definitely not something for me, but like, I don't care if you have one. Just gun culture is built on the back of a lot of skeletons that people either don't know about or are explicitly in favor of. Like, everyone was all for everyone having gun access until the Black Panthers started doing it. One of the biggest motivators for gun reform here in the States was black people carrying guns. Not doing anything with them, just having them. There's a current ongoing right-wing campaign to blame every single shooting in the United States on trans people and use that to take away their right to have firearms. Even though an extremely small slice of the population is predictably only responsible for an extremely small percentage of those events. Do I want spellbind gloves? I can get them later. Not really worried about them at the moment. Not just right to have arms, it's used gender dysphoria as a mentally unwell diagnosis, which is basically a doctor assigned felony at that point. You have less rights than a felon. Yeah, I mean, the felon is the fucking president. But yeah, it is a step in a plan to disenfranchise a category of people just because they're the convenient boogeyman that gives social permission to continue dismantling the rights and safety nets of our society. That's not what I'm trying to do. I gotta actually sell you the bag. Yeah, we want Sludboard. Anyone else get their hopes up really, really high over the weekend? Yeah, I think a lot of people did. Wouldn't solve a lot of problems. It'd be, don't get me wrong, there'd be a lot of parties everywhere. People would be throwing ragers. You know, UK people, all the Margaret Thatcher memes. I get it. We get it. We understand. But it wouldn't solve anything. Unfortunately. Not to be Debbie Downer there. I didn't see that, Rathano. Brother in the UK are supposedly center-left parties appealing to the far-right immigration rhetoric as fuck. That's literally word for word what happened in the 2024 election cycle here. So, same. Cheers.
I have secured a most excellent supply of potions from the Velveteen Elixir.
You want to let those thugs get away with this?
Those thugs worked for the guild. They can get away with whatever they like.
Oh hey, I have a second spell slot again. That's neat. Let's go create or destroy water there. Well, the left realized never get those votes, no matter how much camo you put on those hats. Well, that's because it's not the left doing those things. Like, the actual left is not in favor of those things. But our left-wing party is not left-wing. It only is if you look at the farthest reaches of our right-wing party. Otherwise, they're aligned on most issues. Like, recently there's been this, I wouldn't consider Democrats center-left ever. I mean, yeah, the center-left is being generous. Like, there's this recent controversy, I say controversy, but, like, a bunch of ostensibly left-wing influencers, there's centrists, are currently being, you know, picked apart for being funded by a dark money group. And it's a bunch of people who present themselves as independent media. But they took dark money with the condition that the group providing that money gets creative control over endorsing or disparaging any politicians or anyone who's under these contracts, and also that they all made an agreement not to talk about Gaza at all.
I knew there was a story here, and there you are.
So that's the left-wing media ecosystem outside of corporate media, which is entirely right-wing owned. The actual left is sitting here like, oh, what the fuck? That's why the actual left here in the States creaming our collective jeans and sweats over the odd, decent candidate, even if wouldn't move the needle on our lives at all individually. Like, this is why there's so many people invested in the New York mayoral election, because they're like, wait, this guy isn't a piece of shit? Holy, wait, what do we do? What do we do?
My sources tell me I'm unfortunately the version you're the cult's threat. You must have when
So Oren
One of the inspo.
is a shapeshifter. How long has she been watching? Footprints leading right into that cave.
Democrats are middle-right on economic and foreign policy, slightly center-left on social issues. I would really disagree on the latter part of that, especially considering a huge part of the attempts for that Democratic establishment to mobilize people and organize and bounce back from losing an election cycle. And part of their explicit rhetoric going into the midterms is, hey, so what if we just, like, left trans people behind? What if we talked less about the genocide that, you know, the previous administration funded and wouldn't acknowledge that they were funding, and the current administration is openly planning on turning the region into a resort? Like, what if we just didn't talk about that thing and left that group of people out to dry? And those are, like, two of the most relevant social issues right now that people give a shit about, even though, yeah, you could consider genocide in Gaza to be foreign policy rather than, you know, domestic social issues, sure. But doesn't change that it's something people on the actual left here, who don't feel represented by the party, care a lot about. But, like, you have people like Pete Buttigieg going around, you know, doing both of those things, and then getting significant backlash. You have people like Gavin Newsom, who, you know, might be a darling because of his great Trump impersonation and just acting exactly like him and you know, proving hypocrisy that they don't care about. They never cared about the hypocrisy. Like, hypocrisy is a badge of honor for fascists. The hypocrisy is the point. But I digress. Having the same, hey, what if we left trans people behind and didn't talk about genocide? Like, the same exact positions. And these are people who make up the core of the Democratic Party establishment. So, like, if those are the people who could be defined as the party,
Now you've just sampled some
is the party center-left? Or are they not? Like, you can't gotcha a fascist. Yeah. Wish you all a gay night, sweet dreams. Take it easy, Hannibal. You're praying Newsom fizzles out early, we get someone more like AOC, that's just me dreaming. AOC's not even perfect either, man. But, like, be a step.
everything.
The United States has been systematically misleading its population about Palestine since before Treaty of Balfour, 1922? Of course. Can't let perfect be the enemy of good. True, Fusion Rogue. Very true. The purity tests often do more harm than good. It's important to discuss, but, like, at the end of the day... Oh, you know which way I forced myself to vote in 2024, let's put it that way. Despite not being a fan of that option, it's like that or the orange rapist. Like, oh, well, easy choice. Yeah, I'm gonna go pee. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Hello. With the parties being practical, we may not like it, but there's not compelling positions for the US electorate. Fuck the electorate, then. Like, if the US electorate categorically is made up of people who are in favor of, like, the current goings-on, or people who absolutely just do not care about any marginalized category that's under attack at any given point in time, whether this is black people, whether this is trans people, whether this is gay people, whether this is disabled people, like, it changes daily depending on the issue, depending on the conversation. Like, I don't give a fuck what those people want. Why should they be catered to? Force them to make concessions. Good night, Sora.
Dinner with my parents, remember?
Welcome to Dent.
I'm still not really committing to any particular gear right now. We'll go this way, though. He's really astroturfing online to paint AOC is not pro-Gaza. It's been insane to see. Money. Money, 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 money. Also, something, something, dead internet theory.
How may I be of service? No, I don't know any. Fine, yes.
Here's the key. Always.
We have to sacrifice marginalized groups to make the party elite happy in an attempt to win shitty voters who likely won't vote for us anyway. What are we even fucking doing? Yeah, like, this unicorn, this hypothetical moderate that views people putting any group of people that they feel like at any time of day into literal concentration camps that we have. We have them. Like, they're here. They've been here for a while, but we have even more of them now. If this hypothetical centrist, again, is torn between that and people are like, hey, so what if we maybe killed fewer people? What if we expanded having more rights? And what if we, like, didn't all die in a hole from medical debt? If someone is in the middle of those two camps, and you go to the right to try to sway them, what the fuck are you doing? Why?
You're on the door till our friends are done. God forbid we do any business today.
I don't have any particularly compelling elixirs here, so we'll click that. What if we tried making all people's lives better rather than catering to groups of people? Congrats, Irish. This puts you on the far left. Having a basic fucking decency, especially to that level, congratulations. You are not represented by any political party here in the United States, and there's a lot of people who want you to straight up shut the fuck up forever for holding that view. Yeah, Andy. When I was a teenager, did a summer trip to a couple parts of Europe, and I went to one of those camps, and like, I am not a superstitious or a spiritual person or anything, but like, it's the most eerie thing. If like you can just the place doesn't feel right. It does not feel... You can tell that bad shit happened. And if it has that kind of effect, then, like, I don't know, more people should have to fucking go there. What we're doing is trying to win elections. It's abhorrent that the unicorn center seems to be okay with concentration camps due to the prejudice against trans people. It sucks. We need to live in the world we have. In that world, we play towards the middle by working with the extremes of the party for incremental progress. Much rather fights with Newsom or Pete or Kamala for trans rights. Yeah, I would much rather butt heads with people like Harris and Buttigieg, who have explicitly, been part of this faction that's like, hey, what if we just left some people behind here? I would rather fight with them than the people who were just like, hey, what if we just killed everybody? Of course, that goes without question. But that does not mean, and I'm not saying that you had this position, Sista, that does not mean that those people are above reproach, above being questioned. Like, again, I'm not a fan of VP Harris as a candidate. Still went that way because the alternative was, like, what we're getting right now. Later, Jester. Yeah, you stay safe too, buddy. What do you think of her VP pick? Oh, what, walls? Walls had the right shitting their pants because they didn't like being called weird, and then for whatever reason they muzzled him and wouldn't let him call them weird anymore. So, like, the perhaps only time in the entire candidacy of the Harris campaign, when it wasn't, you know, the Biden campaign, where it felt like the right was on the back foot, lasted all of, what, 2 weeks? Because they told Tim Walz to stop calling weirdos weird? Fucking infuriating. You're making the moderates that won't vote for us anyway uncomfortable. Yeah, like, alright, man. Sure. It's like... It's like if you ask them, well, if we stop calling you weird, would you vote for us? No? Oh, well, what if we did it anyway? Still no. Okay, we're gonna stop. But I said no. It's like, yeah, but you're gonna vote for me now. No. Oh, cool. Great.
But they were the ones hunting us. Just...
I'm not reading that out, Rathanol. I've read the message. But yeah, and I think the reason why a lot of people will end up doing exactly what those particular people did is this idea that, like, people are not... How do I put this? Okay. Holocaust survivors, mostly, they're dead. It's been long enough. They're mostly gone. So even people who share a cultural identity with that category of people who went through some horrible shit, they are not representative of that group of people, right? So this is how you'll have some people who will run around calling people who are activists who maybe happen to be Jewish people, even happen to be Israeli people, who call out people like that and say, hey, you're criticizing the Israeli government for bombing hospitals? You're a traitor. You're bad at your religion. It's like, yeah, they think that because they don't give a shit about people who have been through that horrible lived experience and would never want to push that on anyone else. They don't care. It's not the same people, is the point I'm getting at. So, like, even if you were descended from a group of people who had horrible things happen to them, it would not surprise me. People being in favor of the same thing that happened to their ancestors. 100% agree. We should hold their feet to the fire as a position of a bunch of liberals. There are waves of people who jumped off the Kamala bus because of the administration's position in Gaza. Both sides are reprehensible. One side supporting open genocide. There's a clear worse side, and some people seem to forget that when they want purity. Yeah. And I do think that people who hold that position, like, this ties into the dead internet theory thing that I was referencing before, and the astroturfing thing that Chris was referencing, where, like, there are some people echoing that position that aren't people. It's sock puppet accounts. Now, there are some people who are truly stupid enough to believe that, yeah, I'm in protest, I'm gonna vote against the administration because I don't support them enabling this genocide. And then they're, like, surprised when the even worse people ramp up said genocide. It's like, but everyone told you this would happen. There are some people that are stupid enough to have been in that group. Truly. All Kamala really had to do was break from the Democrats about Palestine and say no more bombs to Israel. I don't think she ever had the juice in her to be anything other than Biden's replacement. She wouldn't have broken ranks there because she didn't believe in that. Like, She was part of the administration, and that was its policy. Like, she's not a progressive. She's cut and dried, just standard centrist Dem positions in every possible area. Like, that's probably why she lost. It's definitely a big factor. There's a lot of people who are like, fuck that, why should I vote for you? The answer as to why you should have voted for her is because, you know, everything that's fucking happening now. No matter what an ideal world looks like where you have more than 2 options, in the American election system, at least at a presidential level, you have 2 options. Every configuration of you voting or not voting is going towards one of those 2 options. So if you are not doing the hold your nose vote, you are giving one to the other side. And there are some people who are either too stupid or too morally entitled to grasp that. I need to do the investigate the murders quest. Bring up dead internet all the time. They're literally not real. It's just shooting out every conceivable position on something so that real people can latch onto it, because some people literally only need the smallest reinforcement on them to adhere to something. I mean, look at the world's most fragile man, Elon Musk. Do you really think that many people follow him, even though he's on a social media platform that he owns? Do you think he would have to adjust the algorithm to make people who have even blocked his account still see his posts? If his views and positions were actually that popular? It's bots. It's bots. It's not real people.
Confuses me for
People didn't trust her because she was seen as a continuation of the current system. Stupid to think the Republicans would be anything else. The reality is people don't really see a difference. They're starved to death. Nothing you're saying here is wrong. I agree with that. I still held my nose and voted for her, even though, like, you know, actively terrible. But, as was pointed out before, it's better to litigate those issues with the less evil option. Even though, you know, to a point, lesser evil isn't a thing. Evil's evil. I get that. I do. I'm not dismissing that. But, like, when one option is, hey, I'm just not gonna listen to you on this issue, and the other option is, hey, what if I accelerated this process so we could turn that region into a resort? When those are the literal options that you have.
Well, we've other. Oh. Anything else on your mind?
You can't organize around voting for a lesser evil. It's a doomed project. And that's why it failed. Again, I don't think anything you're saying is wrong. I think we are absolutely in agreement where the correct play for the Harris campaign was to court the actual left, progressive voters. But they didn't do that.
Take me to my cherished chiller, and thy reward shall be plenty.
Look in a shitey little elephant. Investigator Valeria thinks. Feel free to look around the temple. I really.
I'm aware of Harris's time as AG. Get progress today, we get regress. Unfortunately, that is what is in vogue. And once again, going back to the discussion of dead internet theory, sock puppet accounts, rabbit holes, things like social media play a huge role in getting people to believe that this regression is what... Sometimes they think that's what should happen, sometimes they think it's what needs to happen, sometimes they think it's simply inevitable. But, like, people are capable of doing better.
Hang on a sec.
It's fully possible.
Recognize that face.
The status quo does
were
not need to
talking
remain the
Yanis
status
after
quo.
I left the temple. You remind me of development.
But it's very easy to feel like
Fine. If you doubt my conclusions, out.
there's no other options.
What
But
have
there
you
are.
found? Fine. I'll well.
I don't know, fun fact? I would love a fun fact. Is it actually fun? We've been having a very unfun conversation. Who has a fun fact?
Darling, it's very
Imagine seeing a watch of color for the first time. My heart flutters at the thought.
Frog fact? Out they ass.
Lord Gortash has been expecting your arrival.
Disagree, it's easy to get caught up in negativity, but objectively, in the grand scheme of the world, quality of life is increasing, life expectancy is increasing. I mean, the current CDC,
commanding.
earmark that one. Medical and technology advancements are saving lives. So, like, the current administration that's been in power for, sorry, regime, I can't call it administration, don't want to legitimize it, that's been in power for 8 months, is already set back cancer research, like, to an absurd degree. Cancer research specifically. mRNA vaccine technology is, like, getting pretty close to cancer cures, and they're trying to implode that entire sphere of research. That's something that's near and dear for me. So, like, you know, we had a measles outbreak too. Like, that whole life expectancy thing, sure, maybe grand scheme of the world, if you omit regions with active genocide and intense regression in medical and technological science. Yeah, sure. Sure. I don't want to be negative about the world, so bad things happen, bad things always happen. They do. But we're not doomed to always have only bad things happen, is what I'm getting at in the end. Lemons float in water and limes sink? That's fascinating. Why? Is it a density thing? Do you know Wonder Woman's lasso of truth is based on the lie detector test, which was in part invented by William Moulton Marston, the creator of Wonder Woman herself? I didn't know that. That's cool. In fact, Friar Inspector amazing. I've heard. I haven't watched it yet. I have a fun fact. The voice actor for the Spider-Man Shocker meme is the same as Prince Eric in The Little Mermaid. Huh. I never would have guessed that, because it's probably been 20 years since I've seen The Little Mermaid. I assumed you're talking about like the animated one, not like the more recent live action one. I haven't seen that.
All that trouble to get inside. Invites us to see him.
That's why nothing's gonna happen to us. We'll tell them what happened, and we'll be home in no time.
This is the... this equipment
like to trade.
Isn't for sale. It belongs to the Flaming Fist.
Ranger perks.
Fine. Keep your boots on.
It's a shame the Wonder Woman game got cancelled. Hope we actually get good content with her more. Yeah, I would certainly like to see that. I don't know how likely it is, but I would really like to see that too. Do I want to buy any of this right now? Not really.
Broke down the door because it sounds like
In fact, the longer the icon of Citizen Earth, the stronger it will become. Do you happen to know the duration that one should rip and tear? Like, what's the condition for that ending? Like, until when should one rip and tear? Oh, until it is done? Oh, okay, okay. Fun story, favorite English VA is Laura Bailey, who's Jester in Vox Machina and a stable cast member of Critical Role. During Battle for Azeroth, Guildmate went to Comic-Con, New York City, and met Laura Bailey. Laura Bailey, voice of Jane Proudmoore, recorded a message to our guild telling us to switch back to the lines to make Guildmate's fun. That's awesome. Yeah, like, Laura Bailey's one of those voice actors who has just been so many characters that I've at least been aware of. Like, as I've aged, as I've gone from kid, teenager, adult, and now the old man energy adult. So she's just one of those very much household name level just names to me. Super cool. I think the first thing I ever heard her in was the early Dragon Ball Z dub, where she was Kid Trunks. So this would have been over 20 years ago.
That's why nothing's gonna happen to us. We'll tell them what happened, and we'll be home in no time.
Today I learned if I respec Minthara Cleric, she has one deity option. Should have been surprised, really. For Tamir, that was Troy Baker, Matt Mercer. Trying to think if there's any gear I still want from this map right now. I don't think so. Let's go get our Pyro Quickness hat and such.
Is expecting you. Please make your way to the audience chamber.
Let's see.
Did I miss your fun fact? Didn't put fun fact in front of it? Probably. Let me scroll. The One Piece flag is being used as a symbol of anti-government oppression and corruption, country of Indonesia, and anime flag. Well, yeah, isn't one of the central themes of One Piece revolution against oppressive regimes and, you know, right to self-determination? That, like, the whole point? No matter how much a bunch of low media literacy podcasters want to claim, oh, but One Piece isn't political. Like, all art is. Fun fact, the VA's who's done Claire Redfield perhaps the most was the 90s voice of Jubilee in the X-Men, Luna the Clown on the big comfy couch. I didn't know that. That is a fun fact, Chris. I can now put a face to that voice. Question, what's the death skull? That's a kill counter. GG. Darren DePaul is in a lot of stuff. Samuel Hayden in Doom. J. Jonah Jameson in the newer Spider-Man games. Reinhardt in Overwatch. Pretty's in Borderlands 4 too. That's interesting. I didn't know he's JJJ and Samuel Hayden. Obviously I know both those voices, but I didn't connect those the same person. That's neat. We all agreed Kevin Conroy is Batman, Mark Hamill's the Joker. I mean, I don't know about it all, but I'm right there with you. That is my Batman and my Joker. Everyone else can be wrong. We'll be right. R.I.P. Kevin Conroy.
Breathe quiet. Move with care. Best be on my way.
Yeah, I'll just walk past them. Hey, JD.
At the ready. With a flick of the wrist. The door's covered in, well,
I don't know why that reminded me. I guess it reminded me because it's DC. I do have to see the new Superman at some point. I haven't set aside the time to do so.
need to find a way forward.
I'm also waiting for Peacemaker episodes to pile up before I start watching season 2.
Softer than a whisper. Can't risk being in open view. What do we have here?
Easily a top 5 for you, Chris. I've heard enough things that, like, I'm interested.
There's an inscription on the ring. I don't recognize the language, though.
But we were talking about this on... This was before the movie came out. It's like a few months ago. We were talking about it, and I was, like, not particularly interested, but open to it. But, like, the discussion has gotten me to the point where I'm interested, you know? Helmet of Grid is an option. I don't want to lose any of my temp HP right now. That can wait.
If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine. These birds have seen everything.
Watched Adam West, was there in 1989, the day Batman premiered with Michael Keaton, cringed through Val Kilmer and George Clooney, suffered through Christian Bale, really suffered, and watched Ben Affleck go all Zack Snyder Murderverse and people, Kevin Conroy's Batman. So, like, I think at least a lot of the issues I had with Batfleck were Snyder's fault and not Affleck's. I don't think that Bale did anything, like, emblematic of the character in his performance, but he's a good character actor, and I don't think he detracted from Batman at all. I enjoyed Robert Pattinson as Batman, for what it's worth. Later, GG. I guess the reason why I enjoyed Battinson was the very open presentation of, yeah, no, Batman would be a nutcase. Like, this guy is very not well, horribly adjusted, really needs a series of wake-up calls, or else he's not really better than the shit that he's fighting. Like, that being a huge thing in that movie, I enjoyed that. Robert Pattinson's a good Batman and a bad Wayne. So this is gonna be a lukewarm take. Tell me if this is a hot take, cold take, lukewarm take. So I hate this division that people do with, in particular, you see it a lot with Batman and the actors that play Batman, and Spider-Man and the actors that play Spider-Man, where people will divide up the superhero and the the pseudonym of the superhero into like, oh well, this actor is good at this, bad at this. They're the same person. They're one character. Like that's the point of the character. Like they are one and the same. Now obviously, depending on portrayal, depending on story, one side of the personality, so to speak, is more important to the story being told, but like the entire point is that that's one person. Like with a lot of Spider-Man stories, being Spider-Man ruins Peter Parker's life. With a lot of Batman stories, Bruce Wayne is just kind of a thing he feels he has to suffer through so he can go do Batman shit. Batman, they really aren't, though. Bruce Wayne's facade. Still part of the same person. However, there's a lot of stories where if there were to be a true face of Bruce Wayne, it's Batman. Like, there's a comic where Wonder Woman gets him with a lasso of truth and asks, "Who are you?" And he says Batman. He can't lie, but he says Batman, because that's who he is. In the Christopher Nolan, Christian Bale, Dark Knight movies, it's even pointed out, like, hey, this is your mask. Referencing his face as Bruce Wayne. That's his mask. Like, I get it, it's a central part of the character, but I think the division of, like, this actor was good at this aspect of the character and not this aspect of the character is separating one character into two. When I don't think we can really reasonably divide them like that. But I did say that's a lukewarm take. Feel free to disagree with me. That's just my stance on that. Love a more hopeful or more positive Batman with the Bat family caring for his villain's rehabilitation. I think having a Bat family focused Batman project in live action would be pretty cool. Like, I think it's a shame that we haven't had that yet. Like, obviously, maybe they're trying to get around the minefield of certain polarizing characters. Like, do people like Damian Wayne yet? I feel like they still don't. Maybe they don't want to deal with issues like the ethical quandary of, is it okay for Batman and Batgirl to fuck? Like, I get there's probably certain things they don't want to deal with, but like a Bat family-focused story could be cool. They could still go needlessly dark with that if they wanted to. Like, recently in a comic, didn't Bane kill Alfred to traumatize Robin, and then Joker got really mad at Bane for wasting that on Robin instead of Batman? Like, they could get real dark with it if they wanted to. But, like, Bat family stuff. I was looking forward to the Batgirl movie, and they trashed it after it was finished. Yeah, Warner Brothers wanted that tax write-off.
Seems like a good moment to talk.
Your case has naturally the Underdark provided us with some most.
They did it to the Roadrunner versus Wile E. Coyote movie too, and I'm sure other things. Those are the two that I saw the most discussion and backlash over. Bro, Batman banging Barbara is still some of the craziest shit. Comics get weird, man. think it comes down to how different each acts comparatively their superhero side, especially in Spidey's case. Well, like, looking at film portrayals of Bruce Wayne and Batman, it's like the most common through line is, okay, he'd rather be doing Batman stuff. The Bruce Wayne stuff is just, he feels that it's a necessary thing, so he will tolerate doing Bruce Wayne shit and be enthusiastic about Batman shit. Like, that's the through line there. Okay, sure. So if the personality of Bruce Wayne is intended to be this obfuscation, he's supposed to be this vain, self-obsessed airhead, that's what he's presenting to people, who does nothing with his time or money to keep himself above suspicion. Like, is that enough of a character to have a meaningfully different read? Because, like, I don't think... This is another spicy take. I don't think there's a huge gap between bat nipples and Christian Bale Batman in that regard specifically. Because it's like, if the movie's treating Bruce Wayne as a joke or a side act, like, it's just gonna do that. Right, this is not a fun fact. You people dive too deep into the lore of DC and Marvel. It's garbage. Read some classics like Shakespeare. This is bait, right? I don't know who Shakespeare is. I know who Shakespeare is, but I don't know who Shakespeare is. Sorry. Think the Coyote movie was revived? Was it? Ooh, I hadn't heard. Bruce Wayne's the mask and Batman's the dominant personality. The dissociation goes on suppresses psychological fracture because Batman at the very least believes he's in control of almost every variable all the time. Well, he does that because he has to believe that. Because of his trauma that he hasn't dealt with. Channels the psychosis in a way that removes the actual Bruce Wayne's volatility. It still slips out occasionally. The no-killing rule is a side effect of that volatility. I mean, a huge part of the Bale movies, right, is him not really knowing what to do with his rage at first. Like, and that's common with superhero stories. You see that with Superman, you see that with Daredevil, you see that with Spider-Man, you see that with Batman, where it's like, hey, I am extremely angry. How am I productive with that? Studio called Ketchup Entertainment revived it. Ooh, neat. Typos maybe assume bait, but honestly 50-50, yeah. Like, one thing I enjoyed about the Batman 2022 movie is, like, you are not meant to agree with Bruce Wayne at any point. Like, at all. Like, he's a cautionary tale. And then in his role as Batman, he realizes that, okay, yeah, no, I gotta do better. I shouldn't say Volo before I'm, like, actually settled on a build right now, but I'm gonna do it anyway. Yeah, we got a bunch of nerds here who have degrees in nerd shit, who love discussing, who love doing media analysis. Film, literature, it's good stuff. I'm definitely among my people here.
Another day, another fight.
Did I give myself prone immunity? I don't think I did. Because my sorcerer level, I do at least have serviceable spell save DC on like Mind Blast and stuff. So it's enough for that to work. I have too many, it's not that deep, just shut your brain off and enjoy, friends. The real media analysis is refreshing. Well, you are also among your people. Welcome. Is that deep? And if we were together, then by the end of the night, it can be even deeper. No, put the Riz down. We're nerding here. I'm nerding here. Just like when the man in the green armor shoots the bad guys with a super shotgun. I enjoyed the most recent Doom game. I'll probably play it again when DLC comes out. Someone like myself who's not intensely mechanically gifted with shooters, nor a young gamer anymore. Eternal is a much harder sell for me. I liked Dark Ages having the option of being slower paced. That was welcome.
Noble stuff. Take your pick.
Noble stock? Wait, is Dareth talking about the mushroom? Sometimes it feels like it's the hot take to actually like all three of the modern Doom games. That's gamers being the low media and practical literacy weirdos that the internet has molded them into over the last 10 years in particular. Longer than that, but especially the last 10 years. Like, liking multiple things that are fundamentally different from each other is okay. Like, you can have multiple interests. You don't need to be a one-note human. So, like, this idea that you have to have absolute allegiance to one or two max of the trilogy there. A trilogy of games that is explicitly designed to be different from one another. To allow you different flavors of gameplay and expressions of, design choices. And, like, the idea that you're not allowed to like more than one. I don't know, I refuse to believe that there's that many people that hate the idea of liking all three of those games. Because it's just so stupid. Now, this is not me saying that having a clear preference or one that absolutely doesn't sit right with you, that's not me saying that that's not okay. I get that. Everyone is human, everyone has preferences, but like this idea that you just can't like more than one frustrates the shit out of me. And to be clear, I'm not saying that you said that, you know, I'm venting frustration with the same people that you are. How dare you not be the RPG guy? Oh, sorry. Game and FPS, this game have space, zombie, demon, monsters. You engage in ultra violence with big fucking guns if something qualifies as a Doom game. Yeah, but you'll have good old gatekeeping. Yes, it's another day that ends in Y, so it's another Quag rant about gatekeeping. You'll have people thinking that, oh, this isn't the real experience. So, like, you had a lot of people shitting on Eternal when it came out because they didn't like the intentionally fast-paced gameplay. They didn't like the idea of ammo starvation to force you to prioritize using the correct tool for the correct situation, or forcing you into the loop of swapping weapons constantly because they wanted something slower paced and more traditional. Then you also had people who did the same thing to Dark Ages when it came out because they felt it was too slow, and they didn't like the parry mechanics, they didn't like the focus on the shield, they didn't like the game itself being slower, even though there's a game speed slider. And then you had people gatekeeping the idea of there being a game speed slider, allowing people to customize aspects of the game to their liking, to have the difficulty that matches the experience they were looking to have. Gatekeeping is always a skill issue. Always. If you gatekeep, you're either stupid or an asshole. Sometimes both. There's overlap. But, like, it's okay to like multiple things. And people are not beholden to what you like. You're allowed to like different things than another human without espousing your preferences to be more true than theirs. Controversial, I know.
Hope you found what...
The other thing is, even though the Dark Ages is slower than Eternal, that doesn't mean it's slow. Also true. Like, that game on higher difficulties, even without increasing the slider, is probably too fast for me. And I'm okay with that. I did my one playthrough I've done so far. I did it on Ultra Violence, and then I started a second one on Nightmare that I kind of got distracted and stopped doing. I was having a good old time. Default speed on everything. It was fun for me. Just a little baby gamer when it comes to FPSs. I left behind the sweaty days in my teenage years. I was having a good time. Felt plenty fast enough to me. But I'm never going to be anywhere near good enough to do Ultra Nightmare in that game.
Never mind.
I'm so pro accessibility, especially when it's a fucking single player game. Like, who cares? Accessibility should be celebrated in every game, whether it's single player, whether it's multiplayer. Like, I will never forgive the Call of Duty bros for getting mad at the idea of dark screen flashbangs. Like, this was several years ago, but there was a tweet where like there was discussion over this, and then the comments was all these fucking weirdos getting mad at resources being put into accessibility features like that. Then it was like, oh, don't care about this. No one asked for this. Fix Warzone. Like all this dumb shit. And it's like, who likes being white screen flashbang when playing video games? Like that should be industry standard. That should be an option in every game that has it. And like, it should be celebrated. Anyone leading the charge on that. Call of Duty fans should have been like, hell yeah, this is our IP doing this. Look how cool we are. Everyone come over. We got features like that. Come play with us. But gamers aren't built like that. And it's sad. It's so fucking sad. I gotta turn my overhead light on. Give me 1 second. Like, wasn't there like a Kotaku article that was shitting on, was it Alan Wake 2 for adding something for accessibility? Anyone remember this?
Her and the night song? Speak true now, for I detest a liar.
Oh, I'm using inspo here. I should have just clicked the sorcerer option. I don't know why it didn't. Like the people bitching because Lies of P added difficulty choices when they released the DLC. People didn't get to enjoy originally because the difficulty we were able to enjoy. It's actually good for gaming when more people can enjoy games like Lies of P. Yeah, in the Souls-like space, there's a lot of that. And So Black would want me to clarify on behalf of people in the challenge running side that it's not them doing this predominantly, but like the casual dude bros who have appointed themselves the face and voice of that particular fandom are really good about shitting on anything that someone who maybe is maybe more on the periphery of that player base. They're really good at just shitting on anything those people do to play the game that is outside the bounds of what they would consider to be their preferred gameplay loop. Like, you know, oh, you use magic, oh, you use summons, like that kind of shit. I am a radical, and I believe that every game should have an easy mode and a hard mode. And that's only because I'm making concessions. Because I don't expect every developer to put resources into having adaptive difficulty. Or having sliders, fully customizable sliders for things, right?
Let's pass this.
That should be the goal. Oh, you use potions? Oh.
Quite some valuable
Sorry.
knowledge hidden between these pages.
Like, I could loop in a little mini rant about how people who can barely read will sometimes come into challenge running streams for this game and be like, oh, but Helldusk armor. And it's like, homie, I just had to spend 20 minutes explaining to you how armor class works and you didn't get it. Why do you think this armor that I can get at this point in the game invalidates this challenge run? Like, you don't have an answer for that? Didn't think so. So I could link in a rant on that, but I won't. Let the record show that I didn't. I'm an accessibility tester. Web applications, I'm a firm believer, open up opportunities for others to enjoy the things I like or things I don't like. That's their business. Hell yeah, Diox. Not sure I entirely agree with difficulty sliders in Souls games. At a certain point, games or art forms that part of the story narrative can be that the journey's difficult. The difficulty sliders in Elden Ring or summons or OP items in oscillator settings. Yeah, and those things that people use to make their experience easier, things that are, you know, in-game systems that are there meant to be used, can function as that difficulty customization in terms of accessibility. Absolutely. Sometimes there will be an explicit, like, additional hard mode thing, like Sekiro has a hard mode option. It doesn't have an easy mode, but it has a harder mode. You know, you have, doing the game on New Game Plus, increasing difficulty for each New Game Plus level. You know, there's the systems there. I don't think it always needs to be necessarily... I should have meant that, because you're right. I don't think it necessarily needs to be you go in a menu and select your difficulty every time. You can get more creative than that in terms of providing people multiple options to customize their experience in regards to the difficulty of the playthrough. Sure. And to the point of not everything has to be for everyone, I'm big on that too. Because a game that caters to absolutely everybody is going to be a little bit shit at everything it does. I think having a creative vision and sticking to it is important. I believe those who complain about people being able to get stuff like a Helldusk armor, breaking a mechanic, get an advantage, they do, because they're jealous, they can't do it themselves. Oh, absolutely, Ansel, I agree. If you use summons in Elden Ring, you didn't actually beat the game, takes away from my run and my fun. If you think you beat Elden Ring and you use summons, like, it just made the game so much easier. You and I are not the same. I actually beat Elden Ring. You beat Weenie Hut General Rig. We're not the same. I'm a god of gaming. You are nothing. CZ, is this a real Twitter post? It sounds like it. How long would it take for you to explain to that guy you aren't doing this challenge for his approval? Too long. You officially swayed me to Splint from Helldusk on characters that have heavier proficiency. Hell yeah, Baneblade. Adamantine Splint, aka the better armor. Remember, I've had the Helldusk this entire playthrough. I've chosen not to use it. Because I've had better options, or equivalent options. Not restricted out, I just haven't felt like using it. I feel like adding the easy mode would be an industry standard, to be honest. I've never gotten into PG3 as much if Explorer wasn't an option. And a lot of RPGs go even further than that, and they'll have, like, a narrative difficulty, to your point, Bunny. Mass Effect and Dragon Age have done this. I don't know if others have, but, like, having a difficulty below easy where it's intended for, like, okay, you're here for the storytelling exclusively, let's just mostly eliminate the gameplay outside of that so you can get to the part you want to do. I think that's a valid option to have. That's a real sentiment. Ugh, so disappointing. Not a hot take. If Valerian didn't want you to get Helldusk in Act 1, they would have patched it out. Look at Trader Exploits and patch notes. They waged war on that front and had a good time doing it. Yeah, they tried to stop the Helldusk thing once, and it didn't work, and they left it alone. I think if it's something they truly cared about, I think if it's something that truly mattered, they would have kept going. And, like, there's surefire ways of doing it, even. They could have just made it a quest reward from actually beating him in Act 3. Quag also thinks my completed ability to actually do anything remotely like progressing in BG3 is a valid way to play BG3, provided I'm having fun. Hell yeah, I do. Doesn't have to be a way I would want to play the game, that's completely besides the point. We are separate people, and I am absolutely all for your right to consume this piece of entertainment in a way that entertains you. I would not play BG3 to the point where I did an auto run without there not being just Explorer mode, but also custom settings. Yeah, I was thinking about for the John of All Sins run that I'm sort of planning right now. I was thinking about using custom mode to do some of the things that could make the game even harder for me. Like, harder than default honor mode. I haven't really delved into that much, but it was on my mind. If they also didn't want Voss to be disarmed, they could have given him permanently armed. Right. Like, seeing people say that having the silver sword in Act 1 is, like, a cheese or an exploit, it's like, but you had to set up being able to do it. It was a task that you had to accomplish. You had to figure out a way to get the disarm off, none of which are 100% without some extremely specific setup. And then also, like, he's not permanently armed. You know who else is permanently armed? Gortash, Orin, the Flint, Cazador, I think Mysticarian. Like, it's a thing that they do when they don't want you to get that weapon early. Might switch to Cloud Giant for carry weight here. Theravok. Fun is the mind killer. Yeah, stop having fun. Sick fuck. Disgusting behavior. I think Persistent fares against Helldusk in Act 3. I think, in general, Persistence ticks more boxes more of the time, because it does more things. So, like, sure, it's one less damage reduction. You don't get the fire resistance, you don't get the burning immunity, you don't get the retaliation thing. And it's a little less armor class. But Persistence is a big comfort item. It gives you passive Blade Ward, it gives you passive resistance, and physical resistance and saving throws are things that are just useful for a lot of things in the game. It still has 20 AC, which is still good. Like, still better than most things in that slot of that armor weight. And it still has 2 damage reduction instead of 3. So, like, I find myself using Persistence more often than Helldusk because it takes care of the needs I have in more gear slots and for more things. I still would, like, resist calling one of them better than the other, generally speaking. But I would encourage use of Persistence over use of Helldusk just because it does a wider variety of things. To be fair, I get the feeling that disarming was a fun oversight. Devs likely intentionally left it in because it's funny. Could be. I can't speak to their vision in that regard. I just say that that's not the case. All we can say for sure is they know about it, and if they cared to fix it, they likely would have, because it's something people were doing from very early on. I think there are more uses of Persistence than Helldusk when both are available. I think the biggest edge Helldusk has over Persistence is that you can get Helldusk in Act 1. Like, I think in the grand scheme of item valuation in the game, Helldusk armor should be considered an Act 1 item. Because it is struggling to keep pace with the Adamantine Splint and frequently losing in its role. And then there's stuff that competes with and exceeds the Adamantine Splint that gets added in the later in the game you get. So I think the valuation of Helldusk as a good Act 1 armor is most charitable to it. Not only Persistence, great defensive tool, it's absolute drip. Persistence does look cool. Oh good, armor that brings Sanctuary, my favorite. Oh good, armor that makes it so I can't knock people out for XP strats. Cool. Like, the number of times I've had to frantically heal Floric so she didn't die from the Helldusk armor burn is high enough that I make sure that I never wear the Helldusk armor for Floric if I have it by that point. Even if it would be better at mitigating the damage from Magic Missile than anything else I could equip, I view the downside as being too annoying. Is Dwarven Splint in the conversation? Dwarven Splint's pretty good. I use it less frequently because it doesn't have as much in the damage reduction department, but it has good AC. It helps your strength checks, and it gives you Constitution. Best armors that give you HP, not common. So ones that have good AC, give you HP, give some amount of other damage mitigation. It being heavy armor means even if it doesn't have DR itself, you can go Heavy Armor Master and still get some. Heavy Armor Master is great with Dwarven Splint, and that means by proxy, Dwarven Splint is great. I think it's a very good armor. Fire Quickness hat. So if I'm gonna wear this, I do need to start using Adamantine Scale again. Oh yeah, you can also get multiple copies of Dwarven Splint. That's worth mentioning. Like, at the exclusion of other Adamantine items, you could get 2 copies of Adamantine Splint, but obviously that's got an opportunity cost. You can only get 1 Helldusk, 1 Reaper's Embrace, 1 Persistence, at least on current patch. But Dwarven Splint, you can get as many as you want, really. That's nice. Not optimal, I also like the Force Conduit armor. There's a bunch of situations where you could call it optimal. Rippling Force Mail is good. It's also a good armor. Like an armor that builds up to 7 physical DR for you. That's pretty good. Especially you get it completely for free. Very early in Act 2. That's really good. I don't think you need to put a qualifier behind that at all. Hydrate Thunderskin Cloak versus Vivacious Cloak for Reaver BK. Vivacious so good with persistence, effectively given 16 temp HP every turn dueling blade. I'd say Thunderskin is very mediocre in its impact. It's something that I'd be down to use more in the future, just so I can get a better feel for it, but like my instinct is that Vivacious Cloak is going to be way more desirable. Every time dwarves get brought up, my mind ravenously reminds me of Dragon Age Origins. Wales, it has taken everything in my being to not jump into an Origins challenge run. I still have other things I need to play. Like, I still want to do Clair Obscure, which maybe, there's a, like, small chance I do it tomorrow. Maybe. Not promising that. Especially not going to promise that 8.5 hours of a stream when my brain is cooked. Maybe. But I still want to play that, and then also, new Pokemon game comes out next month. I want to make sure to leave enough downtime for myself. But I've been thinking about revisiting the Dragon Age and Mass Effect series on stream. You know, max difficulty playthroughs, solo with applicable games, etc. I think that'd be fun. Now, I shouldn't be doing this with only 2 inspo. It's kind of stupid. But I won't tell anyone if you don't. It's real good. I don't care enough about that to roll for it. Someone's zooming. One flaw I noticed with Helldusk is that I saved against the bookshelf trap in Char's library, destroyed the book to open the door to Char's sphere. Luckily, you can jump over it with ungodly numbers of crates. Yeah, there's a bunch of things like that. Knocking out the likes of, I mentioned this before, but knocking out the likes of Lorik, Minsk, Minthara gets complicated. If you happen to accidentally click on the Saluna chest in the Owlbear Cave, you are almost certainly just gonna die if you're wearing the Helldusk armor. That one got Andy once. Andy, aka Blue Collar Nerd. I think it was Hazel who mentioned earlier. Can break your Sanctuary quite easily if you're trying to do Sanctuary strats. Why does it just kill you? So the way it works, Helldusk armor, if someone tries to do an effect to you and you save, it puts a burn effect on that someone. That chest considers any interaction with it cause for it to attempt to damage you with a saving throw effect. So, if you touch the chest, it hits you. If you save, your armor hits the chest, which causes the chest to hit you, which causes the armor to hit the chest, which causes the chest to hit you, which causes the armor to hit the chest, which causes the chest to hit you. So, that'll just happen back and forth like 20 times in a second, and then you die.
What do I think of Lord Gortash's
And post the clip? Absolutely.
I am so glad you asked, Edvard. No. No, a bit too...
Would I do another run with Absolute Wrath soon? Yeah, Beyblade. I'd be into that.
Always at your side.
The truth of the crown. This is no mere joke. If we can collect the crown to I promise you, some Mistra wanted the brain of. A long road lies ahead before the crown. Perhaps I got carried away with the thought this crown.
I hear you. She bids you come to her holy. If
it's obvious when you stop to. Well, what? This is a conversation. Go ahead. I'm listening. We're.
Alright, so we finished Gale's personal quest, except for him actually physically going to Mistra.
Excellent choice.
Do some nerd shit.
Still alive?
Thank
So
you, Gale.
that's progress?
What's on your mind? I question the. I'll be.
Well, you can take that chest with you, find ways to get enemies to hit it. I have good news, Hazel. You can do exactly that.
That's weird.
I'm unsure if it still works, disclaimer, but I know at least some point in previous patches, you could, see, as a Cleric of Selûne, you can interact with a chest with no downsides or anything. You could pick it up, put it in your inventory, even, if you are a Cleric of Selûne. So there's nothing stopping you from picking it up and then going to the Goblin camp, putting it down. Now, I don't know if this part of it still works, but there's been content made of people encouraging the goblins to pick up the chest, whether it's through, like, putting a stolen item in the chest or some other means, but, like, you can find videos of, like, goblins trying to touch the chest and just dying. It's very funny. How does Haldusk work with Warding Bond, who's the source of saving throw? So, with Warding Bond, the warded person is considered as doing damage to the ward caster, if I remember correctly. It's been a minute since I've cast the spell. So you could end up in some pretty bad positions there, depending on what's happening.
Seek help. You are in the right place.
Oh, for me, change armors too. Fusion. Let's go Slutboard for now. I'm gonna want... This is probably the point where I swap Pyro Quickness hat out for other things, but if I attune to Fire with Marco, I'll get that at least. This is where the self-damage that I allude to. I think I've edited the builds command that I used to be alluding to with the builds command. This is where that would come in. You know if you get XP from them if the chest kills them? I don't believe you do. Best solo tab background, part of me leans towards Guild Artisan with the skills, on-demand inspirations, feel like Sage has some really easy inspirations from books, and if Gale's around, you double it. You could triple it with Surf Puzzle Limp. There's, like with everything else, Chris, there's not going to be a best. There's some that are really standout and some that are really shit. But I find that all of them are useful for something. Like, Acolyte gets a really rough route in terms of a lot of your inspos are just doing awkward things or mutually exclusive with each other. Like, the skill proficiencies are okay, and some of the inspos are well-placed for you to get value out of them. Entertainer is really awkward in terms of where a lot of the inspo points are, but getting performance proficiency can be quite useful for certain builds. I'm a big fan of Soldier because you get really good inspos throughout the entire game, and you get 2 really good skill proficiencies. So, like, it's going to be case by case. Speaking for myself individually, I tend to value the ones that give me either Persuasion or Athletics proficiency a bit higher, because those are really useful skills to have, especially on builds that don't normally get those. I've been playing a lot of Noble lately, though. Noble's great. Noble has a really comfy route. Sage has a really comfy route. Haunted One has a really comfy route. Soldier, I mentioned, is being really comfy. Guild Artisan is really comfy. Charlatan is really good in the first 2 acts, and then really shit in Act 3. So you're kind of making a trade-off there, but it also has 2 good skills, so I like Charlatan. I'd say, like, the weaker ones would be Folk Hero, Criminal, Acolyte, but even then, they have, like, mitigating factors. Urchin's meh. Like, it's just kind of worse Charlatan at the end of the day. a lot of the early inspos are behind checks or very specific things. Like, yeah, the kid-related ones, well, to have the conversation with Melly, you need Barth to survive the Grove fight, and then you need to do some kind of skill check. Whether that's a skill check involving Barth, a skill check involving Melly, you need to do skill checks for that. Contrast other inspo things, like Soldier helping the tiefling hitting the training dummy. You have all sorts of dialogue options to do that checklist, depending on your class, depending on your race, depending on your origin, even. Just a quick compare and contrast there. And stealth proficiency is often a nerf to your character. Not always, but often. Alright, so let's play the video game. Fortunately, my spell save DC is noticeably higher than it was. It's up to 12. Gross. I have 3 prepared spells. Ew.
Alright, time to skulk about.
Hey, you got disarmed. You okay? I think he's okay. Benching heavily debuff? Yeah, I gotta go do that. Do you have metal? Oh, that's a metal weapon. I didn't long strider myself either. Beautiful. PvP convergence. Heat metal against Cazador will be fun. Yeah, Cazador being permanently armed means he can't drop his weapon. Gives me a lot of flexibility. Yeah, I'll backrush that. She upcasts darkness for whatever reason. A weapon vibe you'd certainly disarm my playlist. Ah, heat metal. Ah. Gives me an extra bonus action to use. Concentrated blast here. See, this is the microwave. Pyro quickness had stuff. This is what we were going for. Hey, Manly Tier, thank you for the raid. How was your stream? What'd you get up to? Welcome, Raiders. If you don't know me, I'm Quag. I do BG3 challenge runs when I'm not going off on tangents. We're doing the microwave, which is a heat metal build. It's a lot of fun. Okay, the push trajectory lied to me. That's fine. That's fine. Everything's fine. You're fine. I'm fine. We're all fine together, right, chat? another one. Hear from Conquering Merkel. Let's go. Congrats on your win. Love to hear it. Tell me all about it. If you got time. If you got a raid and run, of course, do. You know, self-care, post-stream stuff. I understand. But yeah.
To press ahead.
If you wanna, feel free to tell us all about it.
Maybe I need more pockets.
These books are worth 500 gold as base sale value. There's a few of them around. 2 of them are outside. Most of them are on the main clerk's corpse, but 2 of them are outside and a couple of them are on the periphery of the rooms in there. Try the lengthy grind approach because I always feel it's better for learning. It tends to be, yeah. Letting the mechanics actually play out. There's a lot of stuff that I had very little understanding of after my first few runs. Going all in on the damage thing. Kinda denies you the chance. Not this one. Thought the game was bugged the first time you found those. I'm still thinking of spec, by the way. Most likely, I'm gonna want that thief level so we can do 3 heat metal in 1 turn. Most likely. Still want low DC, so we're gonna get heat metal from Druid, so that means minimum 3 Druid, minimum 3 Rogue. Minimum 3 Thief, specifically, I should say. Beyond that, Shrug.
Breathe quiet. Move with care.
Broke my concentration. That's disappointing. That's so funny, though.
Don't want to draw any attention. Should mind my step.
Didn't have success with Thief and Pyro Quickness. Does using the second one remove the Pyro Quickness effect? Like the Scorching Ray thing?
That's a friendly looking shadow. I'm done.
Kept damaging Ketheric only with Bone Chill to drain ability train as much as possible before Merkel shows up. Then tanked him at range. Want to see if he could run a minion. Summons dealt with ads on phase. Stood range because I could tank him all day. Con advantage, high saves, necrotic resist, minty boots. Eventually ability drained him. And then went in up close. Extended spell, inflict wounds to prevent heal. Ham, return quicken spell, 2 spells for haste. Yeah, sounds pretty good. Dealt with his mechanics, dismantled him. And that's exactly the kind of thing that I mean when I am talking about. As long as you stick to a plan, you figure out your approach for how you counter Merkel, you can treat him just like a puzzle. Merkel remains my favorite boss in the game just because of the quality of design. There's so many answers. Sounds like you did a great job, as per usual. I forgot I don't have Thieves' Tools. I saved Bolo already. I could buy some from him. So if it ended up doing the Scorching Ray thing, maybe I don't go Thief.
Never wanted the easy path. I want to have a word.
Are you able to Misty Step across this door? I've never tried. I'm gonna need the door open eventually, is my logic. Now, I could go buy a Nox Scroll from Skittle. But to do that stealthily, I gotta do that from Greater Invis, and I am being stingy and choosing not to use my Greater Invis right now. I absolutely should.
As it ordered, if this and now I just what it will serve you well. I wish you luck.
Just out of view.
Jeez, Merkel on my last solo on a run with the water bottle, like 4 or 5 chain lightning scrolls. Now I'm gonna try Norval again. I don't see how that's cheese at all. You took advantage of lightning spells being easy to scale damage-wise with vulnerability, and you made sure to be level 9 minimum, the point at which chain lightning scrolls become available in vendor loot, and then you also made sure to have enough of them that your strategy would work. Not gonna say it's the most difficult way to deal with the boss, but it's not cheese. You killed the boss legit. Good job. And full transparency, that's a way I've killed the boss before, and like, I stopped finding it interesting pretty quickly, so I stopped doing it, but it's totally a legit way of doing things. I might have to go get that Nox Scroll. Turns out just roll good has a limit. Fine. The only way to cheese the boss would be throwing water David wedges at him till he dies. Well, now I gotta do that.
Breathe deep and
My first solo 2-rounded with the Gloom Assassin, surprise rain of crits. For Lithid, it was only 69 rounds of Concentrated Blast. Nice. For my first encounter with Merkel in solo honor mode, I died. My second one, I blew him up with barrels. Didn't feel good about that, so I didn't use barrels beyond that, but still a way through.
Yes. Her name is Vanra. Thank you.
Cursed to put my hands on everything.
Literally never died in solo honor because I don't play it. Hey, you still got that great KD, Syndracule.
Something's on my mind.
And you can step up and marvel at the spectacular wonders on offer.
How many barrels did it take? I do not remember. This was almost a full 2 years ago, and I have played through the game quite literally 80 plus times since then. I forgore. Once died my soul on her. Murder all run. Shadowheart laying unconscious on the beach. Missed. She turned hostile. One hit me with inflict wounds. Still embarrassed. I don't think that's embarrassing at all because clerics of the classes at level 1, at least in terms of what's available to you early in the game, clerics are the damage leaders. Inflict wounds and guiding bolt, they crit you, you're out of the game. That's it. You're dead. You are fucked. Even without a crit, they are more than strong enough to delete you from the game. Inflict wounds, that's up to 30 damage, non-crit. Ah. That's like downright likely to kill you right at the beginning of the game. I don't think there's any shame in that at all. To rating of heavy armor pieces in general, I rate heavy armor quite highly. To the point where getting heavy armor proficiency is something that I kind of loosely prioritize in runs, as long as my classes and build concept allow for it. Like, I had to actively talk myself out of crafting the adamantine splint in this run, because I was like, okay, I won't always have the proficiency, I can't justify this. But I did have to talk myself out of it.
What's been done to them?
Not a big fan of their scaling, though, largely due to huge damage gap, making it very inconsistent, i.e. plus 10 max on upcast inflict wounds, yet plus 1 min, so basically 1 guaranteed damage. That can be an issue. This is why items like Hat of the Sharp Caster are so useful. Certainly inconsistency can become a concern. Marshals of Savage Attacker. There is an Act 3 item called Hat of the Sharp Caster that you can get. Fills the same role. I should go grab that. Actually, I probably won't end up using it because fire quickness, but I should absolutely have it. Forgot a thing again. Can't wait for the part where the guys start screaming for no reason. Once we hit level 12 and settle into what my levels are going to be, I'll have a more cohesive builds command there. Tend to revise these things as I play.
A mirror that steals memories.
Can I remember to kill Ayla? I did. Just realize how weird does it look? Shadowheart's parents are just hanging there alone. It's not a prison, right? Looks kind of random. I mean, it's like... This is a religious building at the end of the day, so it's the most holy room. So of course Shar is keeping them, I guess, closest to her in a sense. The Chamber of Loss. But also, like, it is a prison, if you look over here. There is a decapitated Githyanki who was tortured to death for information, and then, I guess, decapitated because they're extra, but very much in a prison cell. Actually never noticed that cell. I don't blame you. It's, like, why is it there? Extra detail we didn't need it. We didn't need, like... It's almost like Char's a bit evil. I think most people would have noticed by this point, Candy May. But the details certainly help. Guys...
huge polished disc. The
Alright,
mirror
gonna offer prayer
surrenders some
without...
part of yourself.
I'll offer a memory without a prayer.
Something still there. A foreign your mind, whatever the dark.
So we're gonna give up 5 of our
Huge
stats.
mirror stares down at you like the mirror. You must surrender some part of yourself. You've still a you embody a whatever dark.
Our goal is to get the one about Duke Stelmane, which gives us a +2 to our or +1, excuse me, to our charisma. Now I could choose to do this in a way where I try to keep the -2 to wisdom from giving up my wisdom. See if I can manage that though.
The huge mirror stares down at you like a great dark. The mirror you must surrender some part of the
Give up
gaps.
charisma.
You embody whatever dark. The huge mirror stares down at you. The mirror you must surrender some part of yourself.
I can give up
But what?
intelligence.
The gaps still a foreign disappointment.
There it is.
floods your
That's the
mind.
+1 charisma.
You were sure to succeed, Stelmane. The matter dark.
Charisma's now 14. Remind me why Shadowheart's squad even sent to retrieve the artifact. Why does Viconia want it? Viconia doesn't know what it does. She just knows that it's powerful, and she's just trying to accumulate power, because on some level, she knows that Shar wants her out, because of previous events. So she is trying to consolidate power to make herself harder to remove. Whether it's to change Shar's mind, whether it's to do her own thing, that's kind of left to your interpretation to a degree. But, like, she just wants it because it's power. She doesn't know what it is. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. So if I want to keep the lower wisdom, what I would do now is succeed the religion check, give up my wisdom, and if that doesn't work, give up the forbidden knowledge.
The huge mirror stares down at you like a great dark eye.
Just roll good.
You feel a presence. The mirror you must surrender some part of yourself. But what the gaps still that you feel the spill where once the mirror showed nothing, there is now something.
Now I could go strength,
Experiences, skills.
so I'd be a natural 20 strength without needing Harmonium Halberd.
To you to choose from.
I could go dexterity to be at a natural 18 dexterity. I could go charisma, I guess, for the purpose of if I do end up doing the Draconic Bloodline thing, which seems likely. I guess the answer is Riz, right? I have other options if I want to get strength. I could always switch back to Halberd to have 20. I think we go...
Adore the dark.
6 wisdom, 16 charisma. We'll be keeping these stats for a while. Part of me wants to go Bone Spike Garb and Adamantine Shield here. I think I may do that. Which means I gotta go buy Bone Spike Garb, but that's fine. It's reasonable. Yeah, my favorite part. I don't know why I like it so much, but it's great. Why are you screaming? It's so silly. The sheer amount of spell slot flexibility alone, even ignoring meta magic effects, makes even a small dip in a sorcerer so strong as I'm finding out. Yeah, 2 sorcerer is a very good dip. Very good. 3 is a little more debatable. It's like, sure, Quicken's sometimes nice, Subtle is sometimes nice. But 3 is a big level investment. But 2 is very comfortable on a lot of setups. I'm a big believer in it.
Come far, I perceive.
Like, there's a lot of caster builds where going and grabbing yourself a 2 sorcerer dip and then a 2 druid dip makes you massively better at everything. I want the Sacred Star. It's not really on topic for this build, but I want it. I should hit level 12 and then respec. Debating on whether keeping free or not now that I got Shard Sphere. First time I played with it. Holy, it's kind of nice, so no need for Shadow Sorcerer level 3 Darkness anymore. Quicken Spell's nice. Quicken Spell is more valuable the less you value your bonus action. There's a lot of good things you could do on your bonus action. So it's a matter of like, okay, what else could you do with that 3rd sorcerer level that would get you more value than that? And sometimes there's a clean answer to that, sometimes there isn't. If all of your other levels are caster progression, you can still have your 6th level spellcasting taking 1 martial level or 1 warlock level. And in any build where the goal is to do damage, if you don't specifically need the level for something else, 1 Hexblade adds a huge amount. So, like, there's that.
I ain't got none of that plum prosecco. Now, what can I get you, newcomer?
Failed Zathis, there's +1 extra for Quicken Spell. Yeah, that helps a little bit.
We're all on the same side, friend. Nine Fingers invited us herself.
Fetcher isn't himself, so I'm running the shop. You buying or
What about the DLC when Fetcher is finally himself?
Which is exactly why your boss hired us.
Wow. Ready to do some business? I survived the hell. Sure is. We work for Fetcher, handling what you might call pre-owned goods. Talk to Stiffy. He'll cut you a deal.
Already discussed best EK's pure 8K. Yeah, like 11 levels for fighters is pretty hard to argue against. So then for EK, it's the question of like, okay, do you want the additional feat? Or do you want a 1 level dip into something else? Frequently, getting the 1 level dip into Hexblade is seen as the most desirable option. Some people will go War Cleric or the War Priest charges. Sometimes it'll be Rogue, or it's a baby sneak attack, but it is a sneak attack. But also you get a bunch of skill proficiencies and a skill expertise.
To keep going. Light on my feet.
How to play a Knowledge Cleric? I would probably lean into the domain spells. So like Knowledge Cleric is the only one outside of Wizard that gets Resilient Sphere, which is a cool spell. So I'd probably lean into using that for some fun things. Gets Telekinesis, too, I think. Resilient Sphere at 7, Telekinesis at 9. So I'd probably lean into one or both of those things. How does War Cleric work with Eldritch Knight? War Priest gives another attack for bonus action, but as Eldritch Knight, you spend bonus action already for extra attack after Booming Blade. So it'd be for things that isn't Booming Blade. Things that aren't Booming Blade, excuse me. Now, I'm not a fan of War Priest charges, to clarify. It's not something I really do, but it's something that is viable. I'm a big fan of Hexblade for the 12th level for EK builds. You get Hex, you get Hexblade's Curse, you get a couple cantrips, you get an additional spell slot, one that comes back on short rest. And you pick up either Armor of Agathis or Hellish Rebuke. Pretty nice.
Fate, dost thou require a new as?
Okay. So, the microwave. Level 12 build. I need minimum 3 levels of Druid for my Wisdom Scaling Heat Metal. If I want the reapply to be low DC, I need Wisdom to be my actual casting stat. But I don't think I'm going to go that route, because I think I want Charisma to be my actual casting stat for the benefit of my Tadpole powers. So I'm thinking we will have 6 levels of Draconic Bloodline Sorcerer. We'll go with red for the Draconic Elemental Affinity damage. I'm gonna want... We probably go 4 levels of Druid to pick up a second feat. What do I do after that? Leaves me 2 levels. I would kind of like to have heavy armor proficiency still, though it'll be less necessary once I pick up Helm of Baldur, and that'll be my crit immune helmet option. And I'm probably not going to find myself wearing heavy armor in my chest slot. There's maybe a case for wearing persistence. It's like I mentioned, it ticks a lot of boxes. Good AC, not top of its class. Good damage reduction, not top of its class. But it does give you Blade Ward passively, which allows me to alleviate the burden of having to cast it myself or use Universal Res. And it gives resistance, which means I don't have to cast it myself. I had fire resistance from the Ranger level. No, I didn't. I had fire resistance from Grimskull Helm. I had cold resistance from the Ranger levels. If I attuned to fire on Marco Heschker, then I still have fire resistance. So I could go... There's a cleric angle here. Nature would get me the heavy armor proficiency. Tempest would just be like the good option. War, I don't want the charges. So I could go... And there's always Hexblade. Like I mentioned, it is just damage. I could pick up Hellish Rebuke from Hexblade too. That could be something. Let's think about my overall spellcasting progression. Sorcerer and Druid are going to allow me to continue my spellcasting progression. That's already a combined 10 levels. So if I do 6, 4, 1, 1, 6 Sorcerer, 4 Druid, 1 Warlock, 1 Cleric, that's full caster, 2 feats. Problem is, I don't really like any of the starting saving throw proficiencies for those classes. I'm actually going to pull up the wiki here. And, just check. Because I don't remember some of them off the top of my head. Like, Warlock, it's the same ones as Paladin, if I remember correctly, and that's pretty shit. Druid is... Int and Wisdom. Cleric is Wisdom and Charisma. Rare Cleric, L. So I guess I want... I guess a Druid. It's Int and Wisdom. I care more about Wisdom with my intentionally low Wisdom. Ranger 2 gets the Spellcaster level, heavy armor, and good saves. It does. I kind of want the Warlock level. Hexblade's Curse and, Hellish Rebuke. Cat's sneezing over there. Give me a second. Alright, back. Apologies. Cat's got a hairball or something he's having trouble with. Got him some water. Usually helps. So... Start Druid. And then I just need to end on any of the charisma options. So Kind of fucks my weapon proficiencies a little bit, doesn't it? Druids have, like, really bad weapon proficiencies. I guess I start Cleric. Yeah, the thing with Shillelagh is if I go for the Iron Vine angle, then, like, I'm gonna be hurting myself a lot all the time. DR would help, though. I suppose it wouldn't hurt me that bad if I did go, like, ham. But I'm more likely to want to go dual wielder here. Feats are probably going to be alert dual wielder. Quag doing a caster build with alert and dual wielder. What else is new? This gets me simple weapons, and then going to Hexblade later should get me martial weapons. That should cover everything. Yeah, let's take Shillelagh here. Let's be Talos. 16 strength. 16 dex. Though, maybe I could go a little less strength. But it's getting weird again. Like, if I'm doing the Draconic Bloodline garbage, I may as well do it well. Like, this would be 18 Riz. This is 18 Riz, 10 con. I could eventually do Elemental Torment, but I guess in the meantime, greater health. Pretty standard. 10 con, justify that. These skills don't really matter. So I'll take these. Thaumaturgy. Well, I'm still level 1, I should get Anointed and Splendor, actually. Shark, put those away! What is he doing? You know why that happens? Seems to be so random. Character bodies have a higher render distance than character clothes. And in big camps, you're far enough away from the character that their clothes aren't rendered in, but their body is.
See an altar dedicated. Offering is accepted, but more evidence of devotion is.
Oh, it's not enough. I take this one too.
The amount you've offered proves your fetch. The cold white light.
Can I read this? Make sure that I do. Now we take the druid levels. I guess the question is, do we still go spores or do we go stars? I think stars actually makes more sense to just ensure that my concentration is ironclad. I'll be taking constant self-damage, so maintenance of symbiotic entity will be difficult. Back to respec. It's nature domain for Shillelagh. Nature is for heavy armor proficiency. Tempest would be better in that role, but I'm never gonna beat the allegations if I play Tempest Cleric every time I play Cleric.
Oh, no. Thy...
Alright, time to skulk about, using a 5-finger discount.
Dost thou require...
Like, it should be Tempest. Suits the run more, though. Nature does suit it more. The allegations, you have the Withers mod? Which mod? No, my Withers is completely vanilla. You sound crazy right now. Could go Life Cleric, you get Heavy Armor 2 technically. Could. I would have always prepared negative healing order. Actually.
Dost thou require...
Hang on. Hang on. No, no, this would make my healing word go positive. Because that'd be 3 more. No. We gotta go nature. Exactly how Withers looks on official Larian streams. Yeah, that's true. You can check their VODs. Like that Nature Cleric plus Hexblade also gets proficiency the other's missing. Yeah, me too. Starts. 3rd Druid level gets us Heat Metal. We take Alert. Draconic Bloodline. So we go red for Burning Hints for free. These 4. Take shield here so we don't have to take it from Hexblade. Chromatic Orb would be more thematic, but just having Magic Missile is nice. Pardon Kevin's cough. He's okay. And a twinned. I guess False Life makes sense if I'm not gonna have. I might still have Agathis, thanks to Hexblade level actually. The False Life continues to not make sense. So if I end up taking Hex Hellish Rebuke, I won't have Agathis. Looks like False Life's back on the menu, boys. I don't really care for Quicken Spell here. It's like theoretically useful. I much prefer Subtle Spell. Subtle Spell is awesome. Like Subtle Spell Heat Metal as an opener is probably something I would prefer to do. Kind of requires me to have serviceable stealth. I can kind of make that happen. I also have enough investment that Scorching Ray won't be terrible for me either. And Subtle Spell Scorching Ray does make a pretty good combat opener. We'll go Quicken, just because Quicken Booming Blade might be more useful sometimes. Dual Wielder, pretty much non-negotiable. First Strike. Not terribly useful, but something. Guess Shadow Blade. Not because I plan on using it, but because there's no scrolls of it. And I do have the spell slots to upcast. Hey, Lady Baker. Counterspell, not because I plan on using it, but because it's not available in scroll form and it's nice to have in the back pocket. Daylight, because I'll no longer have it from Druid levels, and maybe that's useful. Let's see. What are alternatives? I guess Invis. Yeah, we'll go Daylight. Trying to catch the VODs of this run. How's it going? It's going well. We just hit level 12. We got our Mirror of Loss. We got everything we wanted to get done there. Now we're getting in the final spec. And we don't go 7 Sorcerer. We go 1 Warlock, Hexblade, the ubiquitous Hexblade dip. Eldritch Blast doesn't really do anything for me. It's something I'll just kind of incidentally have investment in. Right, I didn't... No, I did take shield. It's just showing weird. X Hellish Rebuke. Did my stats get messed up on one of the respecs? Oh, they did. Ugh. Yeah, when I changed the classes. Thank you. Thank you, Cynic. That would have bothered me. I probably wouldn't have noticed for a while. Alright, now we go through that again. But at least I know what I'm taking. Field Magic Missile. Ray. Who was Ray? Why are they scorching? Great questions. No idea. What if I took enlarge and reduced people? I don't care about Shadow Blade. Give me that. That's funnier. Not Sugar Ray, Scorching Ray. Oh, the Warlock level. Hexblade. There we go. And save. Valley Infusion. In the Rivington map, we need to buy Bone Spike Garb. Or I need to start using Armor Persistence. Enlarge must be a popular spell at Sharess's Caress. I feel like Reduce maybe too, you know?
I wonder if the gods are watching me.
Both, like both variants definitely see some play. Alright, what spells do you guys think get used the most there? Other than, like, Grease, Mage Hand. What do we think in terms of BG3 spells gets used there often?
Nothing's happening. Oh shit, that was 4 times, wasn't it? Bollocks!
I get it. You're scared.
Go Heat Metal Longstrider? Or Prep Druid spells? Command Kneel, Command Grovel. Hold Person, Horn Whip, Dominate Person, Disguise Self. Expeditious Retreat, okay. Polymorph, yeah. Disintegrate? You're gonna have to explain that one. Is that weird? Yeah, like, what's the context of the Disintegrate?
If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine.
Let me disguise first. Fine damage, relax.
Another step forward.
Hook a spell, Diving Strike, my man.
Better be cautious.
What path lies before me?
Lesser Restoration? Yeah, probably.
Out of sight, out of mind.
Now this is a massive waste of invis pots, and all it does is save me maybe a minute of time. But, meh.
Best be on my way.
Oh, what do I do with my glove slot here? Thermo-Arcanic? Double up on the heat gen? So, like, I have dual wielder, which gives me the option to... Spoiler, dual wield. I know, that's crazy. But sometimes I'm still going to want Adamantine Shield, because if I'm doing Pyro Quickness Hat, then I need to get crit immunity either here or here. I didn't make the Adamantine Splint, which I knew I was right in the long run to make it, but... I guess I could do this, and my self-damage is gonna be a lot of ouchie. I don't have tough anymore. I guess something like this. Let's go get greater health. Hero's Fist? Feast. Sorry, I mean, Hero's Feet. I mean, Hero's Yeast. I mean, Hero's Teat. I mean, her feet, her toes,
I welcome thee to the dev. A most excellent decision. Cool.
Just had something over there. Replica devilish skull. Impressive, if a little out of place. I've never seen a gem like this. Bet it's a fake. That's curious.
You're a steaming. Well, well. It's been a while since I've had
It's been a while.
discerning custom. Here, you may browse my more curated selection. Now.
Blur, Black Tentacles. Hey, Black Tentacles was my nickname. Can I say that? I don't know if I can say that.
This calls for careful footwork. Very well. What was she trying to summon? What's that?
May get true. Plural? Problem?
The figure flickers and stuff.
I hear the chick. Now whisper your questions, little wretch. But really quiet and very clever. Concentrate. Remember, quiet. The hammer is the key. But I like you. Can you see if you do? But
The rat.
Unfortunately, heat metal is going to be kind of ass when it gets to the point where it's time to do House of Hope. So I gotta think of something interesting for that segment.
Here we go.
over here.
Raphael hears everything you say.
Most irregular. The schedule is all but clear, and yet
I always roll like shit on this.
No visitors expected, other than Carilla Hearthflame and Berilius Receptor. Zap. As always, the archive is as it the
I have one darkness arrow. Yeah, I came prepared. Why do you ask?
Moving it. That might be worth a look.
Show your invitation.
Just wanted access. Don't actually need it right now. Do that for now. See how things go. Alright, there's Amulet of Greater Health. Okay. Disguise.
I don't need any attention right now.
Vis medicatrix.
So with a 6th level False Life, with Amulet of Greater Health, our particular combination of classes, we have 179 effective HP without aid. It's pretty good. So now I need to do the Sentient Amulet quest, and I want to get the permanent -1 wisdom. This will allow me to be at a resting 7 wisdom. So the same as when I was running around with Harmonium Halberd.
How many red caps are in
I'm on 19 charisma. Alright, I didn't account for Patriarchs properly. I forgot about Ethel's Boon, that's the one I didn't account for. That's fine, honestly. This just means, I don't know, Act 3 Finale I'll have 20. It also means I can equip Smuggler's Ring without lowering my modifier. If it bothers me enough, I'll respec around it. But I don't think I need to bother, because I don't have anywhere to put the points anyway. I went 16 Strength, 16 Dex. And I had 2 in Con already, so yeah. There's no point unless I wanted to go to 12 Con. A room I rarely remember to step foot in.
Here lies Sister Shira Clawin, date of birth unknown, died 1491 DR.
Faithful to the crying god, long didst I wait, only to find thine empty flesh. Gone thou might be, alas. And yet thy shell will rise.
Or you walked through, you didn't even climb over.
Swear. But at what cost? Who but
Your must madness tugs at your mind. A lopsided grin stretches your face as the madness saps your wisdom. You giggle, struck by the absurdity of the moment. A spirit hiding inside an amulet has brought you to the body of his granddaughter and possessed it. Outrageous. Ridiculous. Once again, you feel your wisdom draining away. Hilarious. Or is it? You've earned Tasha's hideous laughter, and you're all the more foolish for it. Congratulations.
Thank you.
My friend, forgive me, for this mind was not mine own. May laughter be thy gift, never thy curse. The morning Lord calls. Canst thou feel the warmth of his blessing? This is not my final twilight, but a new dawn. Farewell.
The corpse is an empty husk once more. The monk, liberated from madness, is finally at peace.
Ooh, I got -2. I thought it was -1, but no, if you fail both, it's -2. Even better. So we're at a solid 4 wisdom right now. Exceeded my expectations. So we could Harmonium Halberd to go down to 3. But sticking with this setup makes the most sense to me right now. Why do you want such low wisdom? Great question. I want my wisdom to be bad so that the DC on my heat metal is low. Because heat metal, when you are trying to use it for the purpose of dealing damage to one target repeatedly, if they fail the saving throw, they drop their weapon. So I can't reapply the damage to them if they're no longer holding the weapon. New to the game, so all this is super new. Hey, welcome in. You are in the corner of the player base that does the really weird shit. Happy to have you.
Like falling to sleep in a bed of my own guts.
You don't have metal? Oh, you're orange.
She's toying with me. What does she want?
Been playing Hexblade Warlock, stumbled upon without looking anything up on my first playthrough, addicted to the game. Love to hear that. I do think that the most organic way of enjoying the game for your first run, maybe even your first couple runs, is just do that. Hey, I want to go off vibes, I want to see what I like, I want to see what I can do with it without knowing anything. I think that's a really good way of experiencing the game. My first playthrough was Warlock. I played as the Fiend. Hexblade wasn't out yet, but I played as the Fiend. Warlock remains in my top 2 favorite classes. I forgot that I need to do this.
That same ship was at Moonrise Towers, if I'm not mistaken. Looks like those two are about to fight.
I was looking for someone with metal. Guess only one of them has metal. Anyway. Oh, yeah, did the power quickness thing. Alright, I gotta be careful about order I do things. Start. Started with Halfling Life Cleric, because I heard those are the least played. Interesting. Septic. I don't see that often. Constitution reduced by 1. Disadvantage in con saves. After the first playthrough, I know pretty much why the Life Cleric gets a little love, because it doesn't deserve it. Oh, Hellish Rebuke that. You have fire resin, I don't care. So run gave you a ton of fond memories. Love to hear that. I'm sorry, why is your hair... So from this distance, you see Blunt Skuncher's hair isn't attached? You gotta stop asking me about that. Getting 12 damage on him there. The resistance is pretty good. Yeah, that would have done 25. Good proof of concept. You think of the most commonly resisted damage types? It's probably fire and poison, but it still would be disingenuous to call them commonly resisted. That makes sense. Fire necrotic. Yeah. I can see it. Look at the little legs. Latter half, second half holy damage. Well, it's not resisted by anything. In fact, most things in Act 2 that have some sort of interaction with radiant damage are vulnerable to it. It's just, that's a trap, because they retaliate. I can't think of a single thing that resists radiant damage in Act 2, actually. Aelin? Other than Aelin, I can't think of anything. I do have to go get Bloodlust elixirs. They're okay, right? I think they're okay. It took so long to scroll up to my actual damage because of how many things are happening here. With the infusion, the lightning charges. Fire quickness hat. Common D&D Radiant's least resisted damage type, so I find it kind of funny it's so terrible against Shards. The thing is, it's good against Shards. Like, specifically the undead Shards in Act 2, you have to deal with Radiant Retort, where not only is the Radiant damage, again, good against them because they're vulnerable, but that ends up being an issue for some setups because you get double that returned back to you as force damage. But if you can mitigate that, then Radiant is going to be the hardest hitting thing in your arsenal against them. And you can mitigate that. But then in Act 3, due to Larian being a little too willing to listen to feedback, only, in terms of the Shards downstairs, only Viconia has a Radiant Retort anymore. And then the ones upstairs, 3 of the 4 have it. So there are 4 things, 4 Shards, that Radiant damage is not a completely neutral thing against in Act 3. Like, the valuation of damage types in this game does get complicated, so I don't think you're wrong to view it that way. If glancing at it surface level. But it is interesting to think about. Send that to Astarion for now. Let's try a fight where I don't do dual wielder stuff. Get my crit immunity from there. Okay. Thank you. Start with you. Wind with heat convergence. 24 on you, 19 on you. What's your Giga Chat acid damage? Acid damage just gives no shits. Force is also pretty good. Force is incredibly rare in terms of resistance or immunity. Acid and Force are just chilling. I guess Thunder is rare too. Do mitigate Radiant Retort Act 2 damage reduction. Damage reduction, having a lot of HP. Cheat death effects in extreme cases. Globe if you have a ton of resources to throw at it. You are a barbarian, so you have dex save advantage. Have a big one. You failed. Don't hit more than one thing at once with it. Yeah, also limit the amount you're doing. Like, as tempting as it is to be like, okay, I'm gonna do my 4th level Divine Smite and crit on this Sharon that has 50 HP. It's like, yeah, sure, you could do 100 plus radiant damage to it, and then you're gonna do 200 plus force damage to yourself. If you're using something like Divine Smite, limit it to 1st level. Make sure you have enough HP. Do the math so that you can survive 4 times your hits damage. I say 4 times because sometimes Radiant Retort registers twice. Don't know why. Sometimes it just hits you twice. So you want to be able to... You want to have more than 4 times the value of your max Radiant roll in HP. So for Divine Smite against one of them, 1st level, you're looking at 16 damage, assuming... you're looking at 24 damage assuming max roll, 48 assuming max roll crit. So it is only safe at that point, assuming you have no damage reduction, if you have, if you're HP stacking. No brakes on this train. Like, at that point, you're looking at tough Gold Dwarf with 16 plus con to not die. But damage reduction also helps, and if you were going to click smites there, having force resistance from any source you can get it, but most commonly it'll be universal res at that point. Maybe you'll have it from Warding Bond, maybe you'll have it from Fiendish Resilience if you are a level 10 Fiend Warlock. Zero damage, nerd. Get breathed on. Stupid. DC 19 is pretty good. 22? I don't know about you. Radiant Breath, wonder what it smells like. I'm assuming it smells like artificial banana flavor. What do you think? So DC 17 Wisdom saving throw, just roll good anyway. Goodbye. Can't hit me. Metal? You don't have metal.
Light on my feet.
I see those animals are out. The selfish pawns who own. Oh, you're the.
I'm exhausted. Better find somewhere to camp soon.
When's the Balatro update supposed to come out? Do we have a release date yet?
I heard you helped do ref. Wish I could tell you. When I tried to fool a sharpie like you, have a look.
Back again.
Your kid have these cursed
It is
tomes.
nice to converse with someone who isn't circling the drain like this lot. Looking on their northern faces does sap my spirits.
The phrase welcome absence catches in your mind. It is the refrain of a popular Shire hymn.
Long, perhaps you are cannier than I first gave credit to be. I have some very special wares reserved.
Yeah, I'll take the Ars oil first.
Exclusive clientele.
And when I see the way you solo runners play and trade, it's an art. Oh, what do you mean? I was kind of zoning out for the last 5 minutes. What did I do? Well, whatever it is, it was calculated and intentional and cool. I didn't like how my game stalled for a second there, so I'm gonna save. Hey, look over there. Isn't over there so cool? I feel like over there is very underrated. You guys have heard about over there, right? It's pretty underground. Not a lot of people know about it. But y'all are the cool ones. You know. You know. What boots would I recommend for late game? I'm in Act 3 trying to figure out what gear makes sense. Hexblade Warlock. Actually use Shadowblade. So you could go for the Boots of Psionic Movement. They're going to require you to, if you're not already a Githyanki, to disguise as one. They're going to require you to use certain versions of Flight. It's a little bit picky, but it ends up being a lot of damage. The thing with the boot slot is it doesn't really function to give damage most of the time. You're usually getting defensive things, utility things, mobility things. So if you're going for damage, Boots of Psionic Movement is like among the only options. You could stick with good old Boots of Speed from Act 1. They'd still remain good the entire game. You would go with Boots of Persistence from Dammon. You could go with, if you're going like unarmored, You could do bone spike boots, even if you're not going unarmored. The jump here is useful for AoE prone. Helldusk boots are also good. $3K extortion money. I think that gatekeeping later with all my heart. Which one? What are we talking about? 100% knowing what there will be, what will happen, the trader will have. Oh, yeah. A lot of runs. Appreciate the info, of course. Questions are welcome. Yeah, the Sentient Amulet doesn't have an effect anymore. But I did pick up this Hideous Laughter that, it's weird. It's fucked up. Let me see if I can pull it off somewhere. Where's my piss stone? Lazel, do you have my piss? Oh, Starin is my piss. The gate chest 3K, the lady takes people's money. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I always fly around that lady. I'm gonna be honest, I forgot she existed. Yeah. She sucks. Yeah, the 3,000 in that chest is, part of the reason why Wulbren Bongle, the asshole himself, gets to survive till Act 3. There's that 3,000 gold, then there's 2 rune powder barrels, the rune powder bomb, and a full vendor. So, basically, Wulbren is a load-bearing pillar that holds up like 20,000 gold worth of items and resources. So that's why he gets to survive for as long as he does.
I should speak up.
Your tum-tum. Yes! I has lots of stuffs. Just for you.
Yeah, and enjoy that amulet, Popper. How did the Sharp Caster might end up being more desirable than Pyro Quickness? Maybe. See. There's a note that tells the guards to be assholes. Yeah, the Flaming Fists, you know, all fists are bastards, as we know very well. But they are something else.
Be cautious. Try me.
Why is this book Radiant Vuln? I know why some books are Radiant Vuln, but why is that one? Are all books Radiant Vuln? Maybe. Something I just never thought about until now.
Just out of view. Light on my feet.
Never get the fun job, son. Be patient.
That flight path. It's not a particularly good click right now, I just felt like doing it. Fine, book burning checks out. I need some sorcery points. Let's make some sorcery points. You failed? How did you fail? Rolled a 6. Okay. Well, sucks to be you. I would like if you picked up your weapon, so I'm going to give you the opportunity to do so. I say, thank you for the raid. I appreciate that. How was your stream? We're in Act 3. We're doing Act 3 stuff. You just take your... You just took your buddy's heated weapon? That's amazing. Eat Merkel's medal? I did. He succeeded the saving throw on the second one. He rolled a 1. So I had to finish him off with my weapon. I was very annoyed about it. We are heating metal. I get you in this? Anywhere monsters mode trolled me hard. A setup fight gets into where I set up Spike Growth, jumped away, just teleported the entire counter right to you. Wow. Are you heated? You're not heated. Weakness. Third grief from a single extra encounters mod, uninstalled it, never returning. Some of those difficulty mods are like the only way they actually end up being difficult, and I'm using quotes here, is just throwing shit at you that you would have no way of knowing about and no counter to without having been through the mod before. It's the same problem I have with the duelist from the extra encounters mod. I hate that enemy because it's like, it's stupid. Still maintain that Absolute Wrath is my favorite difficulty mod because it's dynamic, it's well thought out. I do like the Valkranas ones too. Those are good.
Something over so much blood. It must be where Father Logan was slaughtered.
But yeah, say we have 4 wisdom right now. It's very fun. I don't know how to get lower. Can't think of any ways. Not actually power word kill, it's Finger of Death in disguise. Oh, yeah. Fair enough. That would explain that. Yeah, the NPC version of power word kill in this game only works on you up to 100 HP. So if say survived it below 100 HP, it's not that spell.
Don't want to draw any attention.
Why low wisdom? To have low difficulty class on heat metal.
You were witnessed assaulting.
Was a 6th level necessary? No, but it was fucking cool.
I don't need any attention right now. Have to keep going.
You don't know metal. 3 of you do.
You were witnessed assaulting.
Here. Can you add for yourself the Void Mask? This wasn't. I forgot to test that. But like you can go 8 Wiz, Harmonium Halberd down to 7. Devil Foil Mask full party would bring you to 4. So at that point, getting failing the Char wisdom buff thing could put you into atrophy range. But I was wondering, someone asked if you do self-same trial, if those things count for your Devil Foil masks. So if you could potentially get 7 creatures worth of masks going at once. Low DC for heat metal? Why? It's okay to ask? Absolutely. Because if they succeed the saving throw, they don't drop their weapon. Which means I can reapply. How did I... Ah, finally. Huge, 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 huge. I've carried too much. Oh, I never picked up that jabber that I forgot in the Gauntlet of Shar. Whoops. You can deal damage to take some damage entities with negative heal. Maybe you can kill withers with it. Ooh, that's cool. That's cool. I wonder if you actually can kill Raphael that way. Like, early. Yeah, we gotta test that. I did extended spell there. So I have 8 turns of heat. Huh. I didn't know that let you go over the heat cap. That's cool. Heat cap's at 7. I currently have 8. Tabletop lets you pick if you want to target their weapon or their armor. Kind of wish that was the case here. Probably a result of tactical limitations, yeah. My reaction. Yeah, you're super dead. Bloodlust helps the feel of this quite a bit. I like that a lot. That feels very different. I hate having low strength. Yes, I said it. I said it. I was holding it in. I couldn't stop myself. I'm weak. I'm sorry. I'm weak. I hate having low strength. Oh yeah, I still want to try putting these boots on. Adding -3 to my unarmed damage. So, like, since my strength mod's +4, unarmed would be 5 damage. So with those boots on, it'd be 2 damage. If I did have lower strength, could make my punches do no damage ever? That's just a funny idea. another reason why I like having a potion crafter. Alchemy bag ends up being very heavy late in the run. I never used the crooked wand. I'm stupid. I was supposed to burn that early in the run, so I finally could. I'm pretty sure I even specifically said something when getting it. We're almost there. Still something I want to science out with that. Combining gloves of missile snaring plus protection from missiles from either the other gloves or from the shield, and then also having blade ward, then also having uncanny dodge, and also having damage reduction. I just want to see how much damage you could potentially mitigate on a ranged attack. Like if you could take a Steel Watcher crossbow crit and just take 0. We already know that's possible, but I want to see how high it can roll and you still take 0. Am I gonna have to wear the Mighty Cloth for carry weight? No. Oh, that'd be crazy. Love that skill distribution. What, 4 wisdom?
Cursed to put my hands on everything.
It's the meta. Is draining Steel Watcher's dex considered damage mitigation? Probably should be.
Are they going to arrest us?
Yeah, type? No, I can understand you. You're good. I don't have any of my higher level spell slots right now, but I don't care about that. Give me sorcery points. I'll do the circus fight, and then that'll probably be it for the day. I just realized it's been 10.5 hours. Very locked in now that we're in build crafty territory. Currently, dual wielder is not particularly great. Like, Rhapsody is gonna be our max damage once we get it. Rhapsody Mutilate Carapace is another 4 damage on everything we do. Problem is there won't be any DR. I won't have crit immunity if I'm doing Pyro Quickness. And my self damage will be quite large. We'll see.
What's up for discussion?
You've seen him twice already, Peanut.
You have metal? You don't have metal. You have metal. Okay, those two have metal.
Think you can take me on?
Okay, you failed, so you dropped your weapon. You rolled a 3 for a total of 5. Because you suck. Need more things to do in my bonus action here. It's curse on you. I'll decide to overload. Loosely setting up for a scorching ray.
I always knew I'd die at a service.
That gave me another bonus action to use. Hit you. 36%. I did remember to get Daredevil gloves. Maybe that's my glove slot for the run. Oh yeah, maybe it's Daredevil. Finish you with that. Low rolls of the psychic damage, but still good. To clarify, if you're doing the Scorching Ray machine gun build, this is your hourly reminder that Wizard is better at it, but others can do it. Hit me. Thank you. Barbarian fire machine gun? Yeah, Barbarian can do it. Barbarian gets a pretty good accuracy bonus for it. If you play Wildheart and you go Aspect of the Tiger, you add your Strength mod to attack rolls against bleeding or poison targets, and it applies independently for bleeding and for poison. So if someone's bleeding and poisoned, and let's say you had a Cloud Giant elixir on, Barbarian's just casually adding plus 16 to their attack roll. Works on spells, works on weapons. It's just good. I have a scroll, right? No, you died. Not bad.
Another shapeshifter. I wonder if the real dribble.
It's good. Static overload's good. Make it back in time for second half. You'd be better at class building, slowly getting there. Oh, you don't need to do that. It's just a way of consuming the game. It's all about trying different things. So, setup's feeling good. Pyro Quickness and Bloodlust added a lot. I have much more freedom of what I can choose to do. Callous Glow would be a pretty big upgrade damage-wise. I guess as long as I'm willing to run around in this no crit immune setup, which I'm only willing to do because I have this much HP. Guess as long as I do that, I'm good. That's, hello, my microwave's shooting fire bullets. Yeah. It's what happens if you make popcorn with the door open. Alright, that's it for today. Tomorrow? Now, normally Fridays are co-op days with Danny, but we did finish our previous run last week, and she's away on vacay. So I don't have any current plans for Fridays stream-wise. So there's a chance that it's this. There's a chance that it is when I finally start doing Expedition 33. Maybe. I'm not promising that. I've been very careful not to promise because I know there's been a lot of hype, a lot of expectations. And I want to make sure I'm being like... I gotta be in a very particular mood to start a new thing. So I'm not guaranteeing. Maybe we go that route. Maybe. But yeah, Seedsy's on. Let's raid Seedsy. So, no promises on what I do tomorrow. Like a 50-50 on those things. Got my emotes, feel free to jiggle. A Quag stream is good. I appreciate that. Too kind as always. Looks like Seedsy doing, ooh, big fight in Act 2. But thank you everybody for hanging out, for the discussion, for the support, etc., etc., etc. Yeah, that's all I got. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.